Caution is down.
And look at the water. Look at the water coming out of the two cars. He went by our camera there. We just saw was that 17 of Stenhouse. Looked like he lost it in turn 2.
That's got to be a tire issue.
Look at all that water, Jeff.
Well, the consequence of being the leader is that you clean the racetrack. You see the damage on the right side of Denny Hamlin's car. He and Ricky Stenhouse must have gotten together as they were riding way at the back,
to stay
way behind the pack to stay out of down. Look way on the right side of your screen.
Oh yeah, he just goes around.
Yeah, Stenhouse had to have had some kind of problem. I can't imagine that car could be that loose by himself there, and he just lost it. And unfortunately, Hamlin, that strategy that he was playing did not play out for them.
Real quick, Larry said that he'd get on Earnhardt. Said, "Don't you think about it?"
Oh, what's around?
Oh, my
big wreck.
Hard in the wall.
Oh, that was a hard lick.
And that is Brian
like another
Vickers.
right rear tire went down to me.
My gosh, that was a hard lick.
You know, we saw that car really dancing around. You made a comment about it, DW. And the next thing you know, he went to go into turn 1, and the car just turned around.
Oh my gosh.
Clint Boyer also involved. Looks like damage to Kevin Harvick as well.
Yeah.
That's really interesting to know what's going on with these right rear tires. Are they rubbing? Are they puncturing from debris?
Greg Biffle.
There's a lot of cars got damaged in this little. I don't understand this. Last year it was a crash fest, and here we are starting off. You got to have some sort of
right up ahead, right in the middle.
Bam!
Wow.
Gosh, that was hard hit.
He almost missed it.
Hold your line
there, tough when somebody cuts a tire right in the middle of the field like that going into turn 1.
And remember, we've got a tailwind tonight, and the cars are probably running 200+ miles an hour as they go off into turn 1. Watch this thing.
You can see just a little bit of smoke come off this 14 car just as he starts to get into turn 1. You can start to see the sidewall of the tire hanging out.
There she goes.
There's just nothing you can do in that situation.
Goodness.
Oh, Clint Boyer just caught him. Let's ride with Kurt Busch in the 41 through this.
Smoke in there in front of you there. Keep coming. There you go.
Kurt did an awesome job recognizing that something was wrong and going on. Maybe he could see that smoke, and you could see he started lifting much earlier than cars around him, trying to anticipate it and get out of the way. And I think he did a great job, for the most part, missing it. I think might be a little bit of damage on the right side.
All those blue blocks you saw, that's safety foam.
I need to take a breath, and I'm really excited that I'm up here. Right now.
Around goes Johnson.
Guys.
Oh, you're going to tear it all. It just
Yeah, he hit the front splitter,
apart.
ripped the front end right off that car.
Caution waves.
Be done.
The nose of that 48 is all torn up. Let's have a look here. Look at this group right here, 3 wide.
Got Jamie McMurray on the outside. I think that's Casey
Mears up on the outside there.
And you can see they just still are on his quarter. And it pushed Jimmy up into the 13 just a little bit.
Oh, man.
And looked like maybe him and the 13 got together. Then him and Menard got together.
Menard may have given Jimmy a little shot and pushed him up into the 13.
And that area where Johnson went off is the bus stop chicane for the sports car races here. And it's a grass to asphalt to grass transition. You end up being a farm tractor going through there.
It's just a really awkward position to be in.
Real tight. Oh. Boy, Kyle Larson did a nice job there.
Wow. Let's ride along with Jimmy Johnson.
In and out. In and out.
Watch his hands.
In and out.
I think he was just in an awkward position.
Yeah, it was like the air from the car on the inside was pushing him wide. Then the car on the outside. When the car gets the right rear.
Caution at lap 57. Casey Kane having a great run on the number 5. Let's have a look at what happens because he had a little help.
Yeah, we're going to see Casey Kane here leading the 1 car of Jamie McMurray as they come down the back straightaway. Jamie just starts bump drafting the 5 car, and it starts getting the 5 loose and getting side to side, and eventually it just turns them right into the outside into A.J. Allmendinger, unfortunately. Yeah. You know, I talked about this earlier. It's just really difficult to bump draft these days with the way the bumpers are shaped, and that's the risk that you're going to take even though you're trying to get that car ahead.
Well, when we look at the cars in the corner, think about how close the bumper is in the corner. When it gets on the straightaway, look how high it is. The car gets light back there.
Hamlin has held off all comers. 3 laps to go. The Ford's trying to gang up on the outside. Now Logano drops to the bottom in front of Matt Kenseth.
Oh, no.
And a car's in the wall. It is Kurt Busch.
Wow, it looked like something. That looked like a tire.
Yeah, almost like that damage he had on the right rear.
Oh,
was
there's
rubbing
more
something
smoke
else
up
going
ahead.
on the back straight. Big wreck.
Big wreck on the back. Holy smoly.
Wow, I did not see that.
Logano and Edwards running right at the front, and McMurray trying to sneak past.
There's Carl
Eric
Edwards.
Almirola,
Here's
Kyle Busch.
Everybody is in
Is
that
there
wreck.
anybody that didn't crash?
My.
Another.
Kurt Busch high on the outside, the black car toward the back.
Yeah, we saw him. He goes up the hill. Looks like lost the right rear tire maybe.
Pretty good chance of that. He definitely was loose right there going in there.
And so we're watching him and what he's going to do.
Let's watch from the Goodyear blimp and see what happens at the front of the field.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Edwards and Keselowski touch.
And then they maybe touch again.
Squeeze play.
No, you know, Mears in the 13 bammed into the 2 of Keselowski and shot him into the 19 of Edwards.
I'd love to hear the 19 car spotter to see if he thought he was clear there, because he definitely squeezed that 2 up there, and I don't know if he was quite clear of him.
I believe the 13 got into the back of the 19 and drove him forward.
Easy, get middle.
You could tell right there that the 2 saw the 19 coming up and was wanting to check up, and the 13 got into the back of him, and the whole line started stacking
That's
back.
what it looked like.
Yeah, simple.
This is looking off turn 2. When things jam up in a hurry.
Man, how many wrecks you see on the back straightaway? I mean, one right after another.
Well, and the thing that happens here late in the race, nobody's checking up. And this is when I say bumper cars at 200 miles per hour, because it really is. Nobody's going to check up. If you've got momentum.
Hamlin back to the front.
One thing I bet you Hamlin doesn't do is go below that yellow line when he gets down here for the win.
Wow.
Whoa! No,
You're
that's
clear.
it.
They're wrecking behind you.
Well,
It's all at the back. We may make it to the checkered flag. The wreck is at the tail end.
They're 2 by 2. You're clear by 2.
Leaders on the back straightaway. Coming hard. Caution waves. It's over.
Caution. Hell yeah.
Victory lane in the Unlimited. Here's the mayhem on the last lap.
So it looked like Hamlin put a big block on the 27 car. The 20 gets right in there behind Menard, and then as they got into turn 1, it looked like they just ran out of room between the 20 and the 1. He was already side by side with the 2, and then caught up the 78 in that as well.
Wow, just one wreck right after another. It's amazing.
So when that little incident happened, when the 11 blocked the 27's run and the 20 was right behind him, it just stalled him out a little bit, and that 1 car had momentum coming right to the center. He saw, and that's what they're looking for. They're looking for hundredths and tenths of a second, and just
Trouble, turn 2. 1 car around, sliding up hard in the wall. Ryan Newman and Michael Waltrip in the 83.
Stop.
Right at the beginning, you've got the 31 car coming up on the 40. The 83. Somehow that 40 checks up.
Ooh, yeah. Michael got into the 83 there. Michael got into the back of Newman in the 31, but I'm not sure exactly what all took place there.
Yeah, I'd like to maybe go back a little further, because the 40 of Reed Sorensen.
Well, let's listen to Ryan Newman.
I hit the wall to the right front, not very hard, but I did hit it. It been enough to move the hood. The 95 or somebody lost an oil line in front of everybody there.
Okay.
I think somebody lost an oil line.
Yeah, so they saw something that was happening further ahead, and it looked like the 40 bailed out of the throttle, and it's just a domino effect from that point on. It's really hard when you're further back and you're right on somebody's rear bumper to see everybody slowing down. But it's obviously they slowed down.
If anybody starts moving around, the 40 car looks like, the 40 starts up the hill.
I believe the 40 car's lifting because ahead of him, the 95 is spewing oil.
I think the 40, I think he may have gotten into oil, because it looked like the car started going up the track and he tried to get out of the throttle a little bit. And Michael and Ryan Newman here were too close.
And Blaney back on pit road, and that means he will almost certainly have to fall back on his qualify. Oh, it is Colwitt. He is around.
Hold on to it.
Reagan misses him.
Get
Caution
ready,
waves.
Get ready. 4 tires, get ready. You all right?
1 and 2. The 98 black car, second in line.
We talked about how important this was. This was the move that could get you into the Daytona 500. Michael McDowell put a big spin on him, and then the 7 car behind Regan Smith had nowhere to go and got into the back of the 98 and turned him. That right there shows you that closing rate and how important that pass was.
As this unfolded, David Reagan may have gotten just a piece of him going by down on the apron. Reagan right there.
And we saw Brian Scott got a little bit of damage or contact that sent him spinning also.
Roof flaps did their job. He saw that thing get up on 2 wheels there a little bit, and that right roof flap pushed it right back down on the ground.
I don't think Regan actually got into him. I think he just got into a very vulnerable position, turned in. Right there in that transition, the cars get very light, and just a little bit of that air coming from Regan Smith's car just turned the 98 right around.
Jeff, it looked like he kind of threw it in the corner like he was going to make a move, and it just got out from under him.
And, not quite enough right there.
Can't quite get to him.
They're still one apart.
One car length. That's the difference. Chevy versus Ford. Spinning goes Brian Scott to the infield, but Dale Earnhardt Jr. will win his dual race for the 2nd year in a row. Tough break in the 500 there. Let's have a look at down on the inside toward the back of that group.
Wow.
Around goes Brian Scott.
Boy, that didn't take much at all. We saw Michael McDowell drop down to the inside, actually trying to help out Brian Scott, and it just brought that car around in a hurry.
I just think, Jeff, it just shows how much on edge these cars are.
Momentum and get a big run on you. We heard Denny Hamlin in that first duel talk about getting a run.
Whoa, baby.
Bush to block, down to the bottom, up to the top. Bush to block.
No. Blocking. Yeah.
Trash heap.
We're enough. Grass at 2.
What a mess.
Matt Kenseth. His car pretty well torn up, and they will have to fix it if he's going to retain his outside front row start for the 500.
Mike,
if they go to a backup car.
That's a backup car.
That baby's crashed.
And this is just a sign of how bad everybody wants to win this race. Jamie McMurray, great restrictor plate driver. He gets a good run, but he doesn't quite get there. And then he moves up to block the 48, who has a good run coming on the outside. They make contact. And here's the results of that.
Kurt Busch just went right through there in a shower of sparks. Here are the 3 most badly damaged cars, and Danica Patrick as well.
You can see where Jimmy Johnson just started to get a bumper to the rear bumper or the quarter panel of the 1.
Man, look at that 20 car go up under the back of Martin Truex car. Just lifted it off the ground. Anywhere to go, and here comes Jimmy Johnson. He's got to run on McMurray, and he doesn't have anywhere to go, and they bottle up and wreck.
Now look at Kurt Busch in the 41. He's going to get a lot of damage, but he is able to continue on and finish 3rd.
Wow. Behind
Kyle Busch and McMurray.
I guess the question will be on the 41, is that repairable damage? Will they have to go to a backup car? Because he's certainly going to get a good starting position if he finishes 4th.
I think the right side of that car is pretty torn up. I'm not sure they can fix that.
Certainly know they can't fix any of these cars.
No.
Yeah, when you close up on that car in front of you right here.
Out of the 4th turn, one car goes sliding toward the infield wall. It's Chase Elliott.
Oh, no.
Regan Smith spins out in the tri-oval, and when Elliott's car hit that grass, it's like the blade of a shovel hitting the turf. The front splitter just hits it and digs in. We're under the first caution of the day.
Yeah, he was running 8th and doing a pretty nice job of just trying to mind his manners there, I think. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, I was really hoping that car would spin backwards into that grass. We see how this grass just grabs that splitter and rips it off, and that's exactly what happened to Chase Elliott here.
Car owner Rick Hendrick looking on at his rookie pole sitter stalled in the grass in the tri-oval. Take a look at the number 24.
Right in here.
Right in the middle.
Yeah, it's also a tricky place to be. I mean, we're starting to see handling become a big issue. You can see the back of the car just comes up out a little bit. Looks like the 19th of Carl Edwards, when he got up to his left rear, it just started pushing the air on that car, and it just took the air off of his spoiler, and around he came.
It just stepped out, and I think it shows, Jeff and I were talking about this earlier, how hot the 3rd and 4th turn is, because the sun beams down on that end of the speedway. Then we got a little tailwind off of turn 4, and we've seen a number of cars get loose.
Watch this as he gets to the tri-oval grass, and that blade just digs in.
Yep. Just rips the nose right off the car. Here you go. Boom.
Oh. Not sure if there was any damage to the front of Carl Edwards, number 19, as Elliott came.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola. Taste the feeling.
Trouble, turn 4. Brian Vickers goes for a spin. Everybody takes evasive action and gets by without further incident.
Back on the brake. Back on the brake. Back on the brake. There you go.
The 19 car, Carl Edwards, he got damaged. The 6 of Trevor Bain, he got damaged. Several cars damaged in a chain reaction there.
We knew it was coming. We've seen these cars moving around a lot. Drivers really with their hands full, going from the inside lane, just sliding up to the outside lane.
Let's have a look at Brian Vickers in the 14 in black and orange.
Gets a run up on Joey Logano, gets right to his bumper on it. Maybe Joey even had to check up, and when he did that, it just took all the air off of Brian's car and off that rear spoiler, and around it went.
Saw the 19 car right there, Carl Edwards. He hit the wall. I really think you're right. What happened was, I think Joey's been having to lift off turn 4 there a little bit because the car wasn't handling good, and he just ran up on him.
2 is still up there. The 38 is half of him. 14 right with him. Still out there.
Right there, you saw the left front tire just clip the apron. You could tell that as he got close to him, the car started having a little bit of an issue, and then you saw it just clip the apron, and around it went.
Here's what Brian Vickers had to say.
Need more speed. Car's handling good. 22, just get the brakes coming out of the corner.
That's what I saw. It looked like the 22. I think the car's that loose. I think Joey Logano in the 22 is loose. Had to get out of the throttle a little bit. And
in the race.
Oh, trouble. Turn 2 down here, guys. Turn 1 and 2. Big trouble.
2 cars hard into the wall. Chris Buescher, one of those 4 rookies, is all tied up with Matt DiBenedetto.
I'm not too sure something didn't happen to one of those cars, because that when I looked up, it was headed straight to the wall as if something happened, maybe a right front tire maybe.
Wow.
I tell you,
that was DiBenedetto first into the outside wall.
Well, he got a double whammy.
By Buescher.
Anytime you see the rear tires lift up off of a car as it makes impact, you know that's a huge hit.
What I don't like about that is that Buescher hit the wall head on, and then he got hit by DiBenedetto here in the driver's, or in the right side, trying to get a double whammy here.
Can't quite grasp what turned both of those cars. No. They weren't really right together when they came into frame and headed towards the wall.
Better for less. Greg Biffle running in 10th place, slowed at the end of the back straightaway, got himself out of traffic, and now comes to pit road. Chris Neville.
Well, Mike, just heard Greg Biffle on the radio said, I've got a right rear that cut down. You can see a lot of damage to the back right corner of that car, and really a tough break for him. He's had a great day going. Said the balance of that car has been pretty strong all day. He's been running pretty much in the top 10.
Yeah, the old Colonel lost his little...
And debris is caused the caution here at lap 119. Fourth caution flag of the day.
Not surprised. You can see just tire debris flying everywhere there.
Takes a lot of talent to keep that car going at that speed in a straight line. Certainly a lot of damage as you see the carcass of the tire come apart and start tearing up that quarter panel. Going to have a big effect on his race as we move forward. Really hard to for the team to really fix that kind of a damage to the right rear.
That tire comes apart. Hard crash for Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming off turn number 4, trying to make a bold move in traffic and spinning off track to the inside wall.
He goes to the outside of the 14 of Brian Vickers here. He drifts up high, but now watch, he's going to come down, he's going to side draft. He wants that left front right on the right rear quarter panel of the 14. But as he gets off the corner, it just comes around on him.
We've seen that several times today. You start to make an abrupt move like that off 4, you spin out.
That looked almost just like Chase Elliott's spin.
Exactly.
His teammate.
Well, you know, we've documented all week long how fast these cars are.
Yeah, bumper, he's still going to be there. He doesn't have help, though. 3 is going to get to him, though. You're going to keep slow off the corner here. Here they come. Here comes the 3-inch bumper. And looking in there, the 3. Keep coming, buddies. Hold the brake here. Hold the brake. Straight it out, straight it out, straight it out. Caution will be out here. Hold the brake here.
And the favorite.
Sorry about that, guys.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Popped out of there in a hurry.
Yeah, pretty amazing. Nobody made contact with him as he shot through there. Big impact into that inside wall. Luckily, safer barrier lessened that impact by a lot.
Well, as you saw in our side-by-side coverage, caution is out for the 6th time today. Danica Patrick, Greg Biffle, and now Paul Menard's on pit road overheating. Let's see what happened here with 16 laps to go. You're riding with Biffle.
He gets a big run here on Danica. Goes to the inside. Danica wants to squeeze him and try to prevent him from making that pass. He clips her and turns her right into the grass, and unfortunately he turns himself as well into that outside wall.
A lot of movement of these cars down the back straight. We see Danica in the 10 right there. There she goes down on the inside. That car really got light. The wheels come off the ground. Roof lid.
Wow.
Push it back down.
That is turf management at its worst right there.
Spectacular shot, and she did a great job keeping it going straight, not getting into that inside wall there, causing more damage.
Let's show you this in real time.
You know, we talk about getting runs, but we also talk a lot about blocking. And right there, that was just a combination of 2 drivers wanting one bit of real estate, weren't willing to give it up in the closing laps.
Michael McDowell will get the free pass on this caution. A.J. Allmendinger comes to pit road.
I just don't think he can do it from the outside.
He might be able to get up to 3rd, maybe 2nd. I just don't know if he's going to get all the way up to the lead, but here he comes.
Got to run down the back. It's going to be a drag race off turn 4, but I just don't see him being able to pull it off.
He's getting a big push. He's getting a big push.
He's coming. He's up to 2nd.
Hamlin a 2nd. Up
watch
high.
The inside. Watch the inside. Martin Truex Jr. 3 wide.
Truex to the bottom. No, don't red.
Kansas saves it. Here they come to the line. This is the finish of the Daytona 500.
Come on,
side by side, bouncing off each other.
Unbelievable. I think it was Denny Hamlin.
I have it as Hamlin.
By an inch.
What
Denny
a finish.
Hamlin.
By
Oh,
an
my
inch.
goodness.
Wow. I'm telling you.
I've got chills at my spine.
At this near photo finish. The first Daytona 500 was decided in a photo finish.
Look at that.
Wow.
Inches.
Great move to go to the outside, take that push from Kevin Harvick. Now this is a gutsy move right here.
Whoa,
you got your teammate
baby.
trying to block you. we talked about teammates and alliances and all those things. I tell you what, there was no alliance right there. Denny Hamlin wanted to win the Daytona 500, and what a great finish between he and Martin Truex Jr. Incredible.
He wins his 11th Daytona 500 in car number 11. Larry, I think you're my security blanket.
Trouble turn one. A car goes up in smoke. And with 3 laps to go. Well, that changes everything.
Now what are you going to do, crew chief? Ooh, 4 tires.
It was Ryan Newman, who had a great day, served a penalty, and got 1 lap down and was running in 12th place. Look at that left rear all torn up on Newman's car. And this will be just the second caution flag of the day. Way off in the distance, we'll see Newman coming into picture.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what got him down in the grass and where he was the tire blew out, and that got him, sailed him off into that in that grassy area down there. We had heard of some left side blistering, and the left side tires are pretty soft. And I guess, Larry, everybody gone further on tires than they had all day.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin went 50 earlier, but as far as the leaders, that was going to be as far as anybody.
So pit road right now is closed. And we'll ride along with Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Ready to go. Come on.
I love that. Did you see what he did? He stood in the gas. When you see somebody having trouble and spinning to the inside, you would think brake, slow down. No, not a race car driver. You stand in the gas and try to get by it as fast as you can.
It's the bottom. Leaves the top side open. Comes up to cover the spot.
Who didn't get a good restart is that Kevin Harvick. He spun the tires when he went to 3rd gear.
Crash back straightaway. This will be the race.
The race is over.
Here they come. Around to the line, looking for the flag. 4 cars involved in the back. Johnson takes the white flag. Dale Jr., Kyle Busch. Caution is out. It's over in Atlanta.
Wow.
Per NASCAR's overtime rules, once Jimmy Johnson passed the overtime line on the backstretch, that was the official restart of overtime. The next flag would end the race. They did come to the line for the white flag under green. Caution out. David Reagan, Eric Almirola, and others involved.
And Kevin Harvick's got to be sick.
Yeah, he spun the tires. He got up to speed pretty good in 2nd gear, but then when he went to go to 3rd, you could see he spun the tires a little bit, or late in 2nd gear. Then he got hit from behind by Mark Truex Jr. That even took less. It made him spin the tires even more. And then Carl Edwards came in there and took them all 3 wide.
See what happened
deep in the field on the back straightaway. Cars go spinning, including David Reagan, who ended up against the outside wall. That's Almirola smoking. On the left is Reagan. There's at least 4 cars involved.
Wow.
Another look in progress. There's Almirola, Reagan, Ryan Blaney, and the 4th car involved was Landon Castle.
About mid-pack there, a bunch of those wave around cars.
What a wild finish.
That doesn't come as a real big surprise, does it?
And you know, those were a lot of cars that had not taken tires, so they're on older tires back there, battling for those positions with a lot less grip.
Yep.
Carl Edwards up to the wall.
Got blew a left rear tire into the corner or something.
Wow.
10-4. I haven't seen it yet.
That's 2 weeks in a row in qualifying. Trouble in the left rear. If that's the case.
I'm not so sure. It looks up.
It looks like the right rear is soft. Left rear looks okay. I believe it might be the right rear that's soft on that car.
I think the right rear was going down, and man, it felt good going to the corner, and there was a big bang, and I think that was just the frame height being low, hitting the ground, and I thought it was the left rear, but man, it hit hard, bounced up the racetrack, and that was it. But I'm still not convinced that something didn't break in the left rear. You see that left rear looked like it almost moving around a little bit. We'd heard that Brad Keselowski had something in his tire. Our right rear is flat when we came in. It doesn't have anything on the sidewall. But these guys are good at battling back from adversity. We got another car coming out of the truck, and we'll just get it ready tomorrow and go race it.
Second straight day, a JGR team goes to a backup.
Brought to you by Sprint. Jimmy Johnson, all time.
Back
569, trouble back straightaway. Kyle Larson has brought out the caution. This will be yellow flag number 4. And it looks like there may have been some contact between Larson and A.J. Allmendinger in the 47.
That's the 47 down on the inside, and he pushes up.
He doesn't hit him. He just gets so close to him, it frees him up, turns him sideways. Back of the quarter panel on Larson gets into the wall, but he keeps it going straight.
They were battling to be the first car one lap down to be in the free pass position.
Yeah, they're just really, really tight racing right there. You can tell that A.J. Allmendinger got in there and he sort of drifted up. The front of his car didn't quite stick, and it got right to the corner of that rear bumper on Larson.
Arrow loose.
Don't go. Trouble turn 4. Car spinning, and caution is out.
Caution's out.
Regan Smith.
Kyle Larson.
5th caution of the day.
Not the kind of start to the year that Kyle Larson and Chip Ganassi Racing wants.
Well, remember, Larson had some damage off of that accident off turn 2 over there. I don't know what happened to him up here. We'll have to take a look and see.
Now, Greg Biffle had just come onto pit road. We're told he's the free pass car. But let's have a look at this in progress.
Yeah, there's a 7 car, and there's a 42 in the smoke. Has no idea where to go.
Yeah, really hard to say from that angle. A lot of smoke. Obviously something happened earlier getting into the corner.
Smith was 24th. Larson was another lap down in 34th.
Yeah, I think Larson was just caught in that smoke back. You see him spinning back there, and then there's just so much smoke. You know, it doesn't look like it from here, but when you're in the car, it's just hard to see.
And I'm just wondering if Larson knew how much damage he had to that right rear.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
And when he got in there, he tried to lean on it a little harder than it was capable of, and the car came around. You could see all the tape there on the quarter panel where they tried to repair it.
Yep.
When you damage that right rear quarter panel, there's so much side force that comes into that panel, and how the air moves underneath the car. You see all the damage there as well in the rear bumper. You lose a lot of grip that way.
I don't know if he's the hometown guy or that he made the move he made. What an amazing move.
That was incredible.
Whoa, trouble.
2 cars around.
Big Sally gets in the back of him.
Watch her inside. Block her down.
A lot of cars.
Incredible save not to spin out, but then unfortunately those behind him just couldn't get slowed down.
They were 4 wide. They were 4 wide going into turn 1.
Poor Matt Kenseth's woes continue.
And look at your buddy here, Chase Elliott. He's
Chase had a great race going.
Great run going.
Matt Kenseth, no luck in Vegas this week.
He's not had much luck all year.
And Carl Edwards was the other car involved.
I think there's several cars that might have some damage because there was a lot of cars that were spinning.
See if we can figure out how this started.
Well, they get 4 wide, Mike. They went in here in a big wide, and they just can't make it.
20 on the inside, the yellow car.
Oh, the 21 dove in behind him. When he got in behind him, that 78 was on the outside of him, just took the air right off him. He did a great job, but unfortunately, Chase Elliott had nowhere to go.
Kurt Busch sliding by.
Kurt Busch, the 19 of Carl Edwards, spins and connects, makes contact with the 24 Chase Elliott. A lot of damage to that 20 car.
They just got all wadded up coming down here in the corner, and I didn't see any way they were going to make it.
You know, this is at that point in the race where nobody's going to check up. Everybody's got to run hard to get every single position they can.
How'd anybody get through that smoke screen behind them?
Well, they've been running in a dust storm, so I guess a little smoke didn't hurt anything.
That's true. Let's ride with Kevin Harvick.
Everybody stay low. Keep coming.
Wow, mayhem behind him.
Kevin certainly had a front row for that one. Yeah, it looked like the 41 tried to get inside the 19, and
no room.
They made no room. They made contact.
Just not any room.
Saw Clint Boyer go down on the apron to miss this. We're going to ride with him next.
Check it out. Get down. Go low as you get. Hurry. Hurry, keep going, clear.
Good job.
Great job by that spotter.
Good job, spotter.
That was Brett Griffin for Clint Boyer. Here's Jamie Mack.
Keep going bottom. You're good. Caution is out.
Jamie had to be careful because he had Dale Earnhardt Jr. right on his inside.
Oh, yeah, they were all wadded up going in there.
Yep, Tyler Green, McMurray's spotter. Nice job. So we are back under caution, and it's for the 6th time today. 26-20.
Oh, trouble for the 48.
Oh, my gosh.
Blew it right front, I think.
I think you're right.
Big hit.
You all right, boss?
Red flag.
Man, that thing just shot right.
The tire looked up to me. What was that? Something, maybe a suspension component or something broke in that right front.
I don't know. The tire looks.
No, the tire is down.
Is it down? It's soft. I think it's sitting on the splitter, and we can't see how.
Jimmy has radioed in. He's okay.
That was a huge lick.
Right in the middle of the corner.
Going, and then just all at once.
What in the world? I just can't imagine what turned that thing straight in the wall. I mean, that was 3/4 of the way through the corner.
Wide open in the throttle right there. Back in the gas.
Now, after it took off, he locked the brake, locked up the left front all the way to the wall.
Watch this thing just all of a sudden, she
can tell it's not really turning something. Yeah. I mean, to me, that's like something the steering broke.
Well, you know, but Jeff, if you watch the car, it got a little wee bit loose. You reckon that when he corrected, he just didn't have time to get it bowed up?
No. He could have still pulled it away from the wall.
Stay up there. That means you got a really good car. Got a little problem down here in turns 3 and 4.
Car up toward the wall. Is that Newman? It is.
Caution's
Ryan
out.
Newman has brought the caution out.
Clear road.
Something dragging hard, and most of the right side and the right front.
This is what always concerns me about this long of a green flag run. You build so much brake heat when we run over 50 laps, especially with a car that's maybe not driving well and the driver's using a lot more brake. You cook the beat of the tire. I would not be a bit surprised if that's not what happened to Ryan Newman in this 31.
Trevor Bayne will get the free pass.
Yeah, I think Larry's absolutely right on that, especially this first run. So, whether it's excessive tire wear or excessive brake wear and heat built up, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I think when I saw the car go by, Jeff, it just looked like maybe a brake heat, and it cooked the beat. That's exactly what Larry was saying. I think he's right.
Yeah.
Heavy damage to Newman's Chevrolet. They have come to pit road. See if they can get it fixed here.
Well, you could almost felt the impact from up here just from that camera angle.
Jeff heard the tire blow out. He jumped over.
The reason we study history is because it often repeats itself. 52 laps into the first run of the day, Ryan Newman hit the turn 3 wall hard, bringing out the caution. Paul Menard, 53 laps into this run, has done the same thing. He says he thinks something broke.
Yeah, it happened pretty early getting down in there, but that is in the braking zone. Hopefully, I mean, it looks so similar to what we saw with Ryan Newman in the 31.
I'm almost certain it's another right front bead.
Now those are teammates. Both cars out of Richard Childress Racing.
Let's rejoin Daryl, Jeff, and Mike.
Thanks, Chris. 87 laps to go. Trouble for Brad Keselowski. Look at all the sparks.
You can. No caution. Inside. Get down if you can. Get down if you can.
And caution.
Do what you got to do. You're leader.
10th place, Keselowski was, but that looks like we got another one of those failures.
Yeah, but this time it's in the right rear, which is very odd.
Oh, yeah, you see the right rear is down on that car.
So the caution will be for debris from Brad Keselowski with 86 laps to go.
See what happened here, Jeff.
Look at it just shred right there going into the travel. Really tough place for that to happen. Great job saving the car right there. This could have been, your day could be done right there. I can't believe he kept it going in a straight line.
Hey, Jeff, he'd been complaining about that car not turning. It makes me wonder, had he been cranking more and more rear brake into it?
And we had gone just about 60 laps, 61 laps under green, when a tire problem Again, this time for Brad Keselowski, puts us under caution.
I'll tell you another thing he's lucky with that right rear. It didn't tear that quarter panel off that car. It's got quite a bit of damage, but it's not ripping it off the car anyway.
Yeah, it certainly has some damage there, which is going to play a big role in the performance.
Now he's right down on the rim because they don't run inner liners on the flat track here at Phoenix.
Yeah, the shorter tracks don't run the inner liners. It's mainly the bigger, faster tracks.
She ebbs and she flows. Kevin had to pass a lap car. Then that time Dale Jr.
Car in the wall,
around.
turn 4, Casey Kane.
Yellow dog, he's up high, 5 car. Nice and easy here, stay low.
Okay, it's a new trend. It's a little later this time.
Or if you can move it, he's about 10 back.
He was running 14th.
Here he comes right here, if you can move.
I was so hoping the kind of year that he's had. Last year was a rough year as well. I was so hoping they were just sort of like we talked about with Matt Kenseth, just going to put a solid finish together. This team really needed that momentum.
You can see that right front. She's down.
Watch the top of your picture on this replay. And the number 5 will come into view there.
And there she goes. She just turned dead right. That tire goes down. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, I'm quite certain it's another bead that melted, and right there in the big load part of the corner it gave out.
So now the question becomes 2 tires or 4. And Greg Biffle, now Larson stopped shy of the pit wall. Red flag is out.
Oh, Larson's
he got loose.
Now he's gotten real loose.
Super loose.
Oh my God.
Oh wow.
And Biffle just
had a big run.
had a big head of steam and couldn't get off of him. I mean,
look how sideways Larson got right there.
I think
I
think Biffle thought he was going to spin down to the inside, and he was able to hang on to it.
I don't know. Well, listen here.
Stay down, easy.
He actually got out of the gas. He saw Larson get loose, and when he got out of the gas, the back of his car turned sideways, and it just sent him right into
I'm pretty sure he thought that 42 was going to spin down the hill, and he was going to clear him on the outside.
I'd also say that it sounded to me like Greg maybe had fresher tires because he was in the gas hard and early.
Yeah.
And Larson obviously was not on fresher tires.
I think Larson was hanging on to that thing, keeping it up next to the wall, and it just didn't come down like Biffle anticipated it was going to.
Chris?
Well, Mike, we heard Kyle Busch complaining about how loose his race car was. That started about 8 laps ago. Finally, he got a little bit into the wall, said he had to come to pit lane because he was wrecking loose. But I did take a look at the tires. The tires look good. They were having issues in practice, though.
Now rookie Chris Buescher has been up in the wall in turn 2.
It's on TV right now. Caution is out.
First caution of the day at lap 27. Buescher was running 17th.
Great break for the 18 car, Kyle Busch, because he had just gotten by our leader, Kevin Harvick, so that'll get him caught back up.
Left rear tire, apparently on Chris Buescher's car.
I just saw the 11 go by with right side damage. Boy, these guys got their hands full around this place.
Left of your screen is Kyle Busch, and around goes Kyle Larson.
Ooh, bam! Oh, big impact. Man, thank God that safer bear is there, but that was still a huge impact.
Second caution of the day, lap 48.
That thing hit head on.
Did you see it go up in the air, DW?
It reminded me of when Denny Hamlin wrecked down here off turn 4 a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I see him moving around inside there.
Goodness.
Now, he has radioed the team and said he's okay. He was running 27th.
Yeah, what'd you say? I said, I'm all right. That one really hurt, though. 10-4, man. Just take your time here.
You can see the left rear tire is cut down there. I don't know if that had anything to do with this or if that happened after, but it's off the tread like that. And you can see the inner liner underneath that.
And this is the car that he wrecked in practice. I think they repaired the car, so same thing similar happened to him in practice. Not this bad, obviously.
All right, let's have a look at what happened to Kyle Larson to bring out this second caution. Top of the screen.
Way up the top up there. Coming.
Oh, yeah, you can just see right there. Left rear tire goes out, and he's
Yep.
lost control. At this moment, he's trying to keep it going straight.
Yep.
Hits the outside wall.
This is the one that's going to hurt.
he's just
Watch this
going
thing
along
come
for the
down
ride.
through here, head on into that inside wall.
Just nothing he can do at this point.
Just hang on. And
straight into the safer barrier.
Watch that safer barrier. Watch that thing flex and shoot that car back out.
Now you're talking about a 3,400-pound piece of machinery lifted all 4 wheels up in the ground and spins it around like a top.
Probably running about 140, maybe 50 miles an hour, even
in the scrub,
at that point, trying to scrub off speed.
As it scrubs off speed, still carrying a tremendous amount of speed.
That's huge.
Here's another look.
Just can't catch. The left rear is down. The car wants to turn right. Hits that outside wall. And watch this safer barrier. I mean, that thing bowed in and it absorbed all that energy. If that is a concrete wall, totally different story.
Kyle Larson climbed out of the car okay. Pit road is open.
In first, you're trying to figure out which is the right lane. When you're in second, you're searching around trying to find their weakness and see if you can't get a move on them. Oh, we got a spin.
Turn 1, up and into the wall, hard.
Wow.
It's Danica Patrick.
Well, you can hear a tire down here.
I was going to say, was that another tire?
It sounds like it.
She was in 19.
She was running 19.
Should I get out? Yes. Get out.
Wow.
That's a hard lick.
Sent some fire inside the cars while she's in a hurry here to get out of the race car.
Hard hit for Danica. Running top 20 on the lead lap. And this happens.
It's on the bottom here.
Underneath Casey Kane. Looks like Casey went to go tuck in behind her and just misjudged it. Got into her right rear, turned her into the wall. Hard impact.
Man, right down the straightaway here. Woo.
All right, let's ride along with Danica Patrick down into turn 1 after contact from Casey Kane.
Remember, all this is happening 190 miles per hour right here at this part of the racetrack.
She's going by Casey here, making the pass, and man, he just picked her in the right rear and turned her into the fence.
Oh.
I gotta believe she might be a little upset with that little move.
Should I get out? Yes.
All right, let's hear Casey Kane's side of what happened here.
Pretty sure I hooked her right there, but I feel like she started coming up the track. I might be wrong. Yeah, both going for the same spot, as far as I can tell.
Spotter Kevin Hamlin for Casey Kane. I didn't see Danica turn the wheel to the right. I saw like she went over a little bump, a little juke. That may have been the initial contact.
Yeah, I'd like to see it again. I thought there was more movement from the 5. Yeah,
I think the 5 made a bigger move than she did. And what I saw, we'll look at it again. You can see she's going by. She catch Casey. She's going by.
He's side drafting her right here.
And I think
she did come up a little, but I like that other angle that we saw. I'd like to see it again to see if the 5 just got down to her right rear a little. You can see him side drafting her. Look at that move right there. See that move right there was the one that made me think that he started to come down a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't turn the wheel as we saw, but there was a growing space between her car and the white line. The car was starting to move up a little bit. Casey was coming down.
It just shows you how little it takes, how little impact it takes to turn a car sideways on a straightaway like that.
And we run so close together. I mean, you're inches apart on making a pass like that. And if one moves a little one way and one moves a little the other, you have contact.
You saw the flames. She smelled gas, climbed out of the car quickly, and will join Kyle Larson out of the race.
Oh, another one in the wall in turn 3.
That one's pretty hard. I think that's Chris Buescher.
I think he's going to get down, though, just like the 21 did. He's coming down.
No, it's Kyle Busch.
18.
Coming down. He's going to get on pit road.
No.
Caution.
Caution's out. Wow.
I will be.
18 blue tire or something.
Caution with 2 laps to go. We're going to overtime.
Same thing happened to that car yesterday. Right front. Yesterday it was left front.
You got to believe that he stayed out just hoping that that caution would come out. He knew this was going to ruin his day. If he can stay on the lead lap here, not tear up that right front fender, and get some tires on him, he'll stay on the lead lap and make some moves here on this final restart. Only on 3 tires.
You know what I'd do, boys? I'd get me 2 tires. Just like Carl did last week.
You can go ahead and get you 2.
You
do that.
By the way, you're on your island by yourself right here.
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to see whatever. I'm going to get me 2 tires.
Well, it looks like Kyle Busch's streak of 8 straight top 5s is going to fall today.
Well, he's going for 4 wins in a row yesterday in the Xfinity Series. That fell on the last lap, and today we got
Eric Almirola slipped up just a little bit. Might have got into Dale Jr. off turn 2.
Yeah, Dale Jr. stuck on the outside here.
Whoa, whoa!
Oh, no!
Around he goes!
Hold the brake, hold the brake, hold the brake. They're still coming underneath you here.
Well,
Wow. Swinging around.
David Reagan and him made contact down the middle 1-2. I think it cut his left rear tire. That's exactly what happened.
I think that's why he spun out, because the car just, I mean, normally he wouldn't have looped that car, but that thing just went around because of that right there.
The tailpipe of the 23, I think, got his left rear.
And earlier, 1 lap before, he and Eric Almirola may have made contact off turn 2. Fighting for 20th here.
You can see David Reagan got the curb a little bit, and he drifted up. And when he did, he body slammed the 88, and it just cut the left rear tire down instantly.
Still there, sure. Might be able to beat him up the corner here.
Well, he's going to lose laps here to get to the pits, get that tire changed, but he's the only car a lap down.
See here?
Riding along with Kevin Harvick here.
And get ready to swing it around. One more car.
Yeah.
Swing it around.
You know, Reagan's trying to stay off of him.
Back it up,
and he just got
Ken.
down there, got on the curb, and just knocked him right up into him.
And just like that, you're 1 lap down.
These teams run camber in the rear tires, and so that inner shoulder, that's the one.
Spin, turn 2. Michael Annett goes around from contact.
Yells out.
Well, that's what you were waiting for. That's Clint Boyer's happy about that, I assure you.
Shame it had to be his teammate.
True.
Oh, this saved a lot of people.
See what happened here to bring out the 2nd caution of the day.
Oh, wow.
Brian Scott right behind him.
Yeah.
See all those marbles up there we were talking about. Let's see if we can get a better view. Here comes Menard.
Oh, Brian just got loose getting into the corner, and he was just correcting, and he got up into the left rear quarter of Michael Annett.
Annett was running 35th, 2 laps down. Ricky Stenhouse will get the free pass. Pit stops as we're under caution. Ricky Stenhouse went around off the front bumper of Regan Smith. And Matt Kenseth beats his teammate to the end of pit road.
That was a drag race. The 18 shot to his timing line about the time the 20 of Kenseth came out. He shot to his timing line, and then they kind of rolled out.
Let's show you what happened down in turn 1. Regan Smith, right side of your screen, the black number 7. There's Ricky Stenhouse.
Yeah, it's interesting what happened there, because the 17 sort of left the door open for him. The 7 dives down in there and then makes contact.
You know what that looked like? It looked like the 7 thought the 17 was going to let him go, and then the 17 decided he wasn't going to let him go. That's one of those spotters things when he says he's inside looking. You got to be more specific.
That's a harder hit than I thought on the left side. That really slapped it.
Hard lick.
Yeah, he got him right in the most vulnerable part of the corner where there's just nothing you can do, and the impact is going to be pretty severe.
Yeah,
and that car has to cut.
Turn down here. Denny Hamlin hard in the wall.
That was a hard hit for Hamlin.
Oh my! I think something happened to the car.
I think, yeah, probably a tire, if I had to guess.
He was running 5th as caution comes out at lap 221.
Man, he
4th
slammed
caution
that
flag.
Just the way the damage looks there, it looks like that would have been a tire.
Going to the garage.
He will join Eric Almirola there, who just pulled into the garage a lap ago.
Sorry, guys. I've never wheel hopped here.
Wow.
Wheel
hop.
Unbelievable. You watch him come down the front here.
Oh my! I mean, he does a heck of a job holding on to it, but still just carrying too much speed there. We saw this happen in qualifying with Trevor Bayne. You drive in, and when you get on the brakes, especially depend on your brake balance. If you got too much to the rear, we get what we call wheel hop. And the rear tires just start to lose grip and chatter going in there. You lose control of the car, can't slow the car down and in the wall.
You're doing about 120, probably 25 miles an hour down that front straightaway.
Wow. And 5-time Martinsville winner and the defending champion of this race. Denny Hamlin to the garage with a lot of damage.
It could be helping him.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it helping him?
It could be letting
turn 2,
down.
Michael Annett. Michael Annett goes around, 6th caution flag of the day. And the second one involving Annett, didn't see if he had any help, which has been the case in all but Denny Hamlin's crash today.
Well, that's pilot. Maybe he had a co-pilot.
Well, there's a lot of helpers out there.
He needs a co-pilot.
And Carl got the pass.
Welcome back, Carl. Welcome back.
Celebrate. My God.
He's got to be
He
excited.
worked hard for that.
Yes, he did.
And long and hard for that. All right, here's what happened to Michael Annett at turn 2. What do we see here? We see Annett loose.
No, he just gets loose.
Looks like
now,
it.
there could have been some contact with the 32 maybe a little earlier back in the corner, but he just gets loose, it looks like.
Boy, I tell you.
Wow, look at the 15 get into the 32, turn him sideways.
Well, he didn't want to hit his teammate.
Well, and he's trying to get by that wreck before he gets caught up in it.
See what happens here.
Oh, yeah, the 32 got in the back of Annett.
I love that spotter. Hey.
What kind of advice was that?
I don't know.
Jamie, he only ran 32 green flag laps there. And in the wall goes Josh Wise. Caution. He had tagged the wall earlier and came in for repair, and now he's up against it, and we're under yellow for the 3rd time tonight.
Yeah, the 30 had actually been in the garage, and saw him almost cause this a second ago.
And to Larry's point, Kenseth has now made his stop, so everybody else will make a pit stop under caution. If Matt does not, then he'll be the leader. There's Josh Wise up and in the wall, turn 3.
Got the car. They'd actually taken it to the garage once and worked on it, come back out.
Pretty hard hit.
Yeah, that was a really hard hit. Look how flat the right side of that car is from that impact.
Got fluid running out of the front of the car, so they require a good bit of cleanup.
Josh is okay and out of the car, waiting for the rest of the field to file by under caution. Then he'll go down to the ambulance, take the mandatory ride to the care center to be checked out.
Now we've got a little bit of a debate going on here.
Well, I would like to say if it goes green the rest of the way, we know Trevor Bayne might try to make it. The question I have is, will anybody else try to make it? How many others will try to make it to the end?
Car in the wall, turn 2. That's Greg Biffle, and he hit hard.
Stay up. Stay up.
Wow.
6th caution.
That thing is killed.
Now what do? Do you come in and get tires?
If you're Trevor Bayne, you do. A lot of waiver rounds. What we have, 14?
Biffle was 17th. He was the 2nd car 1 lap down, and he hits hard.
Oh yeah, he's contact by the 5 of Casey Kane.
Casey Kane.
Biffle, left a little bit of a door open there, was closing it, and the 5 just put it right, there, and there was just no room.
Carl Edwards will get the free pass. That is the 2nd incident for Kane in the last 2 super speedway races.
Yeah, had a little problem in California with Danica Patrick. Similar situation, and here again tonight. I think I like what Cole Pern said. There might just possibly be another yellow.
Well, and I think the longer they run here,
there
the
might
less
just
advantage
be
those
one
tires
right there
are.
off of turn 2.
Oh yeah, this is going to bring it out.
Austin Dillon spins around and crashing behind him.
Still
His
going.
2
Man.
teammates, Menard and Ryan Newman, all get caught up in Austin Dillon.
Somebody got into Austin Dillon. I can't tell who it was.
Jimmy Johnson, we believe.
Wow, I've not seen a melee like that on the back straightaway here in a long time.
Well, guess what? We're going to get to see it again.
Yeah.
That was pretty big. That's unfortunate.
Michael Annette involved. Oh, Ricky Stenhouse.
17.
All right, watch the 48
Here's
on the
Dylan
right
up
screen.
here, so we watch him. 48's come behind him. Let's see what happens here.
See the closing rate of those newer tires, right? The 11 kind of got him loose and got him up the racetrack, and then right in front of the 48.
I think you're right.
He comes across right in front of Stenhouse.
Oh, Stenhouse just clipped him.
Nailed him.
That's going to really hurt that left front fender.
I think it's,
look at all three of the Childress cars piled up there.
So you can see the 3 of Austin trying to get down, but the right front of the 11 gets him loose. He goes up the racetrack. Jimmy's checked up sideways, trying not to get into him.
Stay off of him.
Wow, look at that. Amazing save by Jimmy.
Boy, and by Trevor Bain, who got almost sideways.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That
3's like a pinball.
17's pretty bad.
Well, he tried to pull it down in front of the 11. 11 sent him into me, and then I finished him off. For him. You okay on your car? Yeah, I just tapped him. He just tried shutting the door on the 11, and it wasn't going to happen.
And that's the downside
Sliding
to
with
staying
Kevin
out.
Harvick. 20 half back, trying to get a run here inside. Checking up front, watch easy, inside. Keep coming, yellow's out. We get.
Number of drivers have pitted, led by Chase Elliott. Jamie, let's ride with Brian Vickers, who was behind all that.
Clear. Looking low, inside. Got spin here, back it down. Slow down.
Man,
wow,
what a mess.
Let's get one more look. Let's go back to the outside look here.
Now see, if Austin right there could have gotten to the white line, the 11 would have got to him. Maybe loosen him up a little bit, but right here, he just left just enough room, similar to what happened with the 16 and the 5, and it just brought the back end of the car around. He's already on older tires.
I don't think the 11 ever touched the 3. I think the air.
Yeah, I don't know if there's so much
11
contact.
just kind of gets the 3 to up the hill a bit.
Right
You
there,
see
the
him get
back.
loose, and then that gets him up the hill in front of Jimmy, and Jimmy's coming with a head of steam. You see Jimmy's trying to get the thing woed up. He can't. Taps the 3 in the back end, sends him around.
Jimmy was lucky to save it there.
He
Not
was.
lucky.
What a
good
save. Look at Harvick coming through there.
Somebody turned Boyer there in the back, right in front of Menard. And that's where the 14 got all involved, along with Newman and Annette.
All
Let's
3
watch
Childress cars.
and listen.
That last one, I believe, was the 14 making contact with the 3.
There are all of the cars that sustained some or a lot of damage, 13 of them. Kyle Larson will get the free pass. Trevor Bain had a tire violation, uncontrolled tire on that pit stop, but that's a lot of cars to pile up with 38 laps to go in the Duck Commander 500 in Texas.
Yeah.
Jumps to
we got a wreck on the back straightaway.
And that's Ty Dillon.
Wow.
Here he comes at turn 2.
Oh, I see. This car's slowing down, and he comes off of turn 2. Gets a little bit of the apron.
I think that may be what sent him
Loses
around.
it. Oh, he does make contact.
Oh,
Bam.
Landon Castle.
I thought I saw him.
Yeah, he just clipped the apron off 2 there, and that got him loose, and he just slid down the back straightaway right into Landon Castle.
Oh, man, that's a bummer. Innocent victim.
Yes, since the drop of the green flag, the 2 Penske Fords, Logano and Keselowski, have had the best luck in the bottom groove.
Yeah.
One in
Kyle,
the
the
wall.
18.
Right front, I think.
I think he blew a right front tire, man. That thing shot dead right.
Yellows out.
Caution out at lap 52. Kyle Busch running third. Takes a hard hit into the turn 2 wall.
Got the wall. Right side, pretty good. What do we got?
Okay, I'm looking at the steering wheel. The steering wheel looks straight, so I don't think it hurt the suspension that much.
Winner of the last 2 Sprint Cup races and runner-up yesterday, Kyle Busch. Watch the 18.
And Mike, think about this. Think about when you run close to the wall, you don't hit it as hard because you don't get all that momentum going up to it. So he was pretty close, bounced off that safer barrier, looked at the steering wheel. I don't think it hurt the car that much.
You heard that noise before you heard it hit the wall.
They're still green.
Yeah, you heard it pop.
Oh yeah, you can see it's down right there. It got a little bit loose right before that, and I wasn't sure if he corrected, but you could see and hear, just like you guys said, that right front pop.
So David Reagan is the car in the free pass position as we watch this battle for 6. Trouble,
Whoa.
turn 2. Ricky Stenhouse goes around.
Come out here.
The caution is out, and the free pass will go to David Reagan.
Missed it by 1. Mike, I went over last night. There's a patch off of turn 2 over there that's a little bit different texture than the rest of the racetrack, and when you hit it, it's slick and it can cause you to get loose. I think that's what happened to Stenhouse.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah. It's definitely out there.
Is that the way you saw it?
I saw it. I was out there kind of scouting last night myself.
Watch 34 at Chris Buescher.
He got loose pretty early there, DW.
Yep.
Yeah, he didn't get to the patch.
To me, it looked like he came out of the brakes and really let the car roll, and his car, he likes to run his car loose, and it just came around right there.
Chris Buescher got a little damage in that one, trying to avoid Ricky Stenhouse. Truex looking low on Brian Scott. Regan Smith ahead. Spin, turn 2. Kyle Busch again.
Around again. I don't think he hit anything.
Caution waves for the 3rd time today.
I don't look.
No, 34 just fucking bailed in the corner there and picked our rear wheels up.
Oh.
Yeah,
wow.
I know he didn't hit the wall, and I don't know if something hit him or not.
Someone just might be that Chris Buescher in the 34 coming.
Well, there's a lot of cars in front.
Out.
Yeah, you got to check up right here.
Yeah,
41 his brother.
The 34.
And they just pile drived him.
The 34 of Chris Buescher just came in there with a bunch of speed. It's a domino effect when that first car checks up. We see this happen quite often here at Bristol.
Woo, missed into that pit wall, barely.
I'm not really sure what caused. I don't know if the 5 came up on the 21 and had to check up earlier before they come off of turn 4. What caused that whole line to slow down? But obviously, when it got back to the 34, he just couldn't slow. Yeah, there you go. The 21 kind of slid up in front of those guys.
Vince, pit stops.
Martin Truex Jr. coming to pit road. Truex pitting from the 2nd position.
Hard up in that outside groove and force him. Oh, as we see Matt Kenseth in the wall. I think he blew a right front.
It sure did look
just
like
that 18 car.
Sure did look like it.
Caution flies for the 5th time.
Man, this guy just has not been able to catch a break this year.
But trust it. Look, when the 18 hit the wall, he didn't hit it that. I mean, I know it hit it hard, but it didn't hurt it bad.
Yeah,
and I don't think they got that big a deal here. They put the tire back on. I think he's going to be okay.
Now, while we were away, Chase Elliott had a vibration, perhaps a loose wheel. He made a pit stop and went a lap down. Chase Elliott went 2 laps down. And here's a look. Watch the 20.
Yeah, it blew pretty early as he
but see how close
into
you're
one.
so. It's always. I always think of Richard Petty always said, "I run close to the wall because if something happens, I don't hit it that hard." Here are 2. He and the 18 are 2 perfect examples of what he was talking about.
You can almost see that right front drop down right before it hits the wall, and that's usually a pretty good indication that it blew a right front tire.
That interliner is saving these guys.
Deciding who winds up winning this race. And that's your mid-race report. You're watching Fox NASCAR with a car in the wall, and it's Kyle Busch with more problems. An adventurous first half with a couple of wins this year, 5 Bristol wins, and a rough afternoon, Michael.
Yeah, and this damage is much more significant than the first time Kyle hit the wall. This could be the end of the day. You can see oil coming out from under the car.
Now let's head back upstairs to Jeff, Darrell, and Mike.
A similar incident to what happened to Kyle Busch before. The car went into turn 2 from turn 1, high on the racetrack, just went straight up to the wall. But this looked like a considerably harder hit.
Much harder. You see the right front all rolled up under the fender there. So this one did a lot of damage. They're going to have to do a lot of repair to get him back in the race.
Yeah, and I would be concerned if I'm the 20 of Matt Kenseth too. These types of problems with right fronts don't fix themselves throughout a race.
It's got to be a camber issue, and you put too much camber on those right front tires, you're going to use them up.
Pace, half straight to red.
You can see him clench and hold on tight.
Keep it up there. Another right front.
He knew that impact was coming. That one looks a little bit more like the 20, but that was a significant impact.
Very hard.
Pit road's open, Vince.
Jimmy Johnson into the top 5 and
Seeing some smoke coming out of this 41.
Trouble front straightaway. Casey Mears gets turned around, colliding with Allmendinger.
Wrecker behind us here.
What a save by Casey Mears.
They were 3 wide off turn 4 here with a 47 in the middle, and I think he got into the 13. Restart's good, no problem.
Yeah, the restart, there was no penalty on the restart. You have to start within the zone. And they were 3 wide coming off turn 4. Keep an eye on the 13.
Trouble for the 48. Watch this, Mike. Though we're 3 wide right here coming off turn 4, and they start just kind of bouncing off each other a little bit. You see 47 get into the 46. That shoots him over into the side of Casey Mears 13. And how in the world?
He picks up the banking right here. Nice job on the throttle, spinning the rear tires.
Roof flap came up.
Dirt tracking.
Yeah, baby, that was a nice save.
Hey, Casey Mears' dad, Roger, one of the best off-road races ever. That apple didn't fall far from the tree.
No, proud of that, wasn't he, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, that was just kind of putting it into a position that maybe...
Watch it, come on, watch 13 here. Watch him, come on.
Maybe just was too tight.
Yeah, you can do 3 wide. You can do 3 wide, but everything has to go perfect, and it didn't go perfect there.
Now, how'd Jimmy Johnson get damaged and all that?
Checking up right there, you see him. I think he got hit by that black car up high.
It's like the front bumper of the 31 and the 48 just hooked.
Yeah.
It's hard to avoid even casual contact here.
I know what I'd be telling Carl if I was Dave Rogers. We don't have the same thing the other 3 had. We got something totally different.
Well,
no!
Turn 4, Almirola into the wall. Hard.
You're going to slide down, stay low, yellow.
Hard contact. Got a good shot there.
You know, that was the 78 of Mark Truex Jr., who just came down pit road to put those tires on because of the loose wheel. He made an aggressive move with newer tires, made contact with the left rear of the 43 and spun him around.
Eric Almirola was running 19th. On the lead lap, he's
Watch
the 43.
the 78 dive in here.
Yep.
And he gets a little bit loose. He comes up, and then the 43 comes down, and they just make contact.
Yep. One going up, one coming down, one going around.
And a bunch of them trying to avoid.
Here it is in real time. And A.J. Allmendinger gets the free pass. 12th caution of the day. Pretty heavy damage to Richard Petty's Ford.
No bacon for Truex.
Yeah, I don't know if that's good or bad.
All right, Castle to the bottom there.
Whoa!
Well, there it is. There it is.
And there goes Dylan hard into the turn 2 wall.
Now caution.
This time we have a caution.
Boy, Castle used him.
I mean, he just ran over him.
He body slammed him.
He just ran over him.
Cut the left rear tire.
All right, let's first go back to when Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Ty Dillon got together. Now remember, both these cars are on the lead lap. They're fighting for position.
Watch this.
Junior gets a big run on him.
Just up the hill he goes. And
he basically did the same thing as what Landon Castle just did.
And here's what just happened is Dillon battled Landon Castle.
Now Landon gets loose here. He really didn't want to get into him. He got loose, got aggressive with it.
Man.
And Martin Truex Jr. gets the free pass and gets back on the lead lap.
This guy's always right with 25, 30 laps to go. They just kind of unplug things.
Yeah,
Chase took a little more time getting through traffic, and Kevin is right there.
Yeah, this is, Harvick got real loose. He's
46.
got a problem. Does he have a problem?
Around goes Annette after contact.
All right, now let it roll, let it roll. No caution, let it roll. Caution's out.
You know who this is going to hurt?
Who's he going to hurt?
I think it's going to hurt the 24.
Yeah, because he's going to be starting on that inside lane.
Yep.
And did Kevin Harvick get up and into the wall there?
Yellow's gone on the right sides as well here.
Exactly. You can't see the letters on the right front tire.
It's got loose.
Here's what happened.
Yeah, he's wanting to put that pressure on the 24 car.
Drove it in there really, really hard and just got that spot.
Yeah, he just that's weird. Oh, and he's the one that ended up getting into the 46. I didn't realize that's what caused that wreck.
Yeah, he kind of just ricocheted off that outside wall.
Bad timing for Annette, unfortunately.
Watch this.
That's it. Go get him. Easy inside.
I got him.
You, Kevin. No yellow yet.
Michael Annett was in a bad spot there.
He's just riding along.
Right.
All of a sudden, Kevin Harvick comes off the wall loose and hits my right front and spins me around.
He's all right.
Restarts.
Boy, Chase better do something.
Yeah,
Don't
he's going to have to get in behind the 41.
Turn 3, Regan Smith. Hard into the wall.
Caution. Breed. Caution.
It's a double whammy for Chase Elliott because he was in second. Now he's in third.
Brad Keselowski had taken the wave around and he went 3 wide. And that pretty much forced the issue in turn 3. Watch the 7. Center your screen. 2 outside of Danica. And things narrow up here in a hurry.
Well, it's just tight racing right there. I mean, the closing rate, a lot's happening at 125, 130 miles per hour right there.
Well, the 2 cars got 4 brand new tires on his car.
To me, the 7 has to know what's going on, and know that those 2 cars are side by side. That's a spotter, mirror, and just Bristol issue.
And made an extra stop. Jamie?
Well, Jeff, as you said, we haven't talked a lot about lug nuts. Well, it bit the 78 once again, a right rear loose wheel, and we have trouble on the track. It's Tony Stewart,
Yeah,
guys.
the left rear is down.
Caution's out for a flat. Just trying to limp it in her.
They were saying that he had a tire rub, and that tire went away.
Yeah, you can see back here on the left rear quarter panel where that's been pushed in. Right there, that knot is kind of what got that tire.
Yeah, we've seen cars really bumping and banging a lot on restarts, jockeying for position, and unfortunately that contact that was made with the 14 is going to cost him.
Stewart was 21st, 1 lap down.
He did a great job staying out of the wall here when the tire does go down.
Here's the restart.
Joey Logano behind Tony here, and
oh man,
yay!
Boy, don't give Logano an inch. He took advantage of that. I think Tony was maybe blocking the outside to prevent what happened between Chase Elliott earlier when he took him 3 wide on the outside. And boy, Logano just went straight up the middle, made contact, and that's all it takes. That slight amount of contact, that fender bent in like that, cuts the tire in a hurry.
Joey shot the gap.
And guess who benefits? Logano gets the free pass.
Oh,
goodness.
Oh, that's tight. Ooh, that's really tight. Yikes.
And that was Ryan Newman caught in the middle and going back.
Does he have a problem? I think he's got a loose tire.
He's got a tire.
Round he goes.
Left rear tire.
Boy, just that amount of contact over there through 1 and 2. Cut that left rear tire down.
Rear looks like flat left rear.
How about those waiver rounds, though, boys? That's going to help a couple of guys. That's going to help several people.
Yes, Danica Patrick and Austin Dillon get back on the lead lap.
Good
and
call.
We'll have to wait and see who the free pass car is.
That is why you take the risk to do the wave around.
He's right down at the bottom of your screen.
Is that right in there? Yeah,
yes.
and he's 3 wide here.
Oh, I know exactly what it was.
Got
it's
him.
the tailpipe on the right side of the 42.
Bam.
Got into that left rear, and that will just cut it immediately.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Around he goes.
It's kind of a double-edged sword, really. You get hit by a car, and the tailpipes get, and the tire pressure is really, really low.
You can see those tailpipes down at the bottom of the rocker panel.
Tailpipes are right in there, and they're flush with the side of the car. Matter of fact, they stick out just a skosh, and you can see that's right where all the damage was.
It even caught the side skirt.
Yep.
There it went.
Trouble. Caution flag, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Brings out the first caution of the day.
Oh, it just comes around. This is just like what happened in Daytona.
Same thing at Daytona. The car just comes around on him.
Unfortunately, he also gathers up teammate Casey Kane.
I think when that 2 went by, it just sucked him around.
I'd say DW is a combination. The 2 is on the outside of him, and when that 14 came up.
No! Come on, man. Ah!
Contact. 2 other cars go around. Here's what Martin Truex Jr. had to say.
Coming right into the...
Back straight away. A big hit, and Jimmy Johnson goes spinning.
Down. Busher. Oh, man.
Chris Busher on his lid. Logano turned the 48, And Buescher goes for a big tumble.
I didn't think that thing was going to stop rolling there for a second, DW.
Good.
It's been a while since we've seen one do this. We've seen it plenty of times here in Talladega in the past.
One thing I've noticed, I don't see a roof flap. Didn't come open yet.
Is for a two-car crash. Dale Earnhardt Jr. for the second time today with Carl Edwards, and Jr.'s car is aflame.
Oh, man.
Damage from the last caution.
Oh, man. He had a tire go down or some kind of a failure there.
Yeah, right front. Looked like he had some damage.
Everybody.
They're still running into each other. Newman's on fire.
Check up, check up, check up, check up.
Oh, gosh.
Let's ride with.
So he must have had a lot of damage to the splitter.
Middle 3, check up, check up, check up, check up, check up, check up, check up. Check up, come on. Let it roll up, let it roll. Check up, check up, check up.
Oh, there.
And around she goes into Kenseth.
Man. Oh, gosh.
Up in the air and into the wall hard.
Man, Kenseth.
Man, I thought he was going to catch the catch fence back there.
There's McDowell into the 43 of Eric Almirola.
Look at that
And
thing.
up goes Kenseth.
It's like a feather.
Fully, he got everything pulled in when they started heading for him.
I guess it wasn't Danica that got the force.
Two of them. Keselowski to the line. Caution has waved with Keselowski the leader, and crashing are Harvick, Allmendinger, Stenhouse. Contact between Truex and Allmendinger, and then Cole Witt turns Kevin Harvick up and into the wall, and Stenhouse at the world's fastest junkyard. Brad Keselowski, Roger Penske, and Ford win it.
Trying to give it more a tick on the tight side to keep up with this racetrack as it continues to change throughout the night.
Caution is out. A car brushed the wall in turn 4. Might have been Cole Witt who ends up on pit road slow after the caution comes out, but I don't see any damage there. Let's have a look. That is Matt
DiBenedetto. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right as that was happening, Cole Witt was trying to get to pit road, carried too much speed and missed it as well.
I'll say this to you, Mike Joy, before it happens. Green flag stops are close within the next 8 to 10 laps.
No, Larry, caution is out. Larry?
Thanks, Larry.
You did it to yourself this week. Now, Paul Menard hit the wall in turn 2.
Not real hard.
He was running 20th.
On a splitter here. Leader is...
Danica Patrick will get the free pass on this, the third caution flag of the night. And folks, if you're not in on the joke, this is the third week in a row that I've asked Larry, when are we going to have pit stops? And it turns out right now, caution's out.
Let's see what happened to the 27 here. It's really up high. You see there, I heard him say he backed it in, and you see the back of the car scraping along the wall there. Not a tremendous amount of damage as I was looking at the car on our screen here.
That's the advantage of being up in the high line when you spin out. You don't have far to go to hit the wall, so he did an excellent job just brushing it. I think you're right, DW. Not a lot of damage.
Boy, Hamlin got a great launch off the outside.
He's going to go up the middle. Look at this, 3 wide.
Well, Kyle Larson wasn't going anywhere. Hamlin had to make himself some room.
No!
Oh,
that
no!
Isn't gonna work.
Lock it down right there if you can.
Are you kidding me?
How crazy was that when the 2 cars started to spin? It's like it took the air off the 11.
What in the world?
That was one of the wildest spins I've ever seen by 2 cars that weren't really touching one another.
Yeah, but when you go in that corner 3 abreast.
Risk versus reward.
My.
Hamlin went for the split.
He did.
Didn't turn out too good.
That was a 7-10 split in the Go Bowling 400.
I just think he drove in the corner so hard, there's no way you just can't make it.
Yeah, but why did the 2 spin? That's the thing. He started to spin, then all of a sudden, it's like the air off the 42 sucked the 11 at the same time.
Let's take a look at this and see if we can figure out what. Here's 11 right here in the middle, trying to go 3 wide. He gets up in there,
It's a bold move, really aggressive. I mean, I like the idea.
You see that? A 22 gave the 42 a shot.
He sucks the 2 around, but look how it turned him.
Sucks
the 2 right around, and the 11 goes into the 42, and here comes Logano, and bam, right into the 11.
Joey Logano, wrong place, wrong time. Everybody else trying to check up here.
I think they were packing air.
They were moving air.
But moving some air.
Here's another look.
Watch his 2 car. He just comes around. There he goes around, but then that just shoves the 11 sideways, and he goes up into get into
I understand why the 2 got sideways. I just never could imagine why that 11 turned sideways like that. But hey, that's the risk you're going to take when you take it 3 wide in the middle.
All the drivers are out of their cars and okay. Those that did not come back around to the garage. There's one more look.
Goodness gracious. Right here is bold. I mean, you're going in here.
Well, the 42 didn't get off turn 2 well. Hamlin didn't want to lift.
I can't blame him.
No.
You know, he's been in the back all day. He's been wanting to mix it up with these leaders, and now here he is. He had the opportunity.
Matt Kenseth, Kurt Busch scoot through. So does Harvick, Blaney, and Dillon.
Wow.
Remember, this is the advantage you also have by having a win and already being locked into the chase. You can take big risks like that. I know you don't like that, DW, but
all right, you're riding with
kind of action. Trying to go 3 wide bottom, 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 3 wide. Take.
Whoa, look at this.
Like that. Oh, gosh.
Hold the brake.
There's obviously oil down. Going to take out her teammate Tony Stewart as well.
Unbelievable. 2 teammates. Tony's car is pretty hurt.
And the last thing Tony Stewart wanted was an impact.
Yeah, and then of course we call this a self-cleaning track, and you can see why, because the banking, there's 9 degrees of banking, even on these little straightaways, that just shoots you right down the track in the wall.
What I don't understand, DW, is why is the one, oh, look at the damage on the right side of the 1 car.
I believe from the fire I saw come out from under Danica's car.
He's made heavy contact with the outside wall.
I think that fire tells me you can see all this oil right here that's on the track. That came out of Danica's car, so either the engine let go or an oil line or something was off the car.
Checking to make sure Tony's okay.
When you hit the right side like that with the cage part of the car, nothing gives.
Now, Tony will be the second car after Danica.
Back here.
Yeah, there he is.
And here he comes.
And here's the first hit.
And he gets...
Damn, that's a solid hit.
Look at McMurray right behind him, even harder. Yeah.
Even more speed.
Now Tony's trying to get it. He's in the oil. He can't do anything here. He hits it again.
The 1 car comes to a stop. Luckily, the 1 didn't make another impact, but unfortunately, Tony did.
That's hard.
So that's 3 impacts for Tony against the safer barrier. And
just a really strange incident. You just don't see that very often.
You have to find out.
Prior to schedule. Oh, car came off the wall backstretch. Coming off turn number 2.
Caution's out, guys. Caution's out.
That will be Matt DiBenedetto, and he will bring out the caution at lap 119.
Wow, a lot of damage to that car.
I think this is really going to hurt the 11 car on pit road.
I believe DiBenedetto came off 2, hit the outside wall, then came in and hit the inside wall.
I think this is a bad idea to have stopped. I think he could have rolled around there and maybe stayed on the lead lap for the 11 car.
Oh, I don't know. That car is pretty killed.
Yeah, the leader's coming off turn 4 here. He's going to get out ahead of the leader.
We talk about this track being a monster. It eats up race cars when you lose it on the straightaway.
Right. Here's what happened to Matt DiBenedetto.
Oh, he's getting real wide. Did he blow right front tire?
Yeah, it never turns, Jeff. That thing straight up the hill into the wall. That's definitely looks like a right front tire.
Luckily, he caught the safer barrier there. Yep. And then at that point, everything's damaged so badly. Guessing it's going to bring him down to the inside safer barrier.
Wow. Not sure who that was right behind him, but what a nice save.
Yeah, something definitely broke or failed on that car. There's no doubt about that.
I think it's a right front tire. Look pretty.
And that's what he said on the radio, Darrell. The right front tire let go. Brigham Smith has limped his Tommy Baldwin Chevy back to the garage. after hitting the wall with the rear of the car at turn 4. Trevor Bayne will get the free pass on this, the third caution of the day.
We heard on the radio that he said something broke on the car. He's coming off turn 4 here, or just about ready to, and the car did just spin around with him. Not sure what the problem might be.
Something may have broke, but it definitely broke traction getting in there.
For sure. It could have been a rear end problem.
Jamie.
Kurt Busch pits from 4th place. Right sides is the call.
Carnwall, turn 3. Austin Dillon.
Austin Dillon up the hill and then the outside wall hard.
It broke way back in the front stretch. I don't know what it was.
Well, we keep hearing drivers talk about things that are breaking.
Well, this racetrack, I mean, it is brutal on the cars.
You can tell it looks like it's laying down the right front. Yeah, something in the suspension.
I think about this. Paul Menard in an RCR Xfinity Series broke something in the right front on Friday in practice. I know for a fact that they were all running the same front end package here this weekend.
Yes.
5th caution of the day, lap 183. Clint Boyer should get the free pass on this caution flag.
Straight to the garage with that baby.
So Dillon limps it back to the garage. And the replay will be our AAA full throttle ride with Austin Dillon in the AAA Chevy.
Inside.
You could just hear it laying down on the splitter.
I heard you saw rubber flying up off the thing before it got up into the wall.
I don't know if the right front tire went down or some component in the suspension broke there, but you could hear it down on the splitter before it ever got to the corner. There's no chance it was ever going to turn.
Caution at Dover. It looks like something blew up on Reed Sorensen's car. And caught in the melee were Jimmy Johnson and Kevin Harvick. Maybe no damage to either car, but they both had to spin as Sorensen had trouble there. Here's a look.
The 48 spins, probably gets in the oil right here, and then the Ford just had to come to a complete stop. See the 48 back here spins. Here's Harvick right behind him. 48 goes down, and the Ford just stops to keep from hitting him.
Yeah, you could see the 48 was right in the tracks of that oil that came off of Reed Sorensen's car, and it just broke loose on him. The Ford, he just stood on the brakes to stay out of it.
Now, Jimmy Johnson said the splitter went off into the grass. That's possibly the only damage he has. Let's ride with Harvick.
Watch that 48 car up here.
Stay low. He's spinning. He's up high, but he's going to come down, Kevin. Just watch him up there. Easy now. Easy.
Whoa.
The apron. Outside. Easy. Outside.
Unfortunately, because he came to that stop, I don't know if he stalled it, but he definitely lost a lot of positions because he stopped, even though he didn't have any damage.
Okay, 10-4. He's coming down, back it down. He's going to come down the track. Stay low. Stay low. I'll go above him. Watch out. One out. Clear high. Clear.
Stay low. Okay, go high. It's going to be a good shot.
Whoa, Carl Edwards caught a little bit of that oil as well. You saw him wiggling, trying to stay out of it. 24 car is the one that really made some gains there.
But the 48 did get a little front end damage. I don't know if it hurt the nose or not, but he did make contact with that, whatever that black car was.
That 2 car defending that second position. Excellent job. Uh-oh.
Whoa, Michael Annett pounds the wall.
That was a huge inside wall hit right there.
We are back under caution at lap 225.
Goodness gracious. So glad they got that safer barrier down on that inside wall now.
Eric Almirola, 2 laps down, should be the free pass car. In the vicinity of Brian Scott and Jamie McMurray, here's what happened to the 46, Michael Annett.
Coming off turn 4 here.
Yeah,
ooh,
looked like contact.
Looked like McMurray might have got up the hill just enough to get in the side of the 46 car, and that sent him sailing. Bam, bam.
That is right about where Danica Patrick ended up in the wall after that crash very early in Friday practice.
Yeah, Mike, your car is really loose and light right there coming up out of the corner, and all it takes is just a little touch, and it'll send you sailing, send you around.
It looked like McMurray was so focused on trying to get ahead of the 44 of Brian Scott and maybe thought he was going to tuck in right behind the 46, just misjudged it, got into his quarter panel and sent him around.
And it's been almost a year since Truex last went to victory lane last June, as a matter of fact. Now the team knows Truex used up a lot of tires getting past the 42, and we've got trouble on the track, guys.
Tony Stewart appears to have blown up. That's Chris Buescher spinning in the oil in turn 2.
Yeah.
And we're under caution for
Track
the
bar
10th
mount or
time.
something here.
Oh, he thinks he broke a track bar mount.
Wow.
You can see the
If I
back
bring it
end
down to
moving
it, take a look
around.
at it.
And our
It is the
leader,
track. It's got to be the track bar.
our leader just missed Tony Stewart.
Mike, and this doesn't help Tony Stewart at all because he needs all the points he can get to get into the top 30. That's one obstacle he has to overcome.
You can see it smoking. That's usually the rear end housing has moved around
Yeah,
and
it's sliding around.
gone to the left and is rubbing the fender well, but it doesn't.
I'm not sure about
it doesn't
that.
exactly make sense why the 34 spun out.
Not sure about that one.
Is it possible that maybe it could have broke some kind of a line in the rear end?
2 of the Stewart-Haas cars had problems in practice with rear ends. Danica Patrick's that caused that big wreck, and Kurt Busch's, but Greg, was it Zippy who said they were going to change all of those center sections, get rid of the new parts in all their cars.
He's definitely laying down.
That's rear end grease.
Yeah, he's definitely laying down fluids.
I see that that's rear end grease, and the car smoked all the way into the garage. That would not be a track bar. That's a
track
gear.
bar. Oh, look at Martin Truex Jr., our leader, slide through the oil here. Oh, what an amazing job he did of keeping that car out of the wall and going straight.
Oh, my gosh. They only have 2 tires, so that's going to be interesting here, guys.
Everybody from second row back got 4. Green flag.
Whoa!
No, Johnson's out of it.
Big wreck.
Can't go.
Big wreck going to happen here on the front straightaway.
No, man. You are kidding me?
Look at who came out front, though, on the back straightaway. Matt Kenseth and Larson.
And Kyle Larson.
Gosh.
There are just no words to describe what just happened.
The 48 couldn't go, and he just backed everybody
I don't
up.
think he spun the tires. It looked to me like either something broke or he didn't get it into third gear.
It just, he never took off.
Well, yeah, he couldn't go, and everybody behind him couldn't stop.
No.
Matt.
Jimmy Johnson just told Chad Knaus it was locked in gear. The car would not go. Something either in the drive line or transmission. He said something definitely amiss. It just simply would not go.
Let's have a look first from the Goodyear blimp. The red flag is out at Dover. The front straightaway pretty well blocked. So here's the restart.
It's a
Watch
nice
the 48
jump here.
Yeah, he starts to go, but it looks like when he shifts.
That's where he shifted third.
Third, and it just didn't, something happened.
And then here comes trouble.
It's on from there.
Look who this takes out. The 78, the 4, 47. All these cars piling in there. Nowhere to go. Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Bam, right into the 24.
Kyle Busch.
Going to be easier to tell you who's not involved.
Goodness gracious.
The 2, the 11.
Let's ride with Kevin Harvick.
Green flag, all rolling. Second out, check it. Go low, hold your line.
And then he gets pile driven from behind.
He almost got through it. You could hear him kind of throttling through it, and then somebody got into the back of him.
All right, let's ride with Ricky Stenhouse.
Did the one break?
Next, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
From the mark. Steady. Rolling good. Your outcoming's rolling really good. Rolling just fine. Up here. Second. Go low. High. Come on, high. Keep coming. Go.
Ooh, that was a big impact right there. You could hear it and see it.
Can, buddy.
Man, that was hard.
Very hard impact.
Holy smokes. It just looks like when he went to third gear, Jeff, that it either broke the gear or they never went. I don't know what happened.
Just wouldn't come out of second. It was stuck in second.
Shift.
I don't know what would cause it to do that.
And then back where Allmendinger and Newman were, everybody was coming full throttle.
Oh yeah, you're winding it up in third gear. You're getting up. You got a lot of speed at that point.
From pit road, from the handheld cameras. Well, Martin Truex electing to restart on the outside was just a bad draw.
Yeah, I don't think the way that turned out, I'm not sure that it would have made a whole lot of difference.
Kenseth got a good jump.
Look at Kurt Busch battling out there on the outside of the 19. Whoa! Wrecked down the back straight with a 19.
Kidding me? Big wreck behind you. Caution south. Caution south.
Well, we knew that it might be a little wild and crazy here at the end.
Yeah, that would hurt. Damn, man. Give me a break. Who was that?
That was Kyle Larson.
What an idiot. As long as you're all right.
I thought that the 19 maybe got a little loose as he got to him, but obviously Carl feels different about it.
I think I might agree with Carl.
You can be assured one thing right now with the day that Kyle Larson's been having, he's not going to check up.
No, not now.
Miles the Monster acting like he's not had a meal all year.
No, I tell you.
He ought to be full after this.
He turned into Jaws. I think he turned into Jaws today.
There's Larson on the right coming up behind Edwards.
Yeah, he got a little loose.
Yeah, you know what? I think you're right. I think Carl got a little loose.
He was under the 41. That sucked him around just a tiny bit. The back end stepped out ever so slightly, and he had to check up, and the 42 just had momentum.
Yeah, he's sideways, and Larson's on the gas.
Now, wait a minute.
I mean, I understand Carl saying, hey, cut me a break. You know, he's saying, yeah, I got a little loose, and I need you to maybe check up a little bit. And he blocked him a little bit, too. He definitely ran a low line there.
Yeah.
Pow.
That is look at that safer bear. Look at, oh my gosh, how the car looks
vicious hit.
back.
Mean.
Imagine that. No matter how good a shape you're in, that would hurt.
It picks you up off the ground. You've had a hard hit. All right. I think I might, I thought Larson maybe had gotten into Carl and caused this, but I'm not so sure it didn't start, and Larson was just a part of it.
So much for our front bumper camera.
Back 42, trying to back air.
Kind of hear those tires break loose on the Carl's car.
You know what else I saw there? The 41 about got in the wall and checked up, and I think possibly allowed the 42 to get by him.
And let's hear what Kyle Larson had to say.
Did you touch him or did you just lose it?
I touched the 19. I don't know if what happened outside of me. I don't know. They must have got into each other and he swerved down into my right front. I mean, I feel bad if that was my fault, but I don't think it was.
No. Let's ride with Ryan Blaney.
Take a nap, Miles.
Outside, one outside, one outside, one outside. Check up, come on, check up, come on.
Oh,
that was close.
Great driving right there.
You're all good, right?
For both of those drivers, very fortunate the 19 didn't come up and make contact with the 21.
I think there's a lot of decisions to be made on that. Here's straight away out now.
Michael McDowell comes sliding off turn 4 through the grass of the quad oval and finally ends up back on the pavement right near the start-finish line. Just a big single car slide for McDowell, who was in 15th place. Everybody's still on the lead lap, so no free pass.
Yeah, McDowell wanted to keep that car moving and got it out of the grass, got it on the pavement, and was able to drive away. Yeah, just see the car gets loose off turn 4 there, and down into the grass he goes, which is wet and muddy. Woo!
You know, the drivers and the teams in these cars, they make it look so easy, like the cars are just on rails. They're not. They're not. They're on edge just like that, and that's how easy these cars can come around.
Last time we saw somebody do something similar, that was Carl Edwards, remember? And he tore the whole, he won the race and tore his car up all at the same time.
Yeah, he hit a storm drain with the front splitter, and that killed his car. Fortunately, it was after the race.
Drag race to the line.
Oh, he's got him.
I think he might have him. He's got the momentum.
Don't wreck.
They touch. They touch. They're sliding. They're banging. Larson got him.
Oh, my goodness.
Are you kidding me?
Got him.
That was amazing. How they did not wreck is unbelievable.
Guys, that was just to get in the All-Star race.
Larry, I don't care. That's $1 million move, brother. $1 million move right there.
I got the 24, just had it right there.
He does until he starts getting crowded up the hill.
This reminds me of Ricky Craven and Kurt Busch at Darlington.
Kind of reminds me of Larry and Kyle Petty here a few years ago. Davey Allison. Wow. What a finish.
Well, now Chase Elliott's going to have to depend on that fan vote.
Well, if you could vote right now, I'd for sure give it.
Right here, he pushed him up the hill, in the wall, hanging together, and they never lifted.
That is what this race is all about right there.
Watch this right here. Bam, in the wall, broke his momentum, and then he's just got him sideways right here.
That is incredible.
Bam, and they never lifted. I mean, all the way to the line.
Here's Matt. Here's Brad. Spin, turn 2.
Didn't hit anything.
Jamie McMurray. Caution waves.
Now, were they on pit road? Will this be considered a stop? They could take 4 tires maybe right here.
Yeah, they were on pit road under green flag conditions. Yeah, they could go ahead and get their 4, but I think it's a moot point, Jeff, because they're going to have to change 2
they got to come
in this segment.
That's very true.
So Keselowski, Kyle Busch, and Edwards on pit road at the time of the caution for Jamie McMurray.
75 took 2 rights. That's all he did.
Just to throw a monkey wrench in the works. Huh?
Wouldn't you know it, right when we're coming to the window?
We said it to be Stock Car Racing's night of surprises, and so far it is. Here's Jamie McMurray, turn 2.
Man, what the heck?
Something was smoking.
That didn't look good.
I don't know if he cut a tire. Looked like he cut a right rear tire, maybe.
Larry, didn't they have some track bar issues at?
Well, here's their radio.
The motor was running backwards. I blew a tire.
Spun it and the motor turned over backwards.
Said he blew it right. It looked like that right rear tire. Yeah, for sure.
Now, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is the first car 1 lap down. He'll get the free pass. Oh, Kurt way up the racetrack.
Not good.
About to get crowded.
Not good.
Oh, he's coming to pit road 24. I think he. Oh,
trouble.
Crash.
Run behind him.
Matt.
Tony Stewart. Casey Kane. All torn up.
I think the 24 was thinking to come to pit road right there. When he slowed down, it just stacked them all up.
Guys, a little bit. Tony Stewart, we need to see, make sure he's okay here, because that was a pretty hard lick. He got hit the wall and got hit pretty hard there, so we need to get him out of this car. A lot of smoke. When the net's down, that's a good sign. I think he's okay, but I just wanted to. Don't need to take any chances with him.
Now watch Chase Elliott as Tony Stewart climbs out under his own power. Boy, that's good news.
Yeah, he jumped right out of that car. He's fine.
Big round of applause from the crowd for Stewart.
Good for him.
Watch the 24, right side of your screen on the inside.
Starts to roll up here. Looks to me like he's thinking about coming to pit road.
Yep.
Miraculously, he didn't get hit, but further back.
Was there contact between Trevor Bayne and Matt Kenseth? That's the question.
Yeah, he did get a little bit of damage on the right rear quarter.
See the 5 car that really hit Tony Stewart in the left front there. That's what had me a little worried. But yeah. Tony jumped right out of that car. He was fine.
Guys,
what about poor old Matt Kenseth?
Riding with Harvick.
Rolling on the bottom. Watch ahead here. You're still rolling. All stay. Watch it. It's easy.
I'm almost wondering, come on.
Either Matt Kenseth snapped loose or he got a bump from Trevor Bayne.
Or he checked up a little bit because he saw the 24 was pitting.
Yep.
And Trevor couldn't see that from behind.
I tell you, the guy in that 4 car did a heck of a job.
Here's the reaction as Stewart hopped out.
Yeah, he looks fine. He got out of the car, no problem. Crowd's giving him a great cheer. Last time he'll be running the All-Star race. And we didn't want to end like this, but at least he's okay. Yeah, Jeff, that 24 car trying to get down on pit lane there. You see he's got damage on the back of the car there. I'm not sure what was going on, why he was trying to get to pit road, but like you said, I think that's probably what he was trying to do for whatever reason.
A hiccup like this.
Trouble turn 2, guys. Car around.
That's Brian Scott, who had been running up at the top of the racetrack.
Keep it down there, keep it down there.
And he's going to spin to a stop without contact, and that will put us under the second caution flag. Scott was running 24th, 1 lap down here at lap 115.
Old Blaney got pretty lucky on that little deal right there. Truex was just about to put him a lap down.
When you're the leader, DW, you know, you get so frustrated with the car that you're about to lap, fighting you that hard for that position. But it's so important to your entire race if you're Ryan Blaney.
Got to do it.
Let's ride along with Dale Earnhardt Jr.
You can see the yellow car of Scott. Gets up high, has to turn it off the wall, and the back end comes around.
Back it up, let you go high. Keep coming high, keep coming high. Clear, good work.
Well, it's really fortunate that 44, when he caught it, it didn't turn back right up in front of Dale Earnhardt Jr. or
I think it was Kyle Larson that was right on him. Wow.
That was close for Larson.
All twisted up.
NASCAR saying that Ryan Blaney is the free pass.
Here is why we are under caution, Michael Waltrip.
These guys are running right out next to the wall, Chris, and you just step over that line by just a ½ inch, and it could be collecting that outside wall, and that's exactly what happened to Jeffrey Earnhardt there.
In the 32 Can-Am car, and the last rookie to win this race, Matt Kenseth, in 2000, both Chase Elliott.
Joey Logano up by 1.5 seconds to Harvick, Keselowski,
trouble! Oh no!
Matt DiBenedetto.
Caution.
Caution waves at lap 4.
I don't think he hit anything, guys. I think he just spun.
I don't think you got the wall, did you?
Oh, should I come down now?
Yeah, come get tires.
That was coming up. That was in turn 3, where DiBenedetto spun.
Well, they decided not to come in and change tires.
Now he was 34th. Whoa.
He just got
wide.
Yeah,
just got up high, and there's not any grip up there right now. It's dirty, and he just the car come around on him. But he did a really great job of keeping it off the wall.
Well, DW, he was already in dirty air being that far back in the field, so not a lot of grip already, and then he gets wide up into the as you say, the gray, and where there's not a lot of grip on the track, and around it came. But I don't think he hit anything.
I don't either.
No, they were kind of too wide inside him. He took a really wide entry into 3. A little too wide.
Yeah, might not want to do that again.
Has to pay attention to cars coming in.
Spin. Brian Scott. That's at turn 1, and he's brought out the third caution.
You can get it going. Just make sure you got some oil pressure.
Yeah, this is not the caution that Kyle Larson wanted to see right here, because it really messes the strategy up, because, as I said, his window opens about lap 24. That's probably about where we're going to go racing. Now, everyone that just pitted, I do not see them coming back to pit road.
Yeah, you're right, Larry. This is absolutely backfired on him. I'm pretty sure he's going to have to come down pit road.
Brian Scott said as he was downshifting, the car hung between gears.
Ooh. That's not good.
That sounds like what happened to Jimmy Johnson at Dover. You know, he said the car wouldn't go into gear. Similar situation.
Let's watch from Danica Patrick.
All clear by half to 2 wide. Still clear by 1. Still up there.
I don't know if it went into neutral or if it wouldn't come out of 4th gear, but there's a good chance that maybe it went into neutral, wouldn't go into into 3rd gear.
Kind of what it sounded like.
It looked like he just carried way more speed than he was expecting. The car went up high and eventually came around.
Yeah, he made a little contact with the wall, got a little right rear damage.
DW couldn't get her woe down. 3 wide. Oh no, Stewart.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Good grief.
Tony Stewart hard in the wall, off Danica Patrick perhaps.
Who else got in there? Oh man. These restarts. I mean, you got to say, sooner or later, you're going to have one of these incidences like this, and that's a shame.
Now we're told Tony Stewart gets loose in front of Danica Patrick, who could not avoid her boss.
Let's see what happens here, guys.
You can see Tony's in a vulnerable position right in the middle. Then Larson gets to his outside. Here's 17 to the inside. He gets loose right there.
Oh, man.
I mean, he was going to touch the...
Line up.
He was probably going to touch the wall slightly, but keep it going straight. Danica had nowhere to go. They make contact.
Ricky Stenhouse down to the inside, then Almirola, but don't think there was any contact.
Yeah,
I don't either.
No, I don't think there was any contact.
I think if Danica hadn't been there, Tony might have been able to save it, but she couldn't. That was her line. She was coming off the corner racing. It wasn't like she did anything wrong. It's just that if she hadn't been there, he might have been able to save that thing.
Well, I hate that for Stewart for two reasons. One, this was one of the tracks where they had a good chance to win to try to get him in the chase. Two, he's got to try to get to the top 30 in points to even have a chance to make the chase. And so far, there are only 3 cars out of the race.
Larson again. Oh, trouble.
Caution's out. Caution.
Michael Annette has been in the wall. And that'll bring out the caution
I know
for the 7th time.
I know he's hit the wall at the right front, but he's got damage on every corner of that car.
Some of that was prior.
This looks like it could be a right front tire or a brake or something that caused that car to impact it like that. Look how flat it is on the right side.
I thought I heard him say someone's car number, but I'm not sure.
Got some fire coming out the right front. He's going to need to stop.
Pretty hard hit there.
That is. That's a lot of damage. Let's we get a replay of this. Maybe we can see. It sounded like there might have been some contact.
There he is. Yeah, he had some kind of issue. Looks like with the left front. I think that may have been a brake rotor, guys. Because a left front tire, I just don't see the left front tire causing that car. I mean, the left front tire is definitely down. So it could have been the left front tire. I just don't see that sending that car straight into the wall like that.
Now, Paul Menard is already out of the race, and his problem was a broken rotor.
He certainly didn't have a problem getting it stopped right here, so maybe not. Cars will still have rear brakes even if the left front or right front goes out. There's separate master cylinders, so they can still slow the car down.
Boy, Newman got a little loose there.
Well, look at the 5 going 3 wide. Contact,
Newman!
bam.
Oh no, he got into Kyle.
And Kyle Busch got into the wall.
Yep.
That's
caution.
Kyle knocked
Yellow's out.
Fire out of that wall.
To the garage.
Well, let's don't make too.
That's a perfect example. When that 5 got underneath the 31, it just loosened the car. Very similar to what happened when the 17 got underneath the 14 of Tony Stewart and got him loose, and he corrected, and unfortunately the 18 was right there.
I don't think you need to go to the garage. I think you need to come to pit and let's look at this thing.
Now they were fighting for 10th place. Newman will be in the middle of this mix in the blue car.
So Larson goes by on the inside, side by side with the 31. 18 gets high, checks up a little bit. Here comes the momentum, but right here when the 5 goes underneath the 31, they just almost made contact, and he got loose right into the 18.
Shot him up the hill, but I would not take that 18 to the garage till I came up pit, because I know it's got damage, but they might be able to fix it.
Yeah, but DW, I mean, they're not needing points. They have, what, 2-3 wins already this season?
I understand, but I'd fix it. Still rolling.
Nope, going to the garage.
Yeah, he's going straight to the garage.
Pretty big impact there. I think there may be some suspension damage on the right front.
Well, you know, in the car, you got the steering wheel in your hand. You can see where the wheel's off center. You know if the toe's knocked out. You know how much damage you got. It just looked from the outside, it was not as bad as he may have thought.
And Kyle Busch crashed out of the last 2 races. That'll be 3 in a row if they're not able to fix this.
And unfortunately, he's not going to get that check mark of fulfilling those. Another track on that list of tracks that he had never won at before.
But right now he needs points. Oh my gosh, what happened to the
Dillon.
3?
9th caution, lap 118,
wow.
119.
Yeah, bud. I guess you are.
Not sure what happened here. We'll have to take a look at it.
Guys.
He was already having a pretty tough day. He was in 24th at the time this happened. Boy, heavy damage. Look at how it's flattened out the right side.
Yeah, it went straight. I don't know.
It went straight.
Sound like that's a tire problem.
It's either a brake or a tire problem. It's usually the only 2 things, or suspension failure.
And I tell you, I talked to him on Saturday morning. He said high hopes. He thought he was going to have a great day today.
Yep. Yeah, you folks took a little golf cart ride.
Rode around on the golf cart, and he was so encouraged by the way they've been performing. Had a great run over in Charlotte.
And he's on fire.
It's Richard Childress, Hall of Famer Richard Childress.
And Austin's granddad. So we think a tire went down. Let's see if this supports it. Right behind the yellow car.
Yeah, I see some the pieces flying off right there, and then the car just goes dead.
Yeah, but that's not a tire. That's a brake rotor.
Yeah.
We already documented that 27 had issues with the left front brake rotor.
Yep.
Now the right front of the 3.
You know who's worried now?
The 31.
The 31.
And is the 95 that Ty Dillon is driving, is that an RCR provided car?
I thought we had heard earlier that it was not this weekend, unlike other weekends when he's filled in.
So let's talk strategy. What do you say, Larry?
Well, I've been talking since the beginning of the race.
Chase Elliott getting a great restart to the outside. Look at this.
He's going somewhere.
Jimmy Johnson's coming around.
Oh, no.
And he almost saved it.
He did.
He did save it.
Yeah, but big impact to the inside wall.
I think he did hit the wall.
Oh, he hit it hard to left front. Caution's out.
Caution. Got on the inside wall.
How many times have we seen cars get arrow loose down here in the corner when somebody up beside of them or behind them?
Well, DW, to me, that is the effects of the smaller spoiler, less downforce.
You all right, Jimmy?
Allows you to get closer to the cars, but it's also going to get you looser when you're underneath cars.
Wait till next week.
Oh, yeah.
There's an inch smaller rear spoiler next week.
Now we'll watch the restart again.
Tire rub. Steering wheel keep it straight.
You'll see everybody flare out here. And the 48 will jump way out of line.
He goes inside Trevor Bayne. Junior goes to the middle between Trevor Bayne and the 34.
Chase Elliott, he's pushing the 88 up through here, which is going to work out beautiful for him.
Yep, so far everything's fine.
Chase gets a great run here. Jimmy does as well to the inside.
Got down on the apron. The 48 got a little bit down on the apron, I think.
Well, the 13 had to stay low, also right up on his door because the 24 was coming to the outside. Just hard racing, if you ask me.
Yep.
It looked like he was trying to stay off Casey Mears.
Well, he was. I mean, he was trying to just stay to the inside of him, stay right up next to him, and carry that momentum. Unfortunately, the 13 had to hold it even tighter down there because the 24 was coming on the outside.
Yeah, it looked like the 48 got on the apron just enough that it got him loose.
And he did get into Mears, you see, right around the tire.
Jimmy did a great job saving it.
I thought he had it saved.
Unfortunately, he ran out of room where that inside wall came out.
He ran in.
And I think nobody made it. Nobody made a long enough run yesterday to get a good reading on fuel.
Turn 4.
Martin Truex Jr. spun in turn 4.
Saved it.
Caution waves. Now Keselowski technically is the leader. Truex has spun. He was the second place car and the first among those who had stopped. So lap 45, the yellow comes out for an unlikely source. He goes into turn 3 right alongside Clint Bowyer. Let's see what happens.
This is an area where a lot of drivers have really talked about the cars getting loose. Bowyer,
Bowyer got right down on the 78 there, right on his door, and that just pulled the Martin Truex Jr. around. He was real low getting in that corner already, and just pulled him around. Is that what you saw?
Yeah, absolutely, DW, and amazing that Bowyer didn't spin out in that contact as well.
I think Bowyer just got down on him so tight, and he was already on the bottom of the racetrack. Didn't have enough room. Look how low he is getting in his corner, Martin Truex.
I think that car was
tight on you. Hang on to it. Gas it. Come on with it. Come on. You're all right.
Amazing he didn't hit anything.
Nice save.
Great driving. To me, I think he was loose already getting in there, and he just needed to move up, and he just didn't have that room because the 15 of Clint Bowyer was right there. Yep. I don't think Clint really held him down. Yeah, he didn't give him a lot of space, but I don't think there was anything the 15 could have done different.
Meanwhile, Brad Keselowski did not stop out on the racetrack. The caution flag picked him up as the leader, and so at pace car speed, he is loafing around and looks like he's going to make it.
But now that's amazing to me. He ran.
Buddy, he blew right by all those guys.
Stewart blasted out into 4th.
Oh,
hard on the wall goes Is that Allmendinger?
And Dale Jr.
It's the
coming
88.
across in front of traffic.
No. Hold the brake here, man. You all right? Yeah. Hey guys, this is fixable here. So we're going to have to get the right side tires on it. Right side tires at clearance first.
Damage to Allmendinger and Earnhardt coming off turn number 2, trying to go 3 wide.
Yeah, that's the real fallacy, or the real problem with this package, Mike. Is you get these restarts, you get everybody bunched up. There's just not a lot of air out there to hold the car down, and this is what we were expecting would happen.
And this is more what I was anticipating with this lack of downforce that's in this package. We see
he's right in
Dale
here.
Jr. go underneath A.J. Allmendinger, 3 wide between the 34. The 34 actually got loose of Chris Buescher and just made slight contact with the 88, sent him into the outside fence.
And Allmendinger too.
Well,
both of them got in the wall.
Scrambling right here. That could have been even worse. And I think they're going to have to go to the garage with that car.
Yeah, that's
the 47. Yeah, I just saw him.
I think that's more damage than they think they have on the 88.
Look at
and
that,
a lot of damage here.
The whole right side.
That's garage.
And that is no pun.
That's garage.
Of Allmendinger's car. Let's take our nationwide inside ride with Dale Jr. up in turn number 2.
Line, middle, in the middle now. And clear outside.
Ouch. Big impact.
Up there. Got cleaned out by the 47. Hold the brake here, man.
Those are some hard licks, Mike.
Yep.
Boy, that's such a big impact that look at this right here. This padding right here is supposed to go between your knees to protect you in a impact and also hold your knee in place through the G-loads in the corners. It knocked it all the way around on top of his knee. That's how big that impact was.
Oh, you could hear it.
Vince?
You know what? That was a big hit. In fact, Junior came over the radio and you could hear it in his voice that he had taken such a big lick. Initially, Greg Ives wanted him to bring it to pit road to try to fix it, and Junior said, no, we did a lot more damage. We need to go to the garage. When he rolled by me on pit road to come to the garage, the right front tire was off the ground.
And Keselowski have gone.
Wow, he just
caution is out.
Barely made it.
Got another fire down here on the end of pit road. Right front's erupted.
And that is Jeffrey Earnhardt, our fourth generation Sprint Cup driver. Adam Petty was the first. And Jeffrey, great grandson of Ralph, grandson of Dale, son of Kerry, has brought out the caution for the second time here. Jamie?
Well, Austin Dillon was having a good day, but he just radioed and said he thinks he has a flat left rear. Says it feels flat, so they are ready for him just in case he brings it down pit road.
And then it's allowing him to make some of those moves. And here we see Jeffrey Earnhardt with the he had damage from when he hit that. That right front was damaged already.
Yeah, they put tires on it, sent them back out, and didn't get everything fixed up. Matt DiBenedetto returns from the garage area.
I don't know.
Car around in the wall, backstretch, tail of the field.
There's about 3 cars. Danica's one of them. There's another couple of cars.
Casey Mears.
I think Brian Scott and Casey Mears got together, and that started that at lap 155. Caution is out for the 7th time.
Wow, these restarts are crazy.
And that was way at the back.
Yeah, I don't think that was Danica. There she got a little bit of damage, but it was that 44 car. That's all. Sorry about that.
Once again, let's go to our Goodyear aerial coverage and see how this unfolds. Way toward the back of the pack. Right, probably this group right there. That's Brian Scott on the bottom, Danica up above. Casey Mears is going to be right in the middle here.
Yeah, he gets loose, and the 44 gets to his left rear, makes him even looser, and he comes up and makes contact. The 10 of Danica, and then she barely clips the 44. Brian Scott turns him into the outside wall. Just hard racing.
Doesn't take much contact at these speeds, does it?
No, well, we've seen trouble off that corner already earlier with Dale Jr. Chris Buescher in the 47 car. Very similar situation.
Good. Pretty good front impact there with Brian Scott. Lifts the rear tires off the ground.
Let's go back and look at this restart once again. He's okay and continues. He's 29th, but still on the lead lap.
Whoa, the 6 of
Oh, no,
gets
trouble.
Loose.
They got to be trouble right there, guys. There's trouble everywhere.
The 42, I think, is loose up, or the 21.
And ahead of that, Blaney hit the wall.
Blaney, yes.
His car is, it's the whole right side's caved on the 21.
8th caution of the day. Ryan Blaney, one of those involved.
I don't know if Blaney getting loose had anything to do with Bain getting loose underneath Jimmy Johnson further back, or it just happened to happen right at the same time. Oh boy, I don't think he's too happy with Bain.
No, he's not happy at all. I thought Johnson was after somebody because he came charging by everybody to get up to the back of Trevor Bain.
They were all fighting for 16.
Big damage to the right rear of the 48.
Quite a bit. Here's Bain on the bottom here in the white car.
He dives in there pretty deep.
He's going to lose the back end, and then it gets right into Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, he's trying to.
Twice.
Johnson gets the wall, and but then the Blaney's in here somewhere.
He's up ahead of them.
Yeah,
Blaney's
he's up ahead of this. It was a separate incident with the 21. Yeah, he's just sliding right there.
Yep. You heard the tire. You heard the tires crying.
Now Blaney was in 12th place and was ahead of the Bain-Johnson incident.
I did notice on Blaney's steering wheel, we see what happened here with Blaine. Yeah, he just gets loose, gets into Johnson.
All right, here's what Trevor Bain said.
I just got really loose there, man. It wasn't intentional with the 48, just so he knows.
Yeah, it's fine.
Have not been to victory lane this
season.
Oh, front straightaway. A car blew a tire. Hamlin.
Is that Denny Hamlin?
Back it down easy.
Man, that car went for a ride, guys.
Heard the tire let go, Darrell, right past start-finish line.
That thing never slowed down.
Caution is out with 12 laps to go.
I thought he was going to hit the end of the pit wall down there, but he cleared that and went all the way to the inside pit wall down there, just outside the pits.
He was running 12th.
You know, remember he had contact with the 41 car. There's a little bit of damage on that left rear tire, or we saw a little bit of tire smoke with the 11. I wonder if they ever pulled that out, or I don't think they ever made it back to pit road actually to be able to even do that. So I wonder if that contributed to this left rear blowing. It's not very often you see that happen.
Jeff, when you see that car, how he never slows. I mean, it just took off. Watch this thing come down through here. It's coming.
Right there.
Here he comes.
You can just see it go sideways.
Left rear.
Wow.
I heard the tire let go right about here.
You're just along for a ride as a driver right there.
It must be a left rear, Mike, because both right sides looked up.
I think the right front went after maybe he slid through.
Watch how fast he goes through here.
Luckily, that splitter was digging in and really slowing the car down.
Yes.
Wow. Bam.
And he missed the end of pit wall. Both which, along with this wall, protected by a safer barrier.
You can see the right front pop right there.
Yep. Yeah. You can see that left rear.
Nationwide. Let's start with Mike Massaro.
The two team has avoided the scare they had earlier with the water temperatures. The debris is completely removed. We've talked about Brian Keselowski being proficient at restrictor plate racing. 4 wins, and we've got trouble behind him, Rick. Around they go.
Yeah, stay down, go up.
It looked like it was Eric Almirola that was the first to go sideways, and then collecting numerous cars behind him. May have been the one of Jamie McMurray. It was a light blue car. Chase Elliott. That's Sun Energy 1. Caught up the window net down for him. Paul Menard in the 27. Jamie McMurray trying to get it going the right direction. Kevin Harvick is involved. The 44 of Brian Scott. And already we're seeing Chase Elliott climb out of that car. The big one happening. So close, running around this racetrack. The 7 also, Regan Smith. So much damage to the back end of the 7 of Smith. Brian Scott climbing out of the Shore Lodge 44. Jamie McMurray stuck on the banking. Take another look. It was McMurray in the 1.
See McMurray and Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy comes up, and then McMurray actually comes down and gets onto the left front. It's on from there. I mean, we talked about it earlier. As soon as somebody makes a mistake and you're in this big pack of cars, you're going to take a lot of people with you. It's just how it happens. You can, some of these cars riding around the back actually got in the wreck as well. So one mistake by a driver, or a mistake by 2 drivers, and this is what happens. It's not just those 2.
And a bump there by the 48. The back bumper of Jamie McMurray. 78 of Martin Truex Jr. caught up. Danica Patrick also. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88. Brian Scott up on the hood of the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Chris Buescher, 23-year-old out of Prosper, Texas, was involved. Also that 46 of Michael Annett, another Midwesterner.
Big impact. Jamie Murray hit really hard. Ended up getting clipped in the rear, turned him to the right. Hard impact, and all these cars had nowhere to go.
Of course, Jimmy Johnson in the 48 involved from the beginning.
And we're on board with Jamie Murray. You see him just saw the wheel, that small movement. He just couldn't save it. Hard impact, and look at the multiple impacts. Another shot. 3 big hits for Jamie McMurray. Gets his hands off the wheels, so as the wheel goes left and right, it doesn't catch his thumb or a finger. On board here with Dale Earnhardt Jr. You hear him out the gas.
Take it up.
Just nowhere to go. He drives through the accident, but a lot of damage to the nose of the 88 car.
All 4 Hendrick cars involved. Casey Kane as well. A lot of damage to the 48, the 78.
And the frustration of speedway racing is this is it. 2 drivers, Jimmy Johnson and Jamie McMurray, get into one another. Just mistakes. And their mistakes are going to cause a poor night for 15,
half
16,
the field.
17 cars. Yeah.
We're at almost 19 cars that I've counted.
And look at Kevin Harvick, how far underneath Brian Scott he is. The rear tires are on the roof of the 4 car.
Matt DiBenedetto in the 83 is up underneath the 4. And the sparks flying. So much sheet metal damage.
And things happen so quickly. But you can see the 1 car. The 48 moves up, and at the same time, now the 1 starts moving down, just barely clips him. Then he gets into the side of his teammate. Then he has to slow down to keep him wrecking, and the 48 gets into the back of him. So kind of it looked like to me at the same time, they just kind of got together. The 48 moved up, the 1 moved down, and it started every bit.
And Jimmy was thinking 3 wide, and the 1 didn't think he would be in that lane. On board with Kevin Harvick. You mentioned the 44. You hear him out of the gas, on the brakes.
Go low.
Absolutely nowhere to go. You see his view, a car on his windshield.
All right.
And that's how fast it happens.
Look at the 34, how fast he's coming in there. 31.
Yep, 31 also.
Ryan Newman, he gets into the back of Greg Biffle. I mean, all these cars have significant damage. The 16 of Biffle, of all the cars that got hit significantly, he probably has the least amount of damage if it didn't damage the fuel cell.
20 of Kenseth.
A lot of big names in this wreck.
Absolutely.
See Danica in it. She was a lap. She had just gotten lapped.
There's the damage to the 4 of Kevin Harvick. The hood folded back. Not even a front end. Welcome back to the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Coke Zero 400, powered by Coca-Cola. You saw it on NASCAR Nonstop. Tony Stewart involved in the most recent caution. 4 cautions tonight. They did not need this as they were fighting for points. Just got loose. Collected the 13 and the 19 with damage.
I feel like he had to cut a tire, had to run over something as quickly as that car came around. There was some sort of a problem. Yeah, he had a tire go down, I'm sure. Probably ran over something. The 13 car, Casey Mears, having a great night with a chance to win, gets into it.
Maybe not a lot of damage on the 13 or the 19, but plenty of damage on the 14 as we ride along.
Watch Tony's hands. Watch his hands. Drives in the corner. He knows he has a problem right there. So Yeah, that was more than just being free on entry. He had some sort of a problem. You can see he knew it. He had to turn the wheel to the right. Then you saw the big correction. Certainly some sort of a mechanical issue or a tire down.
Casey Mears, as you mentioned, having a great night, nowhere to go. Ryan Blaney, that seems like that is pretty severe contact on the right front of Ryan Blaney's car. 19 of Carl Edwards, a lot of damage. The 6 of Trevor Bayne gets pretty fortunate here. Just a little bit of damage so far, really. I think that won't hurt the 6 as much.
So the 14 of Tony Stewart's terminal, as they will put him on the back of the tow truck.
We talked all night about the side connecting. Well, that only works if you can get
we're wrecking the wall. And the 19 back across, and he'll get into the wall as well. It was A.J. Allmendinger that first hit the wall. Now the caution is out.
Sorry, man. They hit the wall, and I told you 21 ran over you. Jumped on the gas. I'll take blame for that one.
Also damage to Bobby Labonte. We saw early that was A.J. Allmendinger in the 47 that got up into the wall. Didn't go around, but then the 19 of Carl Edwards did get into another car as he hit the wall.
We've talked about it. You have to get so aggressive, and you know you're going to see these wrecks because the aggression level has to get so high. It's inevitable.
Again, the 47 of A.J. Allmendinger comes up the racetrack. Yep. Has a little help there.
Yeah, the 42 and the 15 got together first, and that got the 15 up the racetrack, and that's what started it.
Yeah, and then the chain reaction. The 19 looks like he got out of the gas. The 21 was behind him. Didn't get out of the gas as quick. Got into the bumper of the 19. That's just the chain reaction.
Yeah, this start. See the 42? 42 checked up. The 15 was in the back of him. He got up the racetrack. 10, 12 cars behind. These guys getting the wreck. Had nothing to do with the start of it, but they got the worst of it.
5th caution of the night.
On board here with Dale Earnhardt Jr. You see the bounce off the wall in front of him. He's out of the gas.
Good up here. Just brush the wall. Everything's good. Everything's good. Second. Go low. Keep coming. Come on. Toss us out. Toss us out.
Pretty quick talking there for TJ Majors, spotter for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Dave.
Rick, Carl Edwards is pitted in his pit box legally because he's inside the lines, but in reverse direction. We saw him turn around there and enter the pit box. I believe the crew has told him that they're done for the day. They're just going to try to get it put back together to roll back to the garage. And a tough end of the day for Carl, who was trying to come through if he could with a little damage on his race car.
Out of turn 4. They'll see the finish line. Brad Keselowski out front. Around goes Kurt Busch. Keselowski's going to hang on. Keselowski wins at Daytona.
Thank you, guys. Great team effort today. Very proud. Thank you.
Kurt Busch slides across the finish line.
Really strong.
Brad Keselowski had never won at Daytona before. Good note for Kyle Busch. He won both prior races as he's got his hands full.
Good out back.
Wow.
That was a save.
That was a great save.
That's wet down there, so they probably may not want to be down there.
And that's the guy who's on top of the board, Rick.
Right.
P1. Fastest car here in Kentucky. You talk about how difficult this racetrack is. Difficult it is. Look how sideways Kyle Busch is. That car's crashed. It's basically crashed. He putting down its own tire tracks. He saves it, and unbelievably, doesn't overcorrect. It's so easy for that car to turn back to the right. He works it back and forth. That is pure just ability and reaction at that point.
Were you seeing the front tires like I was?
Exactly. and so that's what's so difficult. When this car gets this sideways, look at the left front tire. It's turned to the right.
Yeah.
But it's not turned to the right too much. And as soon as the car started back left, you saw the left front tire turn to the left. Had he not done that, it would have spun back to the left. So watch again.
This vantage point, look at the right front tire because you'll see it sticking out, and he's now steering that tire to where he's going straight with the front end of the car.
That's exactly right. Had he turned that tire any more to the right when the car comes around, and watch, the back of the car starts coming around. As soon as he felt that, he started turning the wheel back to the left. That quick input is what kept Kyle Busch from hitting the wall, okay? We'll go in car with him and watch his hands and listen to the throttle. great piece of driving. And recognize, the thing about all that is he just quit, right? Like, hey, this is done. Like, I'm just going to quit, come in and work on the race car. I mean, all that was the most you can do. And I just said it. I said it before he did it. The only way you know what your car will do is to push it to the limit and find the limits, and that's what he was doing.
17 was in trouble and went down to the inside, and now we have a car on the wall in the middle of 3 and 4.
That's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. again. Up into the wall. He got into the gray, and the caution comes out. The lap before, he hit the wall in 4. The right front tire down, a lot of damage to the right side of that car. He was running 22nd at the time.
Take a quick look at it here.
So he's driving down the back straightaway, goes into turn 3. We know he hit the wall already once before. Probably has damage to the car. Looks like to me it probably cut a tire down, ends up getting into the wall. But all that started because of what happened the lap before. And this is what we've been talking about all weekend long. We've been seeing these kind of incidences happen. This track is tough.
Very difficult to figure out the handling. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. into the wall early.
'41 did a great job. It's really surprising me the confidence these race teams are having with the top group. A big wiggle of the 2 of Brad Keselowski, but the top group of 1 and 2. We talked about how treacherous the race is.
Around goes the 48. Jimmy Johnson around and into the wall. Caution comes out again. Hold the brakes. A backup car, Jimmy Johnson. In practice, got into the wall, and we just heard take it to the garage.
Restarts are so important. You can pick up spots or you can lose spots. You have to drive aggressive if you're going to make something happen. See the 48, he just got in there and got loose. I mean, plain and simple, he was underneath another car, lost the side force, lost down force, had to chase up the racetrack. It just got away from him.
Yeah, almost in a 3 wide position. I don't think if he was completely 3 wide, but Kyle Busch was looking underneath the 48. He had another car on the outside of him. It looks like it was the 21 of Ryan Blaney. Definitely a compromised position in the toughest end of the racetrack to have all that. And now we're on board with Dylan. Just be a great view of what happened.
You see, he gets in the corner, goes to the yellow line like he'd want to go, and see it start to wiggle. Now it's just gets away from him. You know, he just tried to keep the pace up because on these restarts, like I said, you can't give up spots. So he got a little free. He went ahead and went to the throttle thinking he could carry the speed off the corner. He just didn't have enough grip to make it happen.
Yeah.
And the damage got so bad that the 22 of Joey Logano into the wall even harder. 26-year-old out of Middleton, Connecticut now in the garage. Take a look at what happened. And we are under caution.
See the yellow and red car going down the back straightaway. See the right front failed. You saw the hood blow up. That right there was when the right front failed, and now it's just the car is just not going to turn. It's going to go straight. I'm sure most likely damage from when he got in the wall earlier, although I didn't really see the right front of the car hit the wall at any point. But we have seen no tire issues in the Cup cars at all this weekend, so hard to believe it didn't have something to do with it. Mike?
And some of the leaders starting to come down pit road now.
Right along with Joey Logano. Down the backstretch he goes, and listen to the tire.
Hold it up there, got more coming.
And the cautions just come out. The 83 hard impact. Matt DiBenedetto up into the wall. He was 29th when he got into the wall, and now he's rolling once again. This could play into Brad Keselowski's strategy.
Well, it absolutely saved his chance of not having to pit under green. He was getting close to the end of his fuel run, so this will drag Brad Keselowski and all of the leaders to pit road. But once again, with only, about 25, 26 laps on this fuel run, I would expect all the crew chiefs to still only take either right or left side tires.
You see Matt DiBenedetto, he's in the corner. Car looks like it just goes straight, almost maybe like another tire failure. I tell you what this has me thinking, and we heard Joey Logano say it. This racetrack is much more like a short track than it is than a mile and a half, typical mile and a half. it makes me wonder if these drivers aren't having to use more brake than they anticipated to get the car slowed down, and they're melting beads. We've seen this before. We've seen rotor issues when we come to racetracks when teams aren't expecting them to be this slow. Quite possibly the teams just weren't prepared for the pace. You have to slow down getting into these corners.
And not just the track, because remember, Jeff, this is that new aero package.
Exactly.
Well, when you shrink that rear spoiler to take the downforce off, you also take the aerodynamic drag off. So with a big tall spoiler, you lift, the air itself slows you down, pushing against the spoiler. Well, when you lift in a small spoiler, guess what? The only thing slowing you down into the corner at this point are the brakes.
And when you're loose getting in the corner like they've been talking. Wide.
Oh, and around goes the 21 of Ryan Blaney. Chase Elliott as well. The two youngest on the racetrack are around.
I saw it 3 wide, and I wondered how in the world is that going to work, and it didn't.
Chase Elliott actually looked like his car was relatively in control. The 21 lost control of his car first and had no choice as he went up the racetrack and caught barely in the left rear of the 24, sending him around as well.
The track's just not wide enough for 3 wide. Everybody's trying to fight to get to the bottom, get as low as you can. Even if you're on the outside or in the middle, you want to get as low on the racetrack as you can. And there's contact early getting into the corner, and then they're just all in each other and out of control.
Both of these young men are Chase grid contenders just above the yellow line. These points are going to start adding up that they lose.
These restarts are so crazy. We've talked about it. You have to be aggressive. You have to make things happen. And this all started because everybody's trying to make something happen. 78 gets pulled around by the 4 car, slows everybody up. Now we're 3 wide going into the corner. Somebody's got to make a decision right here. Do I want to be 3 wide? 21 gets loose, gets into the side of the 24. Both of them have long nights.
That 21 was right in the middle of the 3 wide. And we have seen Jimmy Johnson, a 6-time champion, be in that position. The same thing happens. It gets loose and up the racetrack he goes. This time he collects the 24 of Chase Elliott. When Missouri has made his way up into the top 2. And Kyle Busch is going to lose another spot, and around they go on the backstretch. Chris Buescher involved in the 34. 44 of Brian Scott also involved in this one. A lot of damage to the 34. Look at the front of that race car.
That took a huge impact right there.
So disappointing for this team. They had ran well in every practice. They showed speed all weekend long. They kept getting themselves further back in the pack. 4 tires on pit road. They got blocked on pit road one time and kept getting them back in the pack. And this is the danger of being back there. They had a good race car tonight.
There's Brian Scott in the 44. Damage to that
car.
car.
Turned around. I don't know if you've seen a replay yet. We come off a 2 there when they got it.
A.J. Allmendinger involved. A.J. Allmendinger, another one of those drivers you thought could have a good finish here, would help his possibilities of getting into the chase. There, the 44 of Brian Scott is sideways. Saves it coming off of 2, but then looks as though Kyle Larson may have been in the back of him when he came off of 2. And there's the heavy contact.
Yeah, and you saw the backfire out of the tailpipes of the 44 as he was trying to save the car. It looked like he was maybe on and off the throttle. His speed probably reduced. The 42 is right behind him. You see the safer barrier doing a good job absorbing some of the impact there.
When a car gets that slow in front of you, you can be all the way off the gas and you're still pushing them. You know, Kyle Larson looked to be in the back of him, but all the trouble started, and Kyle just couldn't get slowed down.
A little bit of damage to the front end of 10 of Danica Patrick. But a lot of damage to Chris Buescher's number 34. Another look. There was the impact between Chris Buescher and the 44 of Brian Scott. A.J. Allmendinger involved, as well as the 95 of Ty Dillon. Contact there also with the 7 of Regan Smith. Right along with Dale Jr.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Totally clear, 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 clear. Big wreck back here. Caution's out. Good job.
Dale Jr. made a decision to go, and he just stayed with it. Quick decisions have to be made. See the 44 underneath the 11 in a compromising position. That makes you loses all his momentum. The 42's in the back of him. Tony Stewart barely gets by. The 34, big impact. 47. See the 95 of Ty Dillon. He got slowed down pretty well.
And Rick, we talked at the top of the show about the chase grid and what could possibly happen on the chase grid. And just in the last 2 accidents, we've seen the 24 of Chase Elliott, the 21 of Ryan Blaney in major accidents. Now the 47 of A.J. Allmendinger. All of those cars are vying for those 5 spots still available by points without a win. Major points implications happening early here at Kentucky.
That's a contact earlier and a smoker in turn 4. Someone got up into the wall, it looks like. That's the 7 of Regan Smith. Hard contact with the right side as the caution has come out. Quite a few of the green flag pit stops had cycled through. That put Martin Truex Jr. back up front. Kyle Busch was running second. And hard contact by Regan Smith.
He had yet to bend the pit road, Rick. That was 51 laps since the last time he was on pit road. You see him here at the top of the screen entering turn 3 at the bottom of the racetrack. Oh, you see something come off the car. I would assume either something broke or the tire went down. That looked actually like a piece of the hood flap. When the right front tire pops, usually it's a pretty big explosion. It takes that cowl flap or hood flap and the hood blows it out of the car, and then much like we saw with the 22 earlier, just a long straight ride up to the fence.
That was a big impact. The angle where he hit, I mean, he just hit at a really hard angle. That was a much bigger impact than we saw, say, Joey Logano's.
Yeah. The centrifugal force that these cars make as they're going through the center of the turn is at its highest, and they're leaning very hard on those right side tires to keep that car going around the turn. Position on the restarts.
And you saw right there, Brad was able to actually...
Oh, around goes to 15. Clint Boyer sideways, and the caution will come out.
Shy right there. If you don't have a flat, stay out on the apron. I think I do have a flat.
Boyer was running 26th when he went around.
Your rights are up, Clint.
Scored 1 lap down to the field. 48 back out on track after their crash.
You heard the spotter say if you don't have any flats, you know, stay out. If you don't have any flats, you want to stay out so you don't go a lap down. 15 underneath the 10 of Danica Patrick. He's already sideways. Now he's trying to chase it up the racetrack. He's just loose underneath her. Did a really good job of staying off of her. I mean, he really did. She did a nice job of maintaining her pace, and it's long for the ride at this point.
And that's what you had just discussed. That
look at the rotor glowing in the front, though.
Yep.
See, I'm sorry, it's not the rotor glowing. That's a mark on the wheel.
Getting to the side of a car, though, and that's what happened with Danica Patrick. Just was on the outside of the 15, takes that air off of the spoiler, and around goes to 15.
He's also compromised. You can see they were pretty much 3 wide, so he entered very shallow, meaning he had to turn early, getting into the corner. And on top of that, he had all the downforce being taken off of the car, and just came around on him.
And the free pass goes to the 10 of Danica Patrick. Has led 105 laps. Martin Truex Jr. continuing to lead as A.J. Allmendinger coming back out on the track has major damage to the front end of that car. The hood has flown up over the windshield, and the caution will come out again. '47 of A.J. Allmendinger was involved in a crash earlier this evening, and a very disappointed driver.
Remember, he's one of those drivers toward the end of the cut line trying to get in the chase. Very upset. I don't blame him. Work hard to try to drive these race cars. When things don't go well, it's very frustrating.
And as difficult as it is, the rule is the drivers are supposed to stay in their cars until the safety crew gets to them. But
see, he may have hurt his hand. You know, he was looking at his hand. He was shaking his hand. And things don't go well, and you get hurt. It really makes you mad.
Frustration very high for A.J. Allmendinger.
It was already 68 laps down. Looks like maybe the repair they attempted didn't hold. Maybe the hood is up. Not sure if the hood came up before he had an accident or the hood coming up was the cause of the accident.
Let's look, see if we can see what happened. This is in the front stretch.
Saw a lot of smoke out of the car before it hit the wall, and then the hood comes up. You know, it's really hard to say. You never know when you have to do that much repair. Like I mentioned, 68 laps down. You don't know if that smoke was tire smoke or an oil line or an issue, but definitely something amiss with the 47 car.
of the pit window. I mentioned that you can go maybe 67 laps, a little bit early for Jamie McMurray. As we go NASCAR nonstop. And we're not going to go NASCAR nonstop because the 38 gets into the wall. Landon Castle, after that save that we just watched, he was running 19th.
Taking the paint off the sidewall here. We got the fence there off the 2 with the right side.
Got the fence pretty hard. For Landon Castle, flat-sided the whole right side of that car. And a good run from Landon Castle in the top 20. And that will tie the track record for most cautions. And we still have 73 laps to go. Already up into the wall, top of your screen.
Not sure what started that, but obviously we saw him in trouble earlier. I don't know if potentially when he got next to the car beside him, if maybe he cut a tire, cut a sidewall or something. Really hard to tell. But I wonder what does Almirola, what does that team do on this stop? Tony Stewart, they're on the same strategy. Trevor Bayne, they're on the same strategy. Do they stay out? Do they do no tires? They just do fuel. We saw them pit a little while ago. How can they use pitting earlier to their advantage now, Steve?
In the race, you don't have enough time to recover from it. So it's taking him 60 laps to get back. He hasn't got back where he was yet. His caution comes out.
Hooker as the 34 goes around. That's Chris Buescher.
Nope, didn't hit anything.
Doesn't look like any damage, but it does bring out the caution for the second time. Now, crew chiefs will have to decide. Do we do a 2-tire stop? Does someone stay out? Do we do a 4-tire stop?
He didn't want to cross it, so he was trying to go around it.
Take a look at
he's coming off turn 2. And
why the caution came out. In front of him, the 30 looked to be smoking.
The 30 may have gotten in the wall leaving turn 2.
The 30 of Josh Wise looked to be smoking right in front of Chris Buescher. Could have maybe either gotten the wall or put some fluid down.
It's positioning for the restart. You know, you're trying to position yourself for the restart where you can start next to the leader rather than behind him. So,
into the wall goes Alex Bowman. He was running in the top 8. Looks like left rear tires down, Mike.
And that was it. It had left rear damage, a tire rub, and it had been going for some time. You may have seen some tire smoke just before that. The team was scrambling. They were ready to come down pit road just before he slammed the wall.
Also, the 24 of Chase Elliott. We saw a little smoke coming out from Chase Elliott. May have been some contact on that restart. A lot of damage to the left front.
See the 88. Left rear tire smoking right here, coming off from turn 4 down the front stretch. The 24 is to his inside. You go down into turn 1, the 88 has a flat tire.
Yep, you can already see it
up
there.
Against the wall, and when he has a flat tire, out of screen goes the 24, who I think also had a flat left front tire.
And got into the wall as well hard.
Yeah, they're back up here. You can beat this 24 on the outside. You say hi, say hi. All right, hold the brake here. Just hold the brake. Just hold the brake. Hold the brake. You roll now. Let it roll. Stay up high.
You see the in-car, the 24 also has a flat tire.
Right in front of you, back it down.
What a big change of events, especially for the 24. You think about, we keep talking about this chase. This is the 3rd race in a row that these guys are going to end up with a bad finish. They had this huge lead. They were high up in the chase grid, but those points are coming off quickly.
Coming into this race, 63 points. Chase Elliott was in front of the cutoff line. Now working hard just to get to pit road, Mike.
And such a disappointing ending for the young Alex Bowman, looking for his first career Sprint Cup Series top 10.
Denny Hamlin feathering the throttle. Here comes Casey Kane in the 5 as the caution comes out.
Yeah, the left rear on the 41. We saw the smoke. It's finally gone flat. He's going to try to make it to pit road here.
4 tires. Come on.
We've been talking about restarts. As soon as these cautions came, the restarts get crazy. Here we go, the 2 and the 41. Exit in the corner. 22 comes up the racetrack, squeezes. 41 was way down. It wasn't near the wall. The 2 was expecting to be up by the wall. Contact, and ultimately that leads to the tire rub. Tire being cut. 41 in the wall.
And that's racing. The 41 was turning left to try to get underneath the 1 car. The 2 didn't expect him to be there. They make contact, and then you see right here coming off from turn 2 down the backstretch, the left rear goes flat. Actually, conveniently for the 41 of Kurt Busch, it happened on the back straightaway, and then you see right here the left front of the 2 also flat.
And locked up. So he will bring it to the attention of the crew. The 11 also on pit road.
Get going, and again we see smoke out of cars exiting turn 2.
A lot of tire smoke. Oh, and around goes the 42 of Kyle Larson. Contact was made.
Where the guys be ready here?
Caution once again. Kyle Larson around, and he was helped around. There was contact made.
Whoever was underneath you there, that's what turned you up into the wall.
Restarts. We just can't say it.
It was the 19 of Carl Edwards that was involved in that.
New Hampshire restarts. It just causes everybody to be really, really aggressive.
Yeah, you see the 19 and the 31 make contact, which turns the 19 into the right rear of Casey Kane. He goes up the racetrack and catches the 42. These restarts are so crazy, Jeff. We're having a hard time going down the backstretch. It's a straightaway.
Straightaway, and guys going the wrong way, like Kyle Larson. Happens quick. 31 and 19, contact made, then into the 5 into the 42, and the 42 sits in the grass.
You see the 31. It all starts with the 31 catches the left rear of the 19 of Carl Edwards. He catches the left rear of Carl Edwards. It spins him to the left. He catches Casey Kane. Casey Kane goes up the racetrack. Who comes through clean? The 31 of Ryan Newman.
And by the way, before that pass around, he was all the way back in 21st. They stayed out. They stayed out. Did not pit. They caught the caution, and now he's running 7th.
And that is very close. A little too close for the 18. How about that save? If you can call it a save.
I saw this going on as he caught this slower car.
Patrick Carpenter.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, well, surely he's going to give him the line, but he never gave it to him. So he entered turn 2, and I don't think that Patrick ever knew he was there. He started coming down on him. So, you know, I don't know if that's an issue. It's hard to spot here. Right. It's hard to see. We haven't seen Patrick in a car, you know, very often in a Cup car. I don't know what happened there, but, you know, when you have a faster car coming at that high of a rate entering turn 2, you need to yield that spot. I mean, that is a tight place to go in there 2 by 2.
And you bring up spotters. Very, very difficult at this racetrack to see every part of this racetrack.
Well, the place is enormous, Rick. So while we have the pagoda in the middle of the racetrack to give you some view, although let's ride along here. He turns under.
I mean, he moved up the racetrack, but then he came down and put Kyle in the spot where, you know, all he could do was try to get the car slowed down to keep him getting in a wreck. So I'm sure Kyle's not going to be very happy about that.
No, and I really think the 32 of Patrick Carpentier had no idea the 18 was there.
Yeah. Patrick made it down to Kyle Busch's garage. I'm sure he will search him out and try to apologize, as he just told us that that's what his intentions are.
18 of Kyle Busch pits. Between that and when the Penske cars pit, there can't be a yellow. That will ruin the strategy.
37 laps out front, and it looks as though a caution will come out as Greg Biffle slams the right side of his car into the wall.
That is a heavy impact right there.
A lot of damage to the right side of that car. It happens quickly here at Indianapolis. You're carrying so much speed through these 90-degree turns. Kelly.
What a shame for Greg Biffle, who had 3 straight top 10 finishes coming into this. He had initially asked the team to tighten him up a little bit, but after that pit stop, he said he had 0 turn in the car. He said it was plowing, and now he's obviously made heavy contact with the wall.
Danica Patrick will get the free pass as we see Greg Biffle still trying to roll toward pit road.
The access road down the fence.
Take a look up against the wall already. The 16 of Greg Biffle bringing out just the second caution of the day.
It's not just Jimmy Johnson, the car that just got lapped. We are close.
Into the wall. It's a 23. David Reagan. That will bring the caution out. See, the left rear tire is down. Third caution of the day comes out.
Moving into the fence pretty good there. I'm not sure if the radiator.
See parts of the tire coming out.
Going to the garage here.
There could be some spring rubbers that have come out of that car. Take a look at what happened.
You see his hand is out the window. He knew he had a problem. Came off turn one, had a problem up in the marbles, but looks like
left rear tire was down.
Sure. Yeah.
And into the wall goes David Reagan, bringing out the third caution. That will reset the field. You guys mentioned restarts. They'll be coming up next. Not a good restart for Martin Truex Jr. He falls back all the way to fourth. And around goes the 19. Carl Edwards hard into the wall. 31 also around. The 12 for the 2 of Brad Keselowski connected. Danica Patrick in the 10 also involved.
We're back to 43.
Ryan Blaney, I believe the 21, may have been caught up. Ryan Blaney, we had just praised Blaney as being in the top 16 in points, trying to get a playoff berth. Did you see Ryan Blaney take the steering wheel off? Safety crew immediately to him.
Well, Jeff, you told us how crazy these restarts were going to be, and we saw it right here with under 10 to go. Very little give and take. Everyone trying to position themselves for that long run down the backstretch.
19 and 31 side by side. 19 just gets up the racetrack. I don't know if he got loose, got tight, got into the side of 31, and behind that it's just over.
He had mentioned earlier that his car got really tight on the last restart. We saw him go off the racetrack. You wonder if it leads with the nose. It's hard to tell. Definitely gets into 31's left rear quarter panel. Nothing he could do. But how about Kevin Harvick? Hard right-hand turn, gut by the spinning 31.
That was a big hit for Carl Edwards. That was a hard hit. And also, you know, about the 4 right behind the 19. Remember, when you get that close to another car, you're pulling the air off of that car. So you're taking a lot of downforce away from that car. You have a car on the outside of you, a car underneath, in front of you. All those things make your car very, very difficult to drive. And he already had trouble on the restart before. He said his car did not turn well at all. You take the aerodynamics away from the car, the downforce, and it drives worse. Watch the 4 car here.
Yeah, we're on board with the 4 car. You're going to see.
Watch him here. 2 and the 2 wide. 2 wide, 2 by 2. Still outside, tight.
The 19 just comes up the racetrack. You hear the throttle control. Kevin Harvick does a nice job not running into him. You see up in the right-hand corner of your screen, the red flag has been displayed. The field's been stopped. This is another onboard right here. Ryan Blaney. Nowhere to go. A heavy impact.
Hold it right there. That hurts. You see him holding his left arm. You see him clenching his left fist.
Very hard contact for Carl Edwards.
That's restarts. If you're Kevin Harvick, you have to punch. You have to have your nose underneath the car in front of you. If you're the guy on the outside, you got to get right next to him and try to pull the air off the car. That's what you have to do. The only way to move forward in a race like this is on these restarts.
Kyle Busch did exactly what he said he wanted to do. Get out in front and try to put distance between himself and the field. Oh, around goes the 6. Trevor Bayne into the inside wall. The 15 of Clint Boyer also.
Yellow's out.
Caution is out. They didn't get back to the white. We will now have overtime.
We're back around here.
Another driver that was right on the cut line to get into the playoffs. Trevor Bayne in the 6. Free pass will go to the 34. So Chris Buescher will be back on the lead lap. And that will put 19 cars on the lead lap as we will attempt overtime for the first time. Take a look at what happened. This was on the backstretch.
Trevor Bayne trying to block Clint Boyer. Clint Boyer had a run on him. Trevor Bayne trying to block him. Not going well for either one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think at that point, I know they're racing hard, but with only 6 cars 1 lap down, both of these cars are 1 lap down. These are the decisions that Trevor Bayne has to make better decisions on. While I know he needs the block, but he runs the 15. You see all the way to the grass. Quinborough could get out of the gas, but why should he? He feels he's inside the 6. It's unfortunate for both of them, but to be real about the situation, a much bigger penalty for the 6.
Back in the air. We're in overtime, sponsored by Credit One. And around goes the 1 of Jamie McMurray. He'll slide back up the racetrack. Caution is out again. 44 of Brian Scott, the 3 of Austin Dillon involved. See damage to the 31 of Ryan Newman. Entering turn number 1.
Be the priority. Just getting into roll, get the tires to clear. That's all we got to do, guys.
Casey Kane will be the free pass recipient.
See the flat, Jack.
And you see the damage, extensive damage to the left front, wheel not even turning.
And as the 1 tries to make it back to pit road, you see him debris coming off that 1 car. That's going to add laps to this caution period. Remember, well, here's the replay right here. Jamie McMurray in the high line, trying to accelerate. They're past the start-finish line, looking to enter turn 1, and it just takes a hard left. I don't know if he thinks he was going to be clear in front of the 14, Jeff, but the 1 takes a hard left across the right front fender of Tony Stewart, sending the 1 down to the access road, really.
Yeah, and I thought he was going to hit really hard right here. I thought he kind of got lucky, but as he comes across the racetrack, he gets in the side of the 31. Had the 31 not been there, he would have hit the wall much harder, in my opinion. So I thought he kind of went through there unscathed, but look at the left rear on the 1 car. I mean, I'm sure it's flat because he got into the 14, but as abruptly as he went, I agree with you. I think he was trying to get in front of the 14. He saw that hole, just misjudged it a little bit. Contact.
You know, but you do have a point. Was it flat? Is that what made the 1 turn left? Or was the contact with the 14? Without a doubt, the left rear's flat. But was it the contact or the result? On board with the 14, this would be a great shot right here.
He just saw the hole. He saw the hole and went for it. You know, we've been talking about it.
Keep digging.
You've got to find your way to the bottom. Right here, there's a hole. There's a gap behind the 24 car. He sees it. He goes into it. 14 coming. That's right at the braking zone, too. Okay? So that's what makes that very difficult to judge. It's right on the braking zone, and you don't know if the 14 is going to brake or not, you know, as far as where he lives. So the 1 of Jamie, he saw that hole. He went for it. The 14 also saw that hole and knows he needs to fill it. So he's trying to move up in there, trying to brake late. Murray just came down trying to fill the hole.
Saw that restart. We saw a car fall into the back. That appeared to be Paul Menard. Oh, choking out of the 78. Martin Truex Jr. into the wall. And the caution will come out. And you saw him sparking into the corner. Martin running 3rd at the time.
We blow up? No, I can't get in 3rd gear.
Paul Menard has transmission trouble right there. That was what was wrong with him. Restarted 4th. He can't get it into 3rd gear, so he's stuck in either 2nd or 4th. It happened on the restart, Jeff. We see right here the 27 probably in 2nd gear for the restart, I'm assuming. He goes to go from 2nd to 3rd. You see the car will not get into 3rd gear. Everyone has to scatter to go around him, and then he's stuck either in 2nd or 4th gear.
Yeah, what a great job Denny Hamlin did to keep from running really hard into the back of the 27 of Paul Menard. He lost spots, but that was great. And then we see going into the tunnel turn, you saw smoke coming out of the right front early. He had some sort of a problem for sure. The front end's down. Probably, I don't know if he ran over something, cut a tire. Just put right sides on. So, you know, obviously,
you don't know. After a pit stop, perhaps you ran over a piece, or maybe the tire changer could hit the valve stem with the gun, have a slow leak. There's a lot of things that could cause a flat tire, but definitely looks to be some heavy damage on the 78 of Martin Truex Jr.
Under caution, welcome back to NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from Pocono. Telecast being presented by Mobil 1. We ride along not the route that Eric Almirola wanted to be taking as we have completed 66 laps. Take a look at what happens between Jeb Burton on the outside and Eric Almirola as they exit turn 3.
Yeah, the 43's passing the 32, and it looks to me like the 43 just expects the 32 to give him the lane. The 32 doesn't. He stays in the gas on the corner exit. The 43 makes contact, and heavy damage to both cars. Mike?
Kozlowski on pit road now, guys. because this is going to be fun to watch with all this battling going on. Logano trying to get up there, get some spots. So is Kevin Harvick. And remember earlier in the race, Kevin Harvick restarted 15th, ran his way all the way
sideways and into the wall goes Joey Logano. The 24 of Chase Elliott up into him. The caution comes out. Chase Elliott on the bubble as far as getting into the chase. An aggressive move, gets into the side of the 22, and up to the wall they go. So we mentioned one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, but being on the outside of Chase Elliott. When Elliott got loose, he took the 22 right up to the wall. Let's take a look.
That's a lot of damage on the 22 right there. Let's take a look. They're three wide here. Newman, Logano, and Denny Hamlin entering, trying to go towards the tunnel. We see the 24 also trying to fill that gap, entering the tunnel turn, Jeff.
Yeah, they enter side by side. The 22 on the outside of 24. See the 24 gets loose right here, has to chase it up the racetrack. We saw this early in the race. We've seen the 24 of Chase Elliott have trouble in the tunnel turn. This is the second time. This one obviously is much bigger impact. Just see, they enter the corner. They're so low on corner entry. Hamlin's clear, though. Hamlin can enter that low. There's no one on the outside of him. The 24 entering that low with that slight angle, and then the 31 right behind him. All of that works against him as having air on the side of his car.
It's a perfect storm for the 24, Rick. You have the 11 in front taking air off the 24, the 22 on his outside pulling the air off his right side door, and the 31 behind his rear spoiler. The downforce on that 24 had to be minimal. Chase Elliott, no chance to save the car underneath the 22.
Yeah, that a little bit of that is you kind of have to know it. You see they're up the racetrack right here already, and big impact. A lot of damage. But, you know, listen, as a race car driver, watch this movie. Great view right here. Right there when the 31 pulls behind the 24, that makes the problem worse. That intensifies the air coming off the back of the spoiler.
Get down. Cautious to get him.
And Rick, we've talked about this 22. He has wins. He's in the chase. But the 24, that's a hard hit for Joe Logano there. But the 24, we saw accidents, giving up a lot of points in the last 5 or 6 weeks. Had an okay run last week, but once again in an accident here at Pocono.
And listen, there's times.
See if they can be the first onto pit road.
Well, in the first round of pit stops, it was that 2, and Paul Wolf was the first car on pit road. As you see, the 18 of Kyle Busch. Oh, and a
big contact. Came across the barrier, the 16 of Biffle involved. As is the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Austin Dillon included in this as well. That's coming out of the carousel. So we're getting ready to head into turn 6. So much damage by the 17. Also the 48 of Jimmy Johnson.
We'll be going to the garage here, fellas.
We've seen big wrecks on this short chute before. Coming off the carousel with so much speed. Guardrails on both sides.
Cars stopped.
And this is one thing we talk about: strategy, penalties, all those things. The further back you get in the field, the easier it is to get caught up. So we saw the 48 with a series of penalties that got him in the back of the pack.
A reminder, the rules are for these drivers to stay in their cars until the safety crews get to them. So that's why we didn't see Jimmy Johnson climb out of that car until the safety crew got to him, but they do put the window net down, just signifying that they can do it and that they're okay. And then the safety crews will get to them and then they'll climb out. But we saw the 48 and the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the 16 of Greg Biffle involved in this. Ryan Blaney in the 21. It was just behind him. Stenhouse Jr. into the wall, back out. There was some contact made behind him and then big contact from Jimmy Johnson.
I mean, from that angle, it looked like Stenhouse lost it off the long carousel, got loose, leaving the carousel, trying to carry speed, just got loose, and now he gets back out on the racetrack.
Heavy shot for Jimmy Johnson into the side of the 17. You see 16 of Greg Biffle also getting into the Armco, the 3 of Dillon. We've seen some major crashes here, Jeff. Unfortunately, I know you've been a part of at least one It's that blind sweeping corner. So we're going to see right here the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse up in front. He gets up over that curb and just gets loose. Just hard in the gas, gets loose, comes across the racetrack. Big shot into the Armco, and then it's just so narrow, Rick. There's no escape route. The 17 doesn't slide 100 feet off the racetrack. He comes back onto the racetrack. Heavy contact with the 48 of Jimmy Johnson.
There was Stenhouse Jr. was sliding off the
ahead
track.
Watch it ahead of you here. Stay high, stay high, stay high. Back it down, stay high, stay high. You're coming
Great
back
move by
cross,
Casey
back
Mears.
cross. I can't see, stop. There you go, you're clear right there. There's the 4-1 right in front of you.
And then ultimately got loose. Back out into the racetrack. Big impact.
Because Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was about to come back out on the track, a lot of guys over on the left were trying to fight for track position, and so narrow there. As you mentioned, there's just not enough room for multiple cars to go through.
And remember, when an accident happens and you're 3 or 4 cars back, you can't see that accident. I mean, that's what's so difficult, is you're leaving in a long right-hander.
We ride along with A.J. Allmendinger and what he saw as the 17 slid right by him.
And if you're Kyle Busch, you pitted on lap 54. Everybody in front of you.
Oh, big wreck again. Clint Boyer caught up in this one. 19 of Carl Edwards on the pole earlier, now spun around.
Bad we are.
David Reagan in the 23. Chris Buescher racing against him for 30th in points to get into the chase.
Let's come fix her up.
Saw Clint Boyer in that wreck a little while ago. We did not think he was going to have to pit because he had pitted on that same strategy as the other guys that stayed out. They had some damage to their car and had to come on pit road. That put them in the back of the pack when they could have been in the front of the pack and got a wreck.
Looks like Alex Kennedy was the other car that was involved in that. Just let them know. There's Alex Kennedy. They said do not pit until pit road is open.
Carl Edwards right here. Oh, it all starts with the 23 of David Reagan underneath. It looked like the 31 of Ryan Newman just got loose in the carousel. 19 and the 15 just had really nowhere to go. It's just that blind sweeping corner. It's just very hard for the drivers to look, too far ahead.
Flag back in the air. Trevor Bayne aggressive on the restart. Tries to take a spot away. Way up high goes the 18 and the 2. Both of them aggressive into turn number 1. Could lose the lead here going up the S's. Big wreck behind him. 2 cars go around. No caution yet. They continue to go, and now the caution comes. What an aggressive move by both of the front row drivers.
So now, Rick, let's explain the rules. Because this isn't the finish of the race, NASCAR will look at the time of yellow. They'll go back to the last loop line. There are lines cut all the way through the racetrack, electronic timing lines around the racetrack, and that will set this order.
11-2-22.
11-2-22 is what they're being told. So the 11 of Denny Hamlin takes the lead away.
And how about the 22 up to second? We saw the damage on the right front fender. I commented, I thought for sure that was going to hurt his chances as fast as this road course is. Joey Logano was proving me wrong, still finding speed in that 22 car.
So now it's going to be the 11 of Denny Hamlin and the 2 of Brad Keselowski. They will make up row 1. Keselowski and Kyle Busch both making a mistake on that restart, going too hard into turn number 1 and losing the lead to Denny Hamlin. Let's take another look at that restart.
And it moved Allmendinger now into row 3, so watch as they take off. Everybody's pretty orderly except for Trevor Bayne making the move into turn 1. The 18 deep, overshot it. The 2 overshot it as well.
Denny Hamlin gets the lead. You see the 2 in front of the 22 when the caution came out.
31 just spun out by himself trying to use all the racetrack.
83 of Matt DiBenedetto also around.
See the 31. Oh, he was 3 wide. Gets over the curb, gets loose. Similar to what we saw over in the carousel. When he got on that curb, it got him loose and spun out.
Watch the 2, right along with him.
left corner, one back in line. Gonna come back by your left, even with you there. Left clear. Quick down there. Inside. The 11 by himself. Skip by him here.
Along with Kyle. Watch the 18. He drives in so deep that I think he pulls the 2 in there. I think the 2 overdrives the corner because the 18 overdrove it.
So there. Cover 3. Clear 1 lane. Just 1. 2 at the 47. 2 at the 47.
Aggressive.
Still there.
As Kyle Busch was, it drops him all the way back to 5th. Crew Chief Adam Stevens not happy. Comes out for the 5th time today. Debris in the inner loop brings the caution out, and everyone will move into fuel conservation mode.
What's the best way to save fuel, Steve?
Shut the engine off.
I mean, this is it. This is the opportunity. You know, when you don't have to. The only thing you got to do is keep enough speed to keep the cars behind you from passing you. That's the only thing you have to do in this situation. So, see right there, a little farming in the inner loop. Bunch of debris on the racetrack.
There's 38 of Landon Castle that spins around in the inner loop. And we see all the dirt.
Yeah, the reason NASCAR throws a caution is because there's so much dirt in the inner loop. The next guy that goes through that, is under green. And we saw it yesterday in the Xfinity race. Like that right there will cause another caution. So the only way to get that cleaned up and be fair to everyone is to get on the racetrack and clean that up.
Last week it was Chris Buescher. This week could it be Kyle Larson running in the 4th spot? And around goes the 4th. Kevin Harvick involved in this one, as is the 23 of David Reagan. Once again, chase implications. They stay green, and now caution. Now the caution comes out. Kevin Harvick, David Reagan. 2 cars involved in this 4-car incident. And it will be a sprint now to the finish, because they'll have to clean this track up. Denny Hamlin out front, Joey Logano running second, send the bus stop.
See Paul Menard, he had all 4 tires, got into the side of the 6. Now he's up the racetrack, has to try to find a way back onto the racetrack. A lot of dirt on the track, drivers can't see, they all get stacked up. Now it's a chain reaction.
More than 4 cars damaged. 34 of Chris Buescher was also involved. That's the 34, the yellow and blue on the inside up against the Armco barrier. Riding along with Kevin Harvick.
All clear right there. Single file to the 44, 1 back. 777, 27 foot of smoke here.
The red flag now out. Big contact there again.
Yeah,
it's all smoke.
Kevin Harvick could not see the start of that wreck, had no idea anything was going on. Just you can't see it, and it just, the chain reaction starts just like on the interstate. That's no different than how we see wrecks on the interstate. A car wrecks, 5 cars in front of you, you get in the wreck, have no idea what started.
Martin Truex Jr. coming up on the final turn. Martin Truex Jr. is going to be aggressive. Denny Hamlin out front. Aggressive goes around. That's right, Martin Truex Jr. spins. Denny Hamlin will win at the Glen.
On the focus, buddy. Way to go, guys. Good job, Denny.
Kyle Larson in the 42 spins coming off of turn 7 hard into the wall. Martin Truex Jr. trying to be aggressive through 7. Around he went. Denny Hamlin wins. Logano and Keselowski fought for the 2nd spot.
There's a lot of contact on turn 7. Like the 2 got into the back of the 78. Martin Truex is not happy about it. There was also contact further back with Allmendinger.
Hamlin grabs his first road course win of his career. And it's still not settled between the 78 and 2. Hand going out the window for Brad. listen in what Brad had to say.
I think he was going to come up in front of me. Sorry, Mark.
Begin to celebrate. Let's look back at what happened out of 6 and into 7. Brad Keselowski got into the back of the 78 and around he went.
So you see 78 way offline, moves back out to turn to get into 7.
You see Brad Keselowski gets in the rear bumper of the 78.
I will say the 78 was pretty high getting in the corner. Then also we saw further back.
Spinning. Watching high, watching the cross.
47 guys back to 42. You know, I don't know if possibly Larson was slowing. You heard him say spinning in front of you, spinning in front of you. That could have been just him trying to slow down, but that took him from having a top.
Joey Logano has won the last 2 night races at Bristol. We know it's not a night race, but it is. Oh, you see a
contact
big movement there.
Caution came out.
And that saves the 22. We were just mentioning close to going a lap down. The 22 saved, and we're here in the 7 got into the wall, Rick.
7 of Regan Smith, we believe, got into the wall. And you see that 7, at least the lettering looks like it's been rubbed off the right side tires. So Regan Smith
on the right side, but it popped right in the middle of the corner.
Bringing out the caution for the 3rd time in this race. Completed 157 laps on lap 158. Let's take another look and see if we can see where Regan got into the wall.
You see on the very top of the racetrack, if you get too high, you get above. I don't know if he got too high and got in the marbles, and that got him in the wall, or as quickly as it turned right. Not sure he did have some sort of problem.
Everybody trying to check up. Brian Scott being 1 in the 44. And 6 of Trevor Bayne got into the left rear quarter panel. So
31 problems
for Kevin Harvick as the 18 of Kyle Busch trying to take the lead back. And around goes Kyle Larson in the 42. He goes sideways. Caution comes out.
What a save by the 42 to not hit anything, to not overcorrect or get into that inside wall.
And really not lose the spot. I mean, may have lost 1 spot.
Probably gonna need 4.
Yes, you were going to need 4 tires.
They lost more than 1 spot for sure, but
he's running 4th, and it looks like the 41 of Kurt Busch gets right into the back of that 42.
Look at this.
And the 22 gets into the back of the 41. As Kurt was checking up, Joey Logano got into the back bumper.
How did he not spin?
Pretty impressive car control, isn't it, Jeff?
So you see the 42.
This is the 2nd race in a row that Kyle Busch has been running 4th and has spun out of that position.
I don't know if the 42 checked up or if he was just kind of checking up to turn down the hill to get a run off the corner. But either way, the 41 just doesn't get it timed right, makes contact with the bumper of the 42. And I'm with you. I mean, it's just, that's not luck. You know, that's what I want to try to explain. Kyle Larson never quit driving that race car.
Earlier, Kyle Busch experiencing something wrong with the race car. Not sure if something's broke or not. They've encouraged him to try to drive through it. He's done his best, but this is what he just said.
Something's different in the right front. Yeah. Something's coming loose. The toe is going every which way, getting into the corner. Oh, yeah. Something's broke.
Crew Chief Adam Stevens has rallied the team and put them to work behind the wall, getting ready to bring the 18 in, perhaps to do service on it behind the wall at the right opportunity.
Something broke there. Yeah, he went sideways and it's broke, and now the caution's going to come out for the 18. Contact as well.
Oh, Larson in it. Kyle Larson's in it.
Kyle Larson got caught up in it. The 46. Justin Allgaier, Martin Truex Jr. involved.
That's what we've talked about, how quick it happens. The 18 spun by himself, but these other cars, as they're entering the corner so fast, you can't see around the corner. As you mentioned, Jeff, makes heavy contact with the 18.
Kyle Busch was running 2nd position.
Coming at you guys.
Martin Truex Jr. was third, got caught up in it. You see the damage to the 78.
I think we saw smoke coming out of the back of the 18 car as he entered the corner. Right there, see the left rear tire smoking. Left rear quarter panel is damaged. I wonder if something broke in the rear suspension. There was, he talked about the car driving bad and strange. I wonder if something in the trailer arm or something in the track bar mount, something broke in the back of the car, I assume.
And then the 46 comes into the picture, committed to the bottom, it appears, and he makes contact with the 18. But I think he hit it dead on. If you look at the rear end housing in the 18 car, it's pointing really the wrong direction, not straight forward. The 46, he decided to go right, needed to stick with the position or the plan to go left.
He was on the apron.
Yeah.
Martin Truex.
Big hit.
Place. Wonder how much damage is on the 42 of Larson. We keep talking about him having to have good races and have a win. And I wonder if this is going to take that opportunity away from him.
Well, you talked about the 31 having trouble. Kyle Larson had taken that points advantage all the way down to 12 to get in front of him in the chase standings to the 16th spot.
And he didn't do anything wrong, right? I mean, that's Bristol. You can get in a wreck you had nothing to do with.
You see Kyle Busch's obvious disappointment. Good car. Really, until this mechanical issue, maybe that is why the foregun. We don't know if that's why Kevin Harvick has been able to run him down.
Restart under review as NASCAR is looking at it. Kurt Busch trying to take that top spot away from Joey Logano. Brad Keselowski was able to get by. Oh, and sideways goes the 41. Contact with the 2 of Brad Keselowski. Caution comes out. The 21 also involved.
Inside. Hold tight here.
Looked like the 41 of Kurt Busch got really loose off.
Kyle Larson also a lot of damage, as well as Brian Scott in the 44. See all the damage to Ryan Blaney in that 21. Look at the fluid come out.
Wrecked in front of us, and they all checked up and came up in front of us. Yeah, just blew out of it. I think we're done.
And this looks interesting.
I don't think there's anything Brad could have done there.
No.
Get a replay of it, but it looked like to me Kurt just got really loose off of turn 2. So loose that I almost thought he had a problem, but get a replay and get a better view of it.
No, I think the drive shaft is blown out of.
Sounded like Kurt Busch there talking as we're watching Brad Keselowski work his way back to pit road. Taking a little look at what happened.
You see right there a big wiggle from the 41, just very loose, and now these guys behind him, there's nothing they could do.
No.
All of them, obviously the right side tires are up. I just think he got loose.
Yeah, and then Brad Keselowski had nowhere to go. And the rest of the cars just, you know he's coming back up towards the racetrack. So as they try to get slowed down, they just continue to make contact with one another.
Could have been a close call for the 24 of Chase Elliott. Not sure if he has front end damage or not, but he was very close. We see the 41 sliding there and the 2 just slamming into the driver's side door.
That view right there showed how close it was for Joey Logano, barely squeaking by with the right side of his race car.
48 of Jimmy Johnson just getting by.
Jeff Gordon cleared it down low.
Still there. 6 to the right. Caution's out, back it down. Go to the apron here if you can. All the way to the apron.
And now we know that Matt Kenseth also heavily involved. Right along with Kevin.
Whatever you want. One back, 4 by 4. Caution.
It always amazes me. You heard Kevin Harvick get out of the gas, saw the accident happen, but then has enough just talent, really. Talent and sense to get back in the gas. Look at Jimmy Johnson for a big slide here. But, enough talent to get back into the gas to drive through the wreck before they have a chance to get up and get him. With the 24, Jeff, you were mentioning, it looks like some heavy damage to the hood and the nose. It'll be interesting to see if there's any damage to the cooling system. That's right up there in that area.
See, Paul Menard had the right front tire locked up to try to miss the wreck, so he may have flat spotted it.
Locks it up again. Coming at us.
Look how fast everything happens. So right along with Blaney. Watch how quick this happens.
6 to the right. Caution's out. Back it down. Go to the apron here if you can.
People ask, why is it so easy to get in a wreck in Bristol? There you go. What could Ryan Blaney have done different? Absolutely nothing he could have done.
And he Hamlin hard on the brakes. So Brian Scott sliding in there late to the left in the 44. Dave.
Right front control arm, right front shock, right front brake lines being called for to fix this 2 car.
Where you carry speed and where you don't try to carry too much speed. Oh, we got a crash.
Yes.
Earnhardt.
That's Jeff Earnhardt. Jeffrey Earnhardt has hit the wall in turn 2. Jeffrey, a 27-year-old out of Mooresville, North Carolina. And you see him getting up in it a little bit into the dust, up a little bit out of the groove there for the 32.
Yeah, just once you get out of the groove, especially on a Friday. On a Friday, the track's going to be dirty. Nobody's been up there. You can see the dust just flying. I mean, you're along for the ride at that point. Just nothing you can do once you get there.
Well, that camera shot was perfect to show you just how fast these cars are traveling through the middle of the corner.
I was just going to reference that. It was a great job with the guys in the Robo. That's a robotic camera that's right there mounted on the wall. And how quickly these...
The middle of 3 and 4. And you see just the car rotates. We heard just a report a minute ago how he's been fighting loose on entry. That looks to be a little bit more in the middle of the corner, but right there.
Remember, this is the fastest car in practice.
Right.
I mean, he is sitting there in P1, and he spun out, and we're going to see this tomorrow. This low downforce package at a high-speed racetrack. You have to commit to the throttle. So right here, he's in the throttle, and it just comes around. But you have to commit to it. You have to believe it's going to stick. And he never quit driving the race car. He stayed in the throttle, found a way to keep it off the wall. But you see that gap. The fender's definitely got bent a little bit, but I don't think that's backup material by any means. Initial start, he was able to keep up with Joey Logano. Then when he got to him, he got right to him, took the air off of Joey, and turned left and made his car stick.
Harvick, Logano, Johnson, 1, 2, and 3.
And there's a crash, Rick, off turn 4. The 18 car's gone around.
18 of Kyle Busch around, and now into the grass.
All right, get it rolling when you can. Rolling when you can. Go ahead.
Now we'll have to see with some rain yesterday in the area. We'll see how wet that grass is. Can the 18 get out of the grass unassisted? Kyle's doing a nice job of trying to find some traction.
Probably going to want to get a run at it.
Hey, I was afraid when he stopped there he wasn't going to be able to get moving again. But
look at the nose. The nose actually looks pretty good on the 18. We saw the 11 spin in almost the same location in practice.
It looks like it looks like now all 4 tires might be down on the 18.
I'll be honest, Rick, it's so hard to tell. These cars were on such low ride heights. They're about on the ground as they are. But here's the 18 right at the bottom, right on that white line, exiting turn 4. You see him start to go up the racetrack. The 19 gets on the outside of him, Jeff, and it just seems like the side force is gone, and around goes the 18.
He knew he had trouble well before he spun. You saw the speed come out of the car. Everybody just caught him, and he was probably already very loose. And then when the cars went on the outside of him, that just made him that much more loose. Mike.
13 laps to go, and Michael Annett has a tire go down, bringing out the caution for the 4th time, meaning a restart will have to take place. Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson running 1 and 2. The gap between the two had grown to 2.3 seconds after Kyle Larson had trouble negotiating lap traffic. There's the tire going down for Michael Annett. And when that happened, the caution comes out. Now the field will line up 2 by 2 behind Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. And if we flash back and you think back to, as we see,
they're going to go to work on the chassis, take a round of wedge out of the left side in a 4-tire change.
Rick. And the caution's going to come out. The 6 looked to be spinning around trying to get to pit road. I believe that's what it was. Trevor Bayne gets around, and the caution will come out for the first time.
It couldn't be at a worse time in the middle of green flag pit stops, Jeff.
Yeah, this is bad timing for everybody. It's going to take a little while to sort this out. Some cars may got it lapped down in this sequence. The 6 car of Trevor Bayne made the mistake
definitely dead, or
we see almost every race here. Getting on this pit road is very difficult. You have to get on so much slower than you think. So we're going to see Trevor Bayne as he tries to get on pit road. Right now he's in the middle of 3 and 4. See McMurray on pit road. He's trying to get slowed down, has the brakes locked up, can't get it turned, tries to get it turned and spins the car out. So this is something that happens over and over at Darlington. Spins right in front of the field. Luckily, nobody else got into it.
And a pretty heads-up move there. The car that was behind him decided not to come to pit road at that time because he knew the caution was about to come out.
He adds for this. Who's going to be that next Tony Stewart? You look around, a lot of talent. Is Kyle Larson, last week's winner, that person that we look at that will be that for?
Caution is out again. And I think it's the same situation as before. As somebody's trying to get on pit road, and they lose control up in turn 3, trying to get it into 4, quad and on pit road. And we saw it yesterday. Even the guy that won the race spun out there.
Yeah, Brian Scott, he's been having some trouble with his car. It looks like he's got some tires down. That might be from the slide. He was 24th before that. But what this is going to do now, Austin Dillon was in that spot where he was the first car a lap down. That's going to get him back on the lead lap after being penalized for speeding on pit road during those last caution periods. So that's going to help him tremendously.
Dale, tell us about how tricky, how troublesome it is to get on pit road on this racetrack.
You know, they talk about, they haven't changed much about this track, but we see more people miss pit road here through the years. Now we're going to look at a replay here. It looks like a little contact there that Brian Scott got a little help in the left rear. Not sure exactly who that is coming at us.
Bit of a drop kick.
Yeah, it looked like it could have possibly been the 38 car maybe.
So it wasn't getting on pit road. It was up on the track itself, up on the banking.
Yeah, they were coming through turns 1 and 2.
Well, we'll be back with more of the action, and we mean action. And it's beginning to bubble here on this 1.366 mile track. Oh, we're staying here watching the number 44 come in.
Starting to bring out their newer cars, newer generation cars. Something they can contend for the championship with.
Yeah, well, we saw it last week. Oh, it was a big hit for Brian Scott in the 44. The caution comes out again. Brian had issues getting out of turn 2 earlier.
Pulled up when I was trying to let him go inside of him, so he just wrecked us on the straightaway.
Great opportunity for Brad Keselowski, who was the first car scored a lap down, to get back on the lead lap after that loose wheel.
First incident we saw, it seemed like Brian Scott and the 13 got together. We'll see right. This is exiting turn 2. Gets really narrow right there. You see Tony Stewart get loose. Might make contact with the left rear of Brian Scott. It's hard to see.
Well, he did right there.
Well, he definitely made contact with the 44 right there.
Wow.
No question about that.
Yeah, I don't know if Tony was mad because he came off the corner side by side, or if he's going to say he misjudged that, but it looks like Tony was not happy.
And that puts the 44 into the wall and now behind the wall. Bubble on the left side of the screen. And again, the 24 of Chase Elliott, currently the best of the points, as the 48 goes around. Jimmy Johnson spinning and bringing out the caution.
And a big thing with that coming out, Ryan Newman was the first car lap down, so that's going to let him get back in the lead lap.
The 48, we talked all weekend. We thought this 48 had speed. They felt good about his race car. Got behind with that pit road penalty for body modifications. This is coming off turn 4, just flat loses the race. You want to know how difficult Darlington is? That's a 6-time champion right there that just lost his race car underneath Carl Edwards.
A 3-time winner of the races here at Darlington. He was running 19th, second car that was 1 lap down, so fighting to try to get back on the lead lap. And some damage to the 48.
Yeah, you can see he's on the apron. Look how far he's on the apron. So as he starts to get back on the racetrack, and we see cars using the apron all night long, but that transition of no banking to grabbing up on the banking, it's easy for a car to get loose, and you saw how quickly the car came around.
And really, this is 2 weeks in a row. You know, we've documented that the Hendrick Motorsports cars haven't been as fast as they've wanted to be. But at Michigan a week ago, this 48 had speed, had a pit road issue. Today, or really all weekend at Darlington, this 48 has seemed to have had some speed, but they had a pit road penalty for body modifications. So it seems like they found a little speed in their car, but now the execution isn't there for this 48 team.
Pit road is open as there's pretty extensive damage to the front end of the 48. So it will take some work to get that ready to go back onto the racetrack. Caution has come out at Darlington, and it's for the 32 of Jeffrey Earnhardt, the 27-year-old out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Looked as though he was almost stopped at the high part of the turns in 3 and 4, up into the wall there.
It's in the wall right here, and look at Matt Kenseth coming. Oh, that's not Matt Kenseth. I'm sorry. All these paint schemes.
Exactly. Josh Wise probably in the orange car that went by him.
You had me at Mac.
Hall of Fame father Bill Elliott, numerous times a winner of the Southern 500.
Caution's out.
And the caution has come out once again. And it was a 16 of Greg Biffle that got into the wall. You see the damage to the right side of that car.
Heavy damage to the right side. That's a little heavier than a Darlington Stripe.
You don't still or the 34 goodbye us? No, 34 was by us there, depending on the last.
Buddy, I don't know if it matters if you're the lucky dog as hard as you hit the wall with Steer right here. That's a big moment. Real loose into the corner. Heavy damage. You see how much of that deck lid is broken loose and moved to the left. That's going to take some heavy repairs, Rick.
The other rule, though, that comes into play is if you bring out the caution, you're not eligible for the lucky dog. So even though he was asking if he was in front,
Clear low. Come on, low. Come on.
He was the reason for the caution to come out. So he would not be eligible for that lucky dog, even if he was the first car scored a lap down. Race leader for the Southern 500, and it looks like an issue coming off of turn number 2. The 47 of A.J. Allmendinger into the wall.
Don't see any damage on the left side.
Well, the right side's pretty damaged.
Well, I don't know. I think it might be flat tires. It's hard to say. As many times as they hit the wall at Darlington.
He's probably got flat here.
He said he didn't hit anything, but
didn't hit anything that time, maybe.
At some point in time, he has hit the wall because there's damage to the right side of this car, and definitely a right front is down.
It's underneath the 21. Just a little bit of contact. Oh, the 21 got in the wall.
Yep.
That's just a tough place. We talked about just a while ago, we saw Kevin Harvick not make a pass when perhaps he could have. That's why. That's how narrow the exit of that corner is. That's why he was able to make that decision. These two guys back here racing for position were not able to use that discretion that Kevin Harvick was able to use.
And with this caution coming out, does that benefit the two guys who stayed up front early in this run?
Well, we had one winner and one loser. As you take one more look at the crash right there, the 41 of Kurt Busch couldn't keep his track position. He fell back to 17th. But the 20 of Matt Kenseth was 14th before the caution, 7th now with this yellow.
All right. And of course, Tony's final Southern 500.
Hold on to it.
And it looks as though another incident coming out of turn 2, and this time it's Kurt Busch in the 41. And a lot of damage to the back of the 41.
He's running 14th, Rick, and wow.
Fantastic.
You say a lot of damage. Seems like every end of that race car has made contact with something.
I think Paul Menard was in it as well. I thought I saw him driving away from the incident slow.
Well, remember, Paul Menard had the smoke coming out from behind that 27 because of tire rub, they thought. Kurt Busch was running 14th. Take another look. Could the tire have gone away from Paul Menard?
Yes, the left rear tire is definitely down. If you go back and watch that left rear tire on the 27, doesn't go completely flat, but you see the air come out of it. It gets slack, gets close to the rim. As he walks up the racetrack, he catches the left rear of the 41 of Kurt Busch. Right there, you see the left rear tire is down on the 27. So Paul really had no control of his race car, and unfortunately for Kurt Busch, wrong place at the wrong time for the 41.
So that's the 9th caution of the evening. And a couple hard hits.
Is what do you do, Rick? You've run 5 hard laps on your tires. There's 40 laps to go. If you're Kyle Larson, Martin Truex Jr., Kevin Harvick, going to be very difficult to pit from the front 3 positions. But how about 4th through 8th? Maybe Hamlin, Logano, Kenseth, Elliott. Will somebody think those little bit fresher tires are important? This is a replay again. Look at the left rear tire of that 27. It starts to get slack right here. You'll see it just loses a little bit of air. You see that white Goodyear lettering kind of scrunch up on it as it goes down towards the racetrack. Right there, that's the air coming out of that tire, and Paul Menard loses control of his race car.
Up the racetrack he goes, catches the 41 of Kurt Busch.
Yeah, I think one thing, talking about these pit stops, you got guys in the chase racing to try to get in the chase. You got Austin Dillon back in 14th. We talked about Chris Buescher and what he's trying to do. He's in 16th. These guys have nothing to lose.
Take advantage of that now and get around that 4 car of Kevin Harvick. Kevin, we're not talking about caution on the racetrack, Rick.
Hard hit for the 43 of Eric Almirola. Front end smashed in.
Yeah. I thought he was going to give me a little more room than that.
And you hear him talking on the radio. He was running 20th. Thought he was going to be given more room by someone that he was racing against.
Only 18 to go. Tough decisions are going to have to be made.
You see the disappointment in Eric Ummer throwing his gloves. We talk about this racetrack, how difficult it is, and he's run 349 laps only to get in an accident with 18 to go.
Not the finish that anyone is looking for. And so as he unstraps, safety crew gets to him. Let's take a look at what happened and who he was racing with.
So underneath Clint Boyer. Just gets loose.
He just thought the 15, I think, was going to be higher. And
got back into the back of him. That's Clint coming down the racetrack.
I think once you make contact to the wall, you know, kind of from then on, who knows who's in control of what. So big impact. Glad he's okay.
You know what this caution does do, though, is you see another replay of it with the 43.
Inside, you and him. All clear. All clear. All clear.
I'll tell you what it does. It puts us in position to who's going to come to pit road now.
Well, they're all going to come, Rick. I think it just goes right back to the pit stops again, right back to the pit crews with 16 laps on their tires. All the leaders will be coming to pit road, and here they turn off the bank, and in 3 and 4, they're entering the pit road.
Dave.
Martin Truex said on the radio, well, it was too good to
5 car using a lot of brakes, but even losing a few spots, he can still right now be calm.
And a caution has come out early. Up into the wall, Ryan Blaney in the 21.
Yeah, one of the teams that we talked about that's run so well. Keep thinking this team can win a race. Certainly not going to happen tonight.
Guys, the car was smoking, and they told Ryan that it was smoking, quote, pretty good. Ryan said, I know, and then he just gave a simple report about how the car was handling, nothing more than that.
And it seems odd to me that the left rear tire's flat right there. Perhaps the smoke that they were talking about was a tire rub. Heavy damage to the race car, but it doesn't seem like a lot of damage on the left rear, so perhaps the left rear flat tire is what caused the accident. But as we mentioned, this was a rookie trying to win the race, trying to...
For position. And amazingly, 3 wide at Richmond. And up into the wall, it looks like the 24 of Chase Elliott. Sure enough, sparks flying, and Chase Elliott brings out the caution.
This will be a break for Chris Buescher. I believe he's the first car lap down, so I think he'll get the free pass.
Remember, I mentioned earlier, unless something catastrophic happens to the 24 of Chase Elliott, he should be in. But this potentially could be that problem that they did not want to see.
You see right here, the 31 gets down inside the 88, catches him in the corner panel, forces the 88 up into his teammate, the 24. And you see right here, Tony Stewart squeezes through the middle, but that contact must have cut the left front tire down. It took a couple laps, but here he is down the front stretch, past the start-finish line, that white and green car. You see it spark, and that's a pretty decent hit to the right side suspension. And the other concern, Rick, is not only does he have a flat tire, but with no interliners, he's dragging suspension off to get back to pit road.
You see the 88 of Jeff Gordon, he just acted like Ryan Newman wasn't there and turned left on him. I don't know, Ryan Newman really did anything wrong. It's just Jeff Gordon came down aggressively getting into one.
The 88 of Jeff Gordon got
inside. He's able to carry so much momentum on the corner exit. The 2 car on the bottom. Oh, 48. Trouble.
And Jimmy Johnson, who hadn't come to pit road.
Looks to me like the left front tire is flat, but there looks to be some damage on the left front as well. I don't know if he ran into another car, but it had to hit something to wrinkle up that fender like that. You know, we mentioned he was staying on the racetrack trying to get a yellow. Unfortunately, the plan was not to be the caution.
He was running 10th at the time, as you mentioned, trying to stay out before the caution came out, but now into the wall and sparks flying from underneath the 48.
You see he's driving on the front straightaway, driving into turn 1 right there, tires down. There's nothing he can do. He's along for the ride. Did a pretty good job of the initial contact in the wall. Wasn't really hard. He was able to, he carried the wall a long time, but he'd never hit it really hard. So maybe not a lot of damage, and he still hasn't gotten lapped. I mean, he's been able to keep enough speed on the racetrack to keep from getting lapped. So if there's not a lot of damage in the car, he may have caused his own caution and saved himself by hitting the wall, as crazy as that sounds.
I see a lot of splitter being drug off right there. That's at Martinsville made my career, so I'd like to thank him for that.
Jeff Gordon was able to win as into the wall. Turn 1 and 2, Paul Menard.
Dive bomb you in the one there. Fired up if you can.
I would have thought, though, when I first saw that, I thought, well, we saw that left rear tire smoking, but you heard the spotter say he dive bombed you getting into one. That means that most likely there was contact with another car.
And what this does, we just brought this up. Now most of these teams are down to 3 sets of tires, Rick. There's still 135 to go. The decision to come to pit road is going to become more difficult. So we see right here Paul Menard entering the corner, the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse underneath him. Basically, Paul Menard just comes down. It's kind of a late replay. You'd have to see it earlier on the straightaway, but it looked to me like the 17 was inside the 27.
Back in, stay low, low, leaving.
It's very similar to what we saw with Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart earlier in the race.
So I was mentioning about those tire road. Well, he received one at lap 223.
Around goes the 13, Casey Mears. Catches it, and the caution's going to come out.
And I'm so glad I'm sitting up here because the stress level for these pit crews, these drivers, and these crew chiefs, it's only going up.
Running out of tires.
Absolutely. And
possibility
listen,
of sticker tires
people
on
ask,
pit road.
Why? Why do we run out of tires? Why can we not just have an unlimited set? It's very clear. Goodyear works with NASCAR. NASCAR works with the team. They have a history of how many tires they use. As we see the 13 here getting into the back of the 93, goes down into the corner. And I think he's going to get a little help.
Yes, I do too. I think 93 was upset.
Yep.
Just turn him around, getting into the corner.
Not the first time we've seen that. It's easy to predict the help. You've seen enough upset drivers. But as we mentioned, all these teams work together, and the list of how many tires they're going to have, this as we ride on board with Casey Mears, you see.
And look at where Martin Truex Jr. is right now in relation to what's taking place. Because of the pit road speeding penalty.
Getting ready to have a caution. I see trouble in turn 2.
Yep, up into the wall goes the 46 of Michael Annett, and caution will come out again. So, Steve, this again plays into your theory of, do you have enough tires? Do you have enough sticker tires to take advantage of them at the end of the race?
Well, the answer is no. No one has enough tires, and that is great because the decisions have to be made. The crew chiefs have to decide. And right now, Denny Hamlin, he still has track position, but the problem is other cars are going to start pitting behind him. It's going to be even more difficult for him to staying out. He knows how quickly Kyle Larson is coming as we see what happened to Michael Annett here entering turn 1. Looks like a flat left front tire straight. That's a hard shot.
And that was my point about Larson. Like, did you really want to use those tires up? Because he's not going to pit this time. He's going to stay out on the racetrack because everybody else comes down pit road.
And caution once again. The 47 this time. A.J. Allmendinger with a left front tire down. 73 laps to go, and tires definitely a hot commodity.
Pit road this time. Pit road this time.
Pit road's going to be closed, but that doesn't matter for the 47 team. They're going to come down to get fresh tires.
The only thing that had a problem on the straight and left front tires. It's locked up. Tires flat. Just never would turn with the left front locked up and flat. It's just not going to turn. It's on the splitter. It'll never turn. You heard the crew chief. You heard the spotter rather on the 5 car. Kevin Hamlin, very calm. You know, very, very calm. No worry, no panic. A lot of that had to do. Jeff Gordon restarted behind him. Jeff Gordon didn't get a really good restart. There really was no pressure from behind, so that allowed Kevin to really just pay attention to what was on the outside of Casey and what was in front of him. Really didn't have to worry about what was going on behind.
20 and counting. 11 times the pace has been slowed down as the 20 of Matt Kenseth gets into the wall.
Hold on, coming inside. Whole field coming inside.
Steve, I've got to ask, is this
hard? You okay?
Because of using scuffed tires or older tires?
No, this is a 3 or 4 groove racetrack and 3 and 4 wide racing where cars are running into each other. Look at both sides of this 20. There's dents and damage everywhere.
Hard into the wall for Matt Kenseth.
This whole problem started. We saw contact in 3 and 1 and 2 on that restart with a 2-car way off the racetrack, but it started way before that. On the restart, watch Brad Keselowski. See Matt Kenseth on the outside. Look at Brad. He misses shift right there. The 18 car gets in the back of him. That bunched them all up. Now, as they go in the corner, boom, right there. But it all started on the front straightaway. That damage on the left front fender probably cut that left front tire. That's what caused Kendra's wreck.
And that's, Rick, that's the point. The point is, we talk about a multi-groove racetrack. Well, you see cars, look at them, 3 wide, they're everywhere. Well, you just run out of real estate, and we've seen a lot of flat left side tires. When those right side tailpipes hit those left side tires when you make contact, I can assure you the tailpipes win.
They're doing some damage to the tires.
So this is an opportunity with 63 to go. Someone has to take a gamble. Someone has to do what the leaders don't do. This may be the last caution. It may
a chance for the championship.
What a difficult spot for the drivers to be in. How hard do you push these tires? You know, like when's the point where you just got to say, okay, we got to go, because you might have to finish the race on these tires. You might not. I mean, you just don't know what you're going to have to do. Another caution.
47 around, and A.J. Allmendinger. A lot of damage to the right rear. That's the 13th caution record for cautions at Richmond. 15 closing in on that record.
See 3 wide, Glenn Boyer on the outside. Contact right there.
Right away, the 23 of David Reagan. Saw a lot of right front damage as he got into the left rear.
3 wide doesn't normally turn out well on these short tracks.
Maybe you see who snuck by, that 88 of Jeff Gordon. We mentioned he pitted under the last caution. We're going to see how he cycles out.
So the Cole Pern interview, he said we're going to put tires on at the last stop, I guess. When's the last stop?
Right.
I mean, exactly. That's what's so hard about this. You have no idea when the last.
Gut feeling for a crew chief.
The car in the middle of
sure enough.
4 hard into the wall, the 93.
And to Benedetto, into the wall. Caution comes out again. I was just going to say, is there a crystal ball for a crew chief to know when that last caution comes out, or a gut feeling to say, all right.
I got loose right,
there was a crystal ball, I'd still be down there.
Could this
that would be the magical answer.
Could this be the last caution?
I think this really helps. This short run to the caution is going to help cars like Greg Biffle, Jimmy Johnson, who just came to put on tires, Clinton Boyer back at 24th. I know they're a long ways, but every one of these cautions is going to try to put the stress on.
Keselowski giving no room whatsoever to the 18.
And another big crash on the backstretch, Rick.
And right up in front of more traffic.
Behind you in 3.
Ryan Newman's in it.
David Reagan is in it. Fire.
And Chris Buescher was in it as well.
Chris Buescher involved. The 83 of Dylan Lupton up on top of the 31. The fire underneath the hood of the 23. And the 14 of Tony Stewart.
So he's ripped the whole lines out of the 14.
Stop right here, they said. Yeah, get out of that big smoke.
See the car on top of the left front fender.
Newman trying to get out. You see the safety worker trying to help Dylan Lupton out. Dylan Lupton's car on top of the 31.
Rick, we knew it was going to be a crazy night. Richmond, as the red flag is displayed, but this is maybe perhaps exceeded what we thought.
Smoke climbs out, and the crowd acknowledging Tony Stewart in his final run at Richmond International Raceway.
See Ryan Newman, he's had a good run and making the chase 2 years in a row, but odds are highly against him right now, making it 3.
Brian Scott involved in this. I had mentioned Chris Buescher. I'm not sure the 34 was involved in this. I think it was Ryan Newman.
I think the 34 was in it, but he drove away. Definitely didn't get the most damage, but you're going to see here the 31 and the 14. There's some contact right here heading into turn 1. The 31 accelerates, gets inside the 14 as they enter the backstretch.
And we've seen this several times. The cars having, getting into turn 1, and the 14 just kept coming down on the 31 on the back straightaway. He wasn't happy maybe with what went on in turn 1, and
big impact by the 23, and you see right there Chris Buescher kind of bounces between them. Yeah. Luckily gets through, but that was a really big impact for the 23 of David Reagan. It was great to see him climb out.
With the window net down right away.
This would be a great view of it, Jeff.
Outside 14. 19 straight back, looking inside tight, inside tight, inside tight. Got wrecked hard right here. Got wrecked hard.
14 involved.
Just as it comes down the backstretch, I know the 14, I'm not sure if he's unhappy with the 31 or if he's trying to protect the position, but he just continues to come from the high lane down to the low lane, and the 31 has nowhere to go. Ryan Newman, you heard him even play with the throttle. I'm not sure he was trying to measure how aggressive he wanted to be, but they make contact and spin at the bottom of the backstretch.
Check up, stay high, stay high, stay high, stay high. Stop, 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 stop.
The 43 was just lucky nobody was in front of him. You could hear the rear wheels hopping up and down, had the rear tires locked up.
Carl Edwards in the 19 coming up the racetrack.
I mean, if did the 14 possibly have a left rear tire going down? I mean, look, in watching it looked like they just got into one and he got mad at Newman and just started coming down on him to show he was upset, and then they got hung up. And
I mean, without a doubt, the 14 and him coming from the right to the left down the straightaway is the cause of the accident. The question is why? Was he doing it to protect? Was he mad at the 31? Did he have a tire going down? We'll have to talk to the drivers involved and see what they have to say, but you would expect when you exit the corner on the top lane, you have to run close to the wall down the straightaway and give that guy a lane. But at the same time, that's a defensive positioning, trying to not allow that guy to have the inside lane into turn 3.
There are the cars involved.
Saw Ryan Newman, even though he was obviously extremely upset. His chase hope's gone. He still checked on Dylan Lupton to make sure he was okay.
And big damage for the 23 of David Reagan. We talked about the battle between David Reagan and Chris.
7 makes hard contact with 2 to go, and we're going to go into overtime.
Regan Smith into the wall. That means Denny Hamlin will have to fight for this one. Casey Kane, freshest tires, 4th.
Jamie McMurray was a half of a lap away until this caution happened of being in the chase. No chance of a new winner coming in. So what will all these guys do now?
See the 7 just lose it. I can't tell if the left rear tire is down or if he just spins out on corner entry, but hard impact. You see how much damage to the car.
New record for cautions at Richmond, 16 on the evening.
Now, Rick, what do? Do you have tires? If you do have tires, do you come and get tires? These are old. They're 45 laps on.
And Brian Scott spins coming off of turn number 4 right in front of pit road, and that will bring out the caution for the second time. Martin Truex Jr. in the free pass position will get back on the lead lap.
You just mentioned it, Steve, that call that Cole Pern made to have him pit very close from the 48, not try to stay out and try to get that caution, that has put them in the position to get this pass.
Brian Scott, potentially a tire issue here now, as he was spinning coming off of turn 4. Let's take a look at what happened to Brian Scott. Just to the right of your screen.
Is way up against the wall. Car comes around right in the middle of the corner. Spins it out. Luckily, nobody was right behind him. And I tell you something else, this helped. This spin by the 44 car had helped Tony Stewart. Tony Stewart was very close to getting lapped by Jimmy Johnson. Saved Tony Stewart.
And now with pit road opening, we only have run 17 laps. So I do expect to see every car on pit road. It'll be interesting to see if anybody takes 2 tires. I believe 4 tires is the right call, but there might be another opportunity. As you mentioned, practice the last couple minutes could be, wow, we have a bunch of damage on the 3. We talked about the practice running short.
Yeah, they're getting it out.
They're going to have to unload another car.
To the backup, as we were checking out the radar, the 3 got into the wall. Obviously a mock qualifying run. We saw Austin going out there.
He turns into turn 1. He's just really high, Jeff.
Yeah, really high, maybe a little bit free getting in the corner, couldn't get the wheel turn, and now he's up out of the groove, and now he's just along for the ride. So we see an awful lot of time here that getting into the corners, it's real easy to get loose, and with the track as clean as it is, I know that sounds crazy, there's just, there's nowhere to go. So all the tires have been running on the bottom of the racetrack, all the debris is up in the second groove, so once you get up this high, you're along for the ride.
And Rick, we talk about the chase and everything that goes into this. This car had made 11 laps. They were working on their handling, trying to find some speed, and now they're going to have to go to a backup car, a whole new car, cold turkey in qualifying. This is something like this can put you behind for the entire weekend. And with these rounds in the NASCAR playoffs only being 3 weeks, you cannot stub your toe. You can't get behind. Help. And you see right here, just really loose, really early, does a good job of not hitting anything, gets close to the inside wall.
Yep, blocked her down.
Guys, I think that's just cold tires. You know, this track, we've talked about it over and over and over. It's so hard to get heat in your tires, and that was coming to get the green. He had not laid a lap time down yet, I don't believe. Don't have quite the information down here, Steve. I'm kind of winging it, but I don't think he had made a lap time yet. So that was him coming to get the green, and that's.
Caution has come out as the 46 of Michael Annett got into the wall in turn 2, and that brought the caution out for the 3rd time today, as we see entering turn 2 there, the 46 up against the wall. Interesting now, the situation. Danica Patrick stayed out on the racetrack. She was scored as the race leader, and drivers like Kenseth, Truex Jr., Harvick, Chase Elliott, they were all catching her, but now because she stayed out, what will the other drivers do that were...
Busch, who is on the bottom caution right now, Rick.
Well, we showed you that
95.
That's right. We showed you that 95 with all the damage. It finally did rub the left rear tire, and the caution is on the racetrack.
Here's coming underneath you.
That was Kenseth and Martin Truex Jr. that went just underneath the 95, as the 95 is going to try to make its way to pit road. Take a look at the initial contact here between Clint Boyer and Michael McDowell.
Yeah, you see the 50 and the 95 get together, and there's pretty heavy damage on that left rear. We've seen how easy it is for that tire to be cut down. And then right here, just the tire's flat. He's trying to do his best to get to pit road, but loops it. And the issue is here, that's right in the racing groove as he goes back up the racetrack.
And the free pass is going to go to the 22 of Joey Logano. So they have battled back and will now be on the lead lap.
And think about this. While it's going to be next to impossible in 36 laps, but we have a wreck in the middle of 3 and 4. The 6 of Trevor Bayne has backed it into the middle. Oh, hard in the outside wall.
Hard in the outside wall. The caution comes out again.
Take him fired up, bring it to him.
Trevor Bayne into the wall. The caution comes out. Who has the advantage now? Kyle Busch with the pressure tires?
My right rear went down or something.
Well, another thing that just happened right there, the 3-car of Austin Dillon, he's going to get the free pass, so that's going to put him back in the lead lap. Another Chase guy's earned himself back in the lead lap, but who has the advantage? That's a tough one. I think the 18 was in good shape there. I think the 8 that was all rolling down with the 18 was going to have time to get by these leaders. It now will come down to a restart, and who has the best restart, and what happens side by side. You can see Trevor Bayne coming to our screen. He's already turned around backwards. You heard him say he felt like he had a tire go down. Something happened to the race car, so I don't think any contact with another driver based on what he said, but hard impact.
He was running 25th a lap down and trying to drive it back to pit road. And so now somebody mentioned something about cautions coming late at this racetrack.
My favorite graphic.
Last 5 races.
We told you, Rick.
You take a look today, in the first half of the race, only 1 caution, and already in the second half of the race, 4.
And I am going to go out on a limb. But cooling these older tires, I think, has helped Matt Kenseth.
Kenseth has a pretty good gap between he and Kevin Harvick as they go down into turn 3, and around goes Ricky Stenhouse Jr. coming out of 2. 17 was around, as well as the 55, and so Reed Sorensen and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. bring out the caution. Under 10 laps to go.
So give Kyle Busch another shot at that restart. That last restart for Matt Kenseth, he brought him in slow and got a great acceleration. I won't call it games, but strategies. Jeff, there's different strategies to the drivers. You can't show your hand. You have to come up with a different way, kind of alternate how you want to accelerate out of that restart zone.
Yeah, he fooled the 78 for sure, did a great job. We see everybody battling right here. The 17 and 27 look like made contact. Sent the 17 around. So we talked about people coming in and putting tires, others not putting on tires. The result of that was Denny Hamlin had gone all the way back to 18th. Jamie McMurray 16th. So those guys not having tires, people coming behind them. Now what do, Steve? Do they come in and try to put tires, or do they just keep trying?
Welcome back to the Monster Mile, and it looks as though it has claimed another one. Ryan Blaney, this time in the 21, stopped up in turn 3, trying to wait for the traffic to clear so that he can come onto pit road. Take a look at what happened.
Obviously, right front tire failure, and we saw this in the Xfinity race, and this is a product of very limited practice time, not really getting an understanding of where you are on your cambers, and if you exceed your cambers here, it's very hard on the inside edge of the tire, and the tire will fail. So limited practice having in my opinion, limited practice really affecting what the teams knew about.
And Kevin Harvick all laps down. Mike. And it looks as though the caution has come out for the 42. As quickly as the 42 was running around the racetrack, even though 3 and 4 laps down, they have done some damage to the right side. The right front tire is down.
Did you blow a tire? Yep.
You heard there, did you blow a tire? The quick response, yep.
Running the high line, I would say that's a good thing. In that situation, he was a little closer to the wall.
Yeah, that's right. It's just at that point, it's nothing you can do. You just hope you don't hit it too hard. But we talked about how hard this racetrack is on tires, and
he collaborated with that right front.
It's add to the problems.
Free pass will go to the 16 of Greg Biffle as the 42 team will once again go to work on that car. It has been one thing after another for Kyle Larson and this team. Had an electrical issue, then penalized for having too many men over the wall. You're allowed 6, they had 7. Now a right front tire going down when they were multiple laps down, hitting the wall and bringing the caution out. And right behind him, the one of Jamie McMurray. They're going to get under the hood and see if there's anything they can look at.
Right, because right now, Jamie McMurray's only 1 lap down. We saw the 88 earlier this year at Michigan had an engine issue that they were able to repair, Mike. We'll see what they find with the one of Jamie McMurray.
And they were having a long discussion with Hendrick Motorsports, Scott Maxim, trying to diagnose what might be going on with that race car. Jamie had said they were down 1 cylinder and felt like they may be going down another, so they're looking at the electrical system right now to see if there's anything there that might be able to be corrected here that might prevent them from falling even further back.
And they had a gun. They were checking the temperatures of the headers, right, to figure out which cylinder it was that was down.
Yeah, so basically the one runs Hendrick Motorsports provided engine. That's why the Hendrick team.
When there's a downturn in racing, you don't know where to start, because if you would have gone, actually the one car right now, Rick, problems on the racetrack.
Yeah, they expected it, and it blew up out of turn number 4 and left smoke all the way across the front of the grandstands, and probably some fluid along the track up top. So this will be a pretty extensive cleanup for the one team's engine does let go, and once again Jamie McMurray will not advance out of the first round, the round of 16, in just his second year of making the chase.
As you know, the disappointment is so big right now for this race team. They've had such a solid year, not a great year, but a solid year, put themselves in position, and they talked about maybe going to the garage to fix it. They never didn't do it, so eventually it erupted in this terminal problem right now. The problem with going to the garage and fixing it is, how do you fix it?
Right.
You don't have a machine shop with you. There's only so many things you can do, and maybe taking the rocker arms off of a cylinder and those kind of things is about the only thing you can do. But you see all the smoke coming out of the pipes.
Yeah, and from underneath that car. So unfortunate that Jamie McMurray, in just his second chase, has once again at Dover ended his time. Oh, the second caution has come out at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The 88s. Alex Bowman subbing for Dale Earnhardt Jr. gets into the wall and collects the 13. Casey Mears with him. Take a look.
You can see the left front smoking really badly as he enters the corner. He knew something was wrong. He was trying to get out of the way, get on pit road, but got in the corner, probably just wouldn't turn. The 13 on the outside of Casey Mears just Did nothing wrong, just in the wrong place.
Running third, Alex Bowman had that left tire issue, sends him up into the wall. And so now they will have to go behind the wall into the garage to begin working on that car. Kenseth, after starting in the back twice, looks as though smoke rolling out from underneath the 22, and the caution has come out. 22 hit the wall. After winning this race last year, up into the wall he goes. Looks like he might have had a tire issue.
That's what we talked about. Steve just mentioned if you're better off pitting early than waiting. I know it's a gamble. See right here, the tire's down. Nothing he can do. Have the wheel turn. So the tire went down.
Be ready for a little
Off of turn 4, he was running fourth, and for some reason, looks like the car is almost shut off.
Yeah, I don't know if he has an electrical issue right there. The big red switch he's dealing with, that's the master power on-off. See him shut it off. Now he's going to reach down, turn it back on, try to reset the power. We saw this with the 42 last week. It was a battery issue on the 42.
22 again, yellow's out.
Oh, and up into the wall in turn 2.
That's a 22, I think.
I think
that's Logano.
It's either Logano. Yeah,
that's
sure
Logano.
Enough. Logano up into the wall in turn 2 while all of this was happening with Harvick.
Got a couple more to come by. Start easing it towards the bottom and they'll switch it.
That car is hit pretty hard. You can see the damage on the right front hood and fender area of the 22.
Logano was running 16th. Harvick, as I mentioned, was 4th before the, looks like an electrical issue has happened with the 4 of Harvick.
Yeah, and the reason I say electrical is he was switching the switches. Right. If it's an oil pressure or an issue like that, the switches aren't going to help, but it seemed like Kevin Harvick felt like there's an issue he's going to try to fix.
He was trying to recycle the system. Although he has power on the digital dash, you can see there's power.
So the 18 will get the free pass. Take a look at the 22 of Logano hard into the wall.
Yeah, that was a hard impact. That's going to be, they're going to have to go behind the wall and fix that. I'm sure it's another tire problem. When you have one, oh, you can see.
And that's a difference.
Tire here, guys.
Yeah, difference a year makes.
Hard, even harder.
Difference a year makes there for Joey Logano. He won all. Right by goes the 24 of Chase Elliott. And caution comes out once again. Into the wall hard. That's the 47 of A.J. Allmendinger.
For sure. Might not even be able to get it back.
He was 15th.
Take it to the garage.
Take it to the garage if you can. Free pass is going to go to the 14 of Tony Stewart.
By the looks of that wreck, that's going to make it that much harder for these teams to put 2 tires on, Steve. If it looks like that has tire failure all over it, it may not. It may have been something else, but you can see already he's in the wall. So, but just at the angle of impact, all those sorts of things, something mechanically happened to hit the wall like that. So with the tire failures we've seen, you have to assume that's what it is. The other tires, the other teams will certainly have to assume that. So again, they'll be afraid to put 2 tires on here, I think.
The question is, was it the left front or the right front that went out?
That's why you have to put 4 on.
So yeah, you won't be able to make that gamble. Oh, and he gets bumped from behind by the 78. Around goes the 3 on the restart. The 24 of Chase Elliott also around. Hard contact by Austin Dillon. Also caught up. The 44 of Brian Scott.
That's real nice.
That's what I was talking about. If the 3 couldn't accelerate, how patient could the cars be behind him? It seemed like the 3 didn't go fast enough for the 78. There was definitely contact between the 78 and the 3.
But, he was doing pretty good against the 48. The 48, it wasn't really pulling him. It's like the 48 and the 3 both had trouble in the restart. But little things matter. Think about Chase Elliott. The decision made to start on the inside versus the outside. All this stuff adds up. One spot put him in this position. 78 just got in the back of him, trying to push him. Not trying to wreck him, trying to push him to help him. But as you said, heavy impact for Austin.
The 18 got into the back of the 24. That's why the 24 went around.
You see right there, the 78 gets underneath the back of the 3, trying to push him. You see the 11 had pushed the 48 hard enough to knock the 48 out of his line as well. much damage is on the 18.
And again, the 3 of Austin Dillon, a chase driver. The 24 of Chase Elliott, a chase driver, involved in an incident in this first race of the round of 12.
And that 24 had led 103 laps today. And you talked about it, Jeff. You went through all of it as you see a big impact in the safer barrier by the 3 of Austin Dillon.
And that's new safer barrier that was added for this race.
But you had mentioned it. The decision by the 24 for that split second leaving pit road to breathe the gas just a little bit allowed the 78 to go by, and the 11 moved him inside row.
Let's ride along with Mark Truex Jr. in the 78.
That's my point, cruise if you want. Come on, keep digging, keep digging, keep digging. Caution's up.
You have to wonder if, there it is for the 24. See the contact there, he lifts, just collected from behind.
We're spinning.
Took his hand off the steering wheel, smart move. See those impacts, that's on a restart. They're not even up to speed yet. So think about, how big that impact is, how hard these race cars hit. You hear drivers, you hear people talk about, these cars are safe today. Let me tell you something, you hit that, see what it feels like.
3,400-pound race car slamming into the wall.
Look at the 3 car, this impact.
A big hit.
Huge. You have to wonder, watching that restart, if when Martin Truex got there, that was the time that the 3 was shifting. He was going from one gear to the next, and that slowed him up just that little bit. Because if you watch the 78, that's what he was doing. He had just shifted prior to getting to the 3. I wonder if that little bit of lag, not that Austin did anything wrong, but that little bit of lag of going from one gear to the next, the timing of that is what caused this wreck.
I was thinking the exact same thing, Jeff, because when we were on board with the 78, the timing of it was too perfect, and the 78 didn't really even make contact. It's like he got to the rear bumper of the 3 at the same time that the 3, I won't say checked up. I don't think he checked up, but he stopped accelerating. So let's go back on board with the 78 right here.
Watch when he shifts.
It's exactly the same time he shifts. So if the 3 is, a half a count behind in his shifting, the 78 gets into his bumper just when he gets out of the gas.
Watch on these in cars, just the way these guys hit. Yeah. It's just amazing.
Pretty amazing, the contact and how violent it is. We can say that they are safer barriers, but it's just all it is dissipating that initial impact. Take another ride along with the 24 of Chase Elliott.
Watch the helmet and the hands. See how that steering wheel is just slinging around? There's no way you can stop that. If you have your hands on that steering wheel, your thumbs on those spokes, it can break your hand, break your thumbs.
Outside coverage, watch the 3, in middle.
Mentioned damage on the 18. I didn't realize he hit the 24 that hard, but they're definitely going to want to look at that left front corner. So you watch this right here. What I think is interesting is the same time the 78 gets to the 3, the 11 got to the 48. If we could see that overhead replay one more time, it's like the second row had momentum, and they caught the 2 leaders at the exact same time. The 48 was able to save his. Watch the blue 48. At the same time the 3 starts to spin, that blue and yellow 48, look at the movement he gets from the 11. He gets a shot right
there,
and he has a big wiggle. Jimmy Johnson was just able to save his. 4 fresh tires versus 3 on Austin Dillon. You don't know if that was the speed difference that caused the 3 to spin, but the second row definitely timed that restart very, very good. In front of the 42, we have a heavy smoker at the left. Denny Hamlin looks like has lost an engine off turn 4, running in the second position, Rick.
Unbelievable bad luck for the chasers today, and this one now it looks as though it's claimed Denny Hamlin in the 11. Hamlin.
Yeah, and no warning.
No warning.
Guess it was our time.
So now a driver who a year ago finished second in this race, second at Kansas, and then had an issue with the roof flap. It starts off the round of 12 with bad luck.
This is emotionally the most difficult thing for a race team, for a driver, for a crew chief, to go out, have a good car, running inside the top 3, trying to contend for the win, and have a mechanical failure like this. You know these same engines are what got you into the chase, but you see a huge plume of smoke out of the back of the 11. That's usually a catastrophic failure, in my opinion. I don't believe we're going to see any sort of repair there.
Here, just listen to the engine. Right there. Screaming to accelerate, just absolutely nothing's happening. So the only thing that they can feel a little bit better about is that they're one of 5 that are going to end up with really, really poor finishes. So of those 5, at least one's going to advance into the round of 8. So you still have an opportunity. This is devastating, and without a doubt, when you have a car that good, you want to take advantage of it. But their chase is not over because there's this does.
I think he felt he was in the right. Oh, as we have the 41
slide.
Bush. And the grass is going to get the nose of the car.
How bad is it?
That will tear up that car potentially to a backup if they did enough damage to the front end. The hits just keep coming for Kurt Busch because they lost their pit selection because of too many warnings going through tech inspection.
Well, it came around quickly on him. That was, I believe, a 28th lap on a long run. You saw the right front blow after he started to spin,
Yep.
so it wasn't the right front tire, and you wouldn't have spun with a right front tire. It would have been a right rear or a left rear, but right there is where the damage occurred. Got in that grass, and just, you can see the nose.
It's obviously gone completely tight, so that's why he's saying something's wrong. It's not just an issue. As we have a caution on the front stretch.
And this is what Denny Hamlin needed right here. You see the 43 has gone around, Rick, but that is what makes a veteran driver. Denny Hamlin knew there was an issue, but fought through it, stayed on the racetrack, and caught a yellow.
Eric Almirola, looks like he had a tire down, but spun coming off in turn number 4. Denny Hamlin continued to fall all the way back. He was running 19th when the caution came out.
See the 43 up top here behind his teammate in the 44.
So he got into the back of the 44 and slowed down a little bit. Then the 23 behind him did not anticipate. You know, David Reagan behind him just didn't anticipate him slowing down that much. Look how much damage to the 23 as well. Both of those cars, big damage.
Yeah, it looked like David Reagan maybe lost the front end a little bit and went up the racetrack as well.
And you see all the debris coming off the 43, and NASCAR has no choice but to put your caution out. So you see right here a little bit in real time how they kind of accordion. It seemed like the 43 checked up instead of going underneath the 44, and the 23 didn't have time to check up or didn't realize he was going to be off the pace and just made heavy contact with the 43.
And watch the 23. When the 23 gets into the back of the 43, it just rips the entire nose off the front of that race car. Watch right here. Now, Eric, I'm slow down just a little bit. David Reagan doesn't anticipate it. It just pulls the nose off the front of the car. Major damage for 2 cars just bumping into each other. I mean, you know, no major contact with the wall or anything. It's like the cars are just flew apart.
And as we see the 43 come to pit road for repairs, as I mentioned, major break for Denny Hamlin. He was lured away from Carl Edwards.
So now Kevin Harvick has netted back what he lost. As the caution comes out, Jamie McMurray in the middle of 3 and 4.
Jamie McMurray way up against the wall.
Hey, you're good. Coming to you guys.
He's got the Wildcat on the hood there.
And Rick, his car was handling so badly during the last run that he asked his team, "Are you sure we didn't take just 2 tires?" They took 4, but it's not where Jamie wanted it.
Looks as though the 55 of Cole Witt is going to get the free pass with this caution, as the right front tire definitely flat for the one of Jamie McMurray. Take another look, coming at you out of 2.
You see that's the one of Jamie McMurray in the middle, 3 wide, makes contact with, I believe that's the 88 on that right front tire. We saw the smoke, and as he goes down into turn 3, just goes straight, which I would have to believe probably cut that right front tire or had a leak. The one never even had a chance of making the corner in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, so this is the bad luck for the one car, Jamie McMurray and his team, obviously, but does this help the 11 car if they did not 100%?
From Brian Deal, the fueler, and second can going in now for Mark Truex Jr. 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Car's been handling great, and caution for the 78. That's going to change the game.
Yeah, caution comes out. It's actually the 30 that causes it, the Josh Wise car. He is stopped just coming out of turn 4.
I think you can start rolling if you want to, and cross it across there. Come on. There's a garage, guys.
And you heard they're going to head to the garage. You see the damage to the right side. The right side of that car flattened. Got into the outside wall, and so into the garage goes the 30. The caution comes out. Now, Martin Truex Jr., when that caution came out, looked as though he was scored as the first car a lap down, but we'll have to wait from NASCAR to find out if he will get the free pass.
Well, the first thing we have to determine from NASCAR is if he is a lap down. Because when the caution comes out, he then has to race, as we see Josh Wise in the wall, he has to race the leader to the pit outline. He's pitting past start finish, so it's the 78 score to pit outline relative to the leader. So that's the first thing.
And 34 points back is the 24 of Chase Elliott. After going from the highs of highs, and the 2 goes around, Brad Keselowski, a lot of damage to the front end of that car. Keselowski into the grass.
I gave him room, didn't I, Joe? So you came up in front of him. Straight back to the garage here.
So we heard there was already a question on the radio whether Brad thought he gave room or not. So we have to go back and see the replay here to see. We saw this yesterday in the Xfinity race, yes. Rick. This exit of turn 4, guys running the top versus the bottom. Jeff, there's different closing rates, different speed. We saw Kyle Larson and Joey Logano disagree with this a couple times. Here he is passing the 11 to Denny Hamlin. Looks like he almost wiggles and comes up in front of him. I don't know if he needs to get out of the gas or what. And the 11 just basically makes contact. But I can't believe Denny just ran into him on purpose. We're going to have to see that look a few more times.
Well, you heard the spotter. He said, did I give him room? And he said, well, you came up in front of him. Right there, he got loose, slowed his momentum down. The 11 was coming, and that's why the problem. Keselowski thought he was clear, but when he was moving up the racetrack, he wasn't anticipating getting loose like that. He got crazy loose, had to lift off the throttle, I would imagine. Denny Hamlin got in the back of him.
You can't really service your car.
Party.
And guys, I believe the 78 has lost an engine. Martin Truex Jr. said the engine blew up down the straightaway. He said when he left pit road last time there was smoke in the cabin, and he said they also had a very bad vibration. The smoke had gone away. He said the vibration had not, and just a moment ago, going down the backstretch, he said the engine just let go, guys. Obviously, this is going to be a huge hit for their championship hopes and likely take them out of it.
Devastating for Martin Truex Jr. coming into the chase, probably the favorite, had run the best on 1.5-mile tracks. Listen.
Here he already has it out of gear and coasting.
Spike down.
I think this is the second Toyota engine failure we've seen in the chase. We saw the 11 car at Charlotte, Denny Hamlin having engine trouble, and now Martin Truex.
Saw it just moments ago. And around goes the 16. The 83 falling up to the wall. 3 of them into the wall as it came out of 4.
That's a tough break for Biffle. He had a good car, led some laps earlier.
83 of Jeffrey Earnhardt involved. Casey Mears in the back in the 13 there, and Greg Biffle. The 3 cars involved.
Right here, straight ahead. Guys, come on.
A lot of damage to Casey Mears. He was pinned into the wall as Biff was able to get to his pit stall. Take a look at what happened. A lot of damage to the rear of that car as well.
Okay, so they're coming off, or in the middle of 4 right here. You see Biffle's at the top of the racetrack. And he's kind of down half a lane. Jeffrey Earnhardt's in the middle, gets in the left rear quarter panel, sends a 16 spinning, collects the 13 of Casey Mears. As we talked all week long, the 13 of Casey Mears not doing anything wrong. They crash and come right in front of him.
It almost looked like the 16 maybe was going to think about going with Buescher. He wasn't all the way up against the wall. Saw Buescher in the middle lane, maybe going to go there. Earnhardt thought he was going to go to the top of the racetrack, and he wasn't there, and he got into him.
You see right here, the 13 had nothing to do with it. He was just the wrong place, wrong time.
Then gets squeezed into the wall.
Yeah. Safer barrier all along that wall right there.
Yeah, we have the side mirrors on the driver's side A-post, and Biffle, I mean, I'm sure all these cars have them, and Biffle has to see the 83 car in the middle lane, and the 83 also has to see Biffle coming down and be able to understand what's getting ready to happen and come out of the gas a little bit.
As far as spotters go, though, that's probably the most difficult because they're coming right at them, coming out of turn number 4. First caution as far as with wrecks taking place at Talladega coming on lap 115.
One point to the good, and you have the 3-car of Austin Dillon 1 point behind, but Austin has a lot of ground he could make up. So riding around the back may sound good, but it's got to all work out.
And the 2 decides to drop down. He's smoking into the smoke. This could be it for the 2 and Brad Keselowski.
Fire underneath the car. The 2 has definitely expired an engine.
So did it overheat?
Did they not get that done soon enough? Was the oil temp too high? We don't know, but that is a consideration.
Third caution has come out now. Another Chase driver looks to have ended his day with an engine failure.
Good job today. Sorry about that.
Front wheel's very dirty. And that doesn't sound good at all as he takes the hard left turn back into the garage.
A little fire to the right side.
They said they were climbing in water temperature and oil temperature, and then he has to make the hard left.
And you see the debris off the grill, but it's too late. To Jeff's point, when you elevate those temperatures, these engines are designed to run in a specific window of temperature at the edge, creating the most power possible. You know, a good to bad restrictor plate engine is 2 or 3 horsepower. They don't have a big window of room. As we ride on board, you're going to hear this engine start to lay down, going down the backstretch. He reaches over, turns, I bet the fan on.
I got it. 10-4, Blaine good as well. Time behind you, lined up 22-24. They're all going to tag, all going to step. He's here.
You see the smoke? He shuts the car off.
So he falls in right in front of the 24. And Chase Elliott, around they go behind Elliott. It was the 5 of Casey Kane. He spun the caution, comes out. They were just behind the 24 of Chase Elliott.
Oh, and that's going to create a situation where we're going to drop the green flag with maybe 3 or 4 to go.
Flat tires, flat tires.
That never works out well.
Incredible.
That's pretty good.
It was only the 5 of Casey Kane. Let's take a look at what happened. Again, this just behind where Chase Elliott was running in those 2 wide cars.
You see the 5 of Casey Kane, he's 3 wide, and it looks like he just loses it. Like either he has a tire go down or the air caught him off guard, but the 5 spinning. It's hard to tell if the right side tires have air in them at this point, but without a doubt, I didn't see any contact. The 5 just spun out basically on his own. We'll have to see what the reason was.
Yeah, as quickly as that thing came around, you never saw a wiggle, you never saw anything.
Yeah.
It just spun around, so it makes you think it was some kind of problem. Just, the 3 wasn't shoved way up next to him, and nobody behind him, so you have to think it was a tire problem, maybe a little bit of a soft tire or some sort of mechanical issue.
Just turns left for Casey Kane, right in front of the 1 of Jamie McMurray.
So there's a lot of tension right now. How many races, Steve, have you been part of where you drop the green flag with 3 or 4 to go on a restrictor plate, and it is so stressful. You just assume there's going to be a big wreck. It's crazy.
Everyone will be fighting for real estate. Unfortunate for Casey. He moves down to the double yellow line.
And the 88 gets
and around goes the 88. Alex Bowman slides into the infield. The caution comes out. There will be overtime.
Stay low below the line.
That's exactly what we talked about. Coming to 2 to go, you have to make moves. You have to do things you weren't going to do earlier. You no longer lift. You no longer give someone a spot. You have to keep your nose in there, and it creates these wrecks. You can hear that's a tire. That's a tire that's come down. It's coming apart. That's what that banging noise is. It's beating the side of the car. It's beating on the asphalt. I've heard it many times.
Not something you want to hear.
Rick, this is going to be not only more stress for Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, what they're trying to do for the race, but remember, the last time on pit road, lap 146, that's 40 laps ago from now. Now we're looking at NASCAR overtime. We can have multiple attempts.
I want to take another look at what happened coming into the tri-oval. Again, Alex Bowman was running second in that bottom line and may have had some help from behind him.
Jeff, you've mentioned before how that bottom of the tri-oval has less banking. As odd as this is going to sound, the cars are actually loaded and more stable in the corner here. It seems like here on the flat of the racetrack, he just loses the car. I'm not sure there was any contact with the 44. I think there was some room. I just don't know if the 88 got light. Excuse me, the 41. I just think the 88 got light in the tri-oval and spun around.
So here we have a better view. You almost feel like it had to be contact. I just can't see. I can't 100% tell.
Watch that red one there. He's in line with you. In line. Keep coming there. Hold the brake. Hold the brake. Everybody get it straight. Go.
Here's a great view.
Oh, he's coming around well before the 41 ever gets there.
So you mentioned it, Steve. That bottom lane in the trial, the very bottom lane where the 24 car is right now, there is less banking in the trial than everywhere else.
Down goes the 17 and into the wall.
You could hear the wheel hop, couldn't you?
Down one coming.
Look at it again.
Yeah, right there. Look at the right rear. Talked about wheel hop. We saw it in practice. The first practice, we saw it last year in this race. We saw it in the spring race.
So just listen here. You heard the engine revving, and you heard the rear tires hopping on and off the racetrack. So look right here at the right rear tire as it comes into view. He's already going to start to spin out, but watch the rear tire. He almost has it saves, and then right here, the rear tire is going to, look at it right there, bouncing, and around it comes.
So Austin Dillon.
This has been an eventful qualifying.
Yeah, already. And the clock once again stops with 9 minutes, 11 seconds to go.
We've only had 17 cars take time. We see right
Same
here the
thing.
3. He's crashed before he ever gets to the corner. You saw the back come around, couldn't turn the wheel, and then, like you said earlier, the back is still hopping as he tries to get on the brakes, and eventually you just run out of real estate.
Watch your right rear tire. These cars have sat, and they have no heat in them whatsoever. See the right rear tire? It's rear lockup, and without that heat in the tires and the rotors and the wheels, it just brakes differently, and it's surprising these guys that it has that much rear brake. It's an easy fix. It's just putting front brake to it to take this problem away, but you have no reason to think you need to put front brake to it, and you don't want to put front brake to it because it hurts the way the car turns.
Issue for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. That's a backup car. He had a problem in qualifying on Friday.
That's some pretty heavy contact for Martinsville as well. That thing is shortened up a few feet at the back of the 17.
Yeah, he either spun or got spun getting into the corner.
Meet up in the garage here, guys.
He's sitting in the middle of the corner right now, so
trying to find an opening so he can get down on the racetrack and get back to the garage, as we just heard on the communication there.
You see he's already backwards up out of the groove, carrying quite a bit of speed. So to your point, Jeff, he either had an issue like a wheel hop issue or had some help at the end of the backstretch, but he got spun around really early. You see right here, he's high out of the groove. I don't see a car behind him. I would have to guess that looks like a wheel hop issue, wouldn't you assume?
Yeah, that would be my guess. That's the same problem he had in practice wreck. He wheel hopped to get into turn 3 and is much out of the groove, and the pace he was carrying, and obviously he had some sort of a braking issue.
Yeah, that was Friday in qualifying. The wheel hop issue right there.
Yeah, that shows it right there. You see that right rear tire, a ton of movement inside the wheel while hopping on and off the racetrack. He goes around, and you see a little bit lighter contact right there. You hear the engine making a ton of noises. It was hopping up and down, and then
12 and a half seconds.
Caution's out.
And just that quickly, the caution has come out.
19 car. He has a flat right front tire.
Yeah, he didn't hit the commitment line, but he decided to come to pit road because he knew he had to fix the tire.
Well, we talked about those melted beads. That's exactly what this looks like. Yeah, I see some damage on the fender. I'm not sure if that came before or after the right front tire went flat. He was running 9th right before they started to pit under green flag conditions.
Yeah, bent up the fender. There's a lot of fender damage.
Yeah, that's definitely that's a lot of damage. You got to. Here's a replay.
So on board right here, oh, that looks like a melted bead for sure. It just goes straight, and that is some heavy contact. I don't think that's just sheet metal damage.
No,
that is
that's big
heavy contact.
And again, Carl Edwards, one of the chase drivers, now having an issue. His teammate Denny Hamlin was speeding earlier on pit road. Now Carl Edwards with this damage. You see, yeah, the sparks coming out of the right front.
That's what's scary about pitting early here. We talked about how that gamble, knowing the possibility of melting a bead. It's not unusual to do that. So Jimmy Johnson did not hit pit road. McMurray, Hamlin, Kyle Busch, none of those guys had hit pit road.
That's such a helpless feeling getting into the corner like that when the right front blows out.
So they're working on the 19. The one thing that the drivers that came to pit road will have as an option is the wave around. Everybody is going to have to, if they hadn't come to pit road yet, everybody's going to have to come to pit road just because of fuel. And of course, that was the longest green flag run that we've had here for quite some time. So they'll all be coming to pit road. The wave around is going to come into play.
The wave on the bottom of the racetrack, see the car moving around a lot. he gets loose, gets up the racetrack, and just never quite got the car under control. To ride along with, you can see, watch his hands. He knows he's in trouble right here. He's in trouble. Hear him out throttle, then he goes back to the throttle and hard contact.
Killed the right side.
And we see the 44 rolling slowly.
No damage.
That's Brian Scott right up against the wall.
Got loose, came around on him, but no contact. Listen, if you're driving the 18 car and you're in the chase, this is not what you want to see. A car spinning out right in front of you. Nice job.
He's coming now. He's gassing. All right.
It's not only you, what you're trying to miss this wreck, but it's the guys behind you also. So many times you have to slow down much more than you want to, and the guy behind you gets into you. Casey Kane also did a nice job in that wreck.
I'm not sure that the darkness makes much of a difference.
Oh, around goes the 27. Paul Menard into the wall. We saw the smoke.
Leader.
Like the right front tire might be down on that 27.
Yeah, what started as a promising day for Paul Menard, he qualified 6th. Things have steadily gone downhill. They had a penalty on pit road. Had several things happen. They keep finding themselves.
You got a tire down nice and slow.
Right up against the wall.
The same as we saw a little bit earlier. Car just got loose on that top lane, and again, no contact, luckily. Having to turn the wheel back left quickly.
Left front tire goes flat with the slide, and that's where you see the sparks, the splitters on the ground.
So right here, see the wheels turn to the right. If he hadn't turned the wheels back to the left quickly, he would have gone up and hit the outside wall. So even though Paul got the car spinning, he did a nice job not to overcorrect it and get in the wall.
So it brings out the caution for the 5th time. Seconds ago, the 3 of Austin Dillon sliding through 3 and 4 has brought the caution out for the 6th time. Entering turn 3.
He didn't think the 23 was going to race him down into the corner, and the 23 was there and turned, made contact. I think Austin Dillon gets really fortunate right here. Never really hits anything. May have damaged the splitter just a little bit, but really didn't lose that many spots.
Well, yeah, you talked earlier about the lap cars, and he was committing to the bottom and trying to get by the 24, but that lap car got him.
Yeah, the 23 had just come off with new tires, so he was going at a much higher rate than Austin Dillon expected him to be going. We've seen the difference in new tires, how much faster they are, and I think Austin Dillon just didn't anticipate the 23 was going to have that much speed.
Austin was fighting for the 3rd spot with Chase Elliott when that spin occurred, and so the caution has come out once again. Good championship hopes alive, and now a 4-car advantage over 2nd place and into the wall. Hard hit by the 3 of Austin Dillon. Sliding through the 13, Casey Mears gets into the back of the 44 of Brian Scott. That was a very hard hit by the 3 of Austin Dillon, though, as he came out of turn 4. We see the front end totaled on Casey Mears, number 13.
Yeah, heavy damage, that 3
Wall, everybody over the wall. We gotta.
It's going to have to go to the garage. You hear Sluggard.
Take it to the garage, Austin. Go to the garage.
All right, I think that's a better assessment of the damage to have to go to the garage. He's racing real hard here with Kevin Harvick, Jeff.
Yeah, see the 4-car on the outside, Austin on the very bottom. Kevin goes to get in behind him. 3-car got loose. 4-car got into the back of him. You saw the 3-car wiggle just a little bit. I had to get a different angle to see the 4-car made contact before, and that's what got him loose. It's hard to tell from that angle.
2 racing very close after this restart.
What a disappointing night for Austin. We've talked about how good he was running. His team's starting to build some momentum. It's a good view right here.
Well, you can hear right there, even Kevin Harvick wasn't hard back into the gas. So without a doubt, there was contact. He got into the back of the 3. I don't believe it was on purpose. It seems like the 3 slid up in front of him. Harvick wasn't, in my mind, hard in the gas. He was kind of pedaling it, and they just, made contact at a very bad spot in the corner.
saw the 13 as well.
Just big impact right there for Austin. 2 Gibbs cars behind him. Let's see the 13. He probably was trying to get slowed down. The guys behind him did not get slowed down.
And all of that damage to the front end came from hitting the grass.
Yeah.
Tore the front end of that car off.
Right behind all that wreck, Kyle Busch, he's done a really good job of working himself up. Just a little bit ago, we talked about him almost being a lap down. It's all the way back up to 5th, and everybody's on pit road.
Kelly.
Including Jimmy Johnson in the 4.
Is that the 42? Yeah, sure enough. Kyle Larson and the 42 spun off of turn 2, actually.
You see the hood flaps open.
We were watching the 2 of Brad Keselowski. And Brad, pretty strong once again here at Phoenix.
And he's in the middle 1 and 2, accelerating off the corner and just steps around on him. Gets free. That's, you know, we talk about the grip level on corner exit, and that's a really good example of how late in the corner he got loose and spun out. I mean, typically you would have thought he would have felt the car start to get loose, and it just happened so quickly it came around on him.
Does a nice job staying in the throttle to drive it off that outside wall.
A unique racetrack, a dogleg on the backstretch. Denny Hamlin already diving below the yellow line. It's legal sideways. It's the 22 and the 42. 42 continues sideways. The caution comes out. Trevor Bayne goes around in the 6. Kyle Larson was around. The 22 of Joey Logano seemed to have saved it, but the caution comes out before they even got back to the start-finish line.
This racetrack, when you first start on a run, whether it's practice or in the race, it is slick. We're out here in the desert. It gets sand on it. Very, very slick racetrack at the beginning of races. You see right here, the 22 jumps on the outside of the 42 of Kyle Larson. They enter turn 3. Kyle Larson gets loose immediately on corner entry, has to go up the racetrack, gets in the side of the 22 of Joey Logano. I don't think any damage. I think Joey moves along, no problem whatsoever. Right there, you can see he's already loose. Or comes around on him. Joey with a really nice job, because where Joey is, as high as he is on the racetrack, it's exceptionally dirty up there. So really nice job of maintaining control.
22-4-11. All Chase drivers trying to make it into the championship 4. Look how close it was. Right along with Joey. Ford looking back on Joey.
You can see as soon as the 42 got his left side tires below that yellow line, the car immediately got loose. And we're going to see drivers below that yellow line all day today. That's a groove that you can run at this racetrack. But again, early in the race, these tires don't make a lot of grip on the first lap. The track's exceptionally dirty. It's the hardest it is to drive right off the bat on a green flag condition.
I mean, Joey Logano got very fortunate that Kyle Larson stayed in the gas and didn't save the car, but drove it down the banking. If he would have continued up the banking, I'm not sure the 22 would have had any option but to get into the outside retaining wall
to free that car up. But a problem on the left rear, getting it on. Dave, cautions on the racetrack now.
Caution has come out. The 42 of Kyle Larson spun trying to get on pit road.
I think Ryan Newman and Larson, I think trying to get on pit road. Had a lot of cars getting on pit road at the same time, and I think Newman gets into the back of the 42. You see, Newman has the car locked up, trying to get slowed down, and just didn't get slowed down. Ends up spinning the 42. Lucky none of them got into that wall.
Newman hit the commitment cone. Kyle Larson didn't get to the commitment line, turned around, went back out on the racetrack. Around goes the 3 of Austin Dillon.
I think the 48 is in it as well. 48 has some issues. Smoke coming out of the back of the 48 down the back stretch.
.48 slow and on the apron.
Run in here to your pit box. We'll get a quick look at it.
See some heavy damage on the nose of the 48. This is the exact reason why the 41 should have topped off. He could have had more fuel, Rick. This caution may have been enough to get him to the finish. But you see some heavy damage on the nose of the 48.
Huge damage there as they checked up.
And 3 car had obviously some sort of an issue. he was slowing way down and turning to the left, and Greg Biffle got into the back of him, and then 48 got into the back of him. So not sure what the issue was with the 3.
What this caution does do is get them closer and closer to that last fuel window, Jeff. And this is just a couple more laps that buys them closer. So now, Logano and Kenseth in second and third, it's going to be a hard decision. But how about Kyle Busch and Kurt Busch? Can they come to pit road? Will they give up a little bit of track position to be better off in their fuel department?
I think this 3 car has some kind of mechanical problem. I mean, he's sitting there stopped. He didn't really make contact with anything, but he can't get the car rolling.
Yeah, Jeff, he just said it just completely shut off all on its own, and they think it might have been an engine issue with it maybe even blowing, so they're not sure what happened, but he said it just completely shut off all on its own right after that restart.
2.5 seconds behind Alex Bowman, looking for his first win. Oh, and hard into the wall. Big contact. We see Ryan Newman around. Looks like the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. was in the wall. Caution comes out again.
And the pressure goes from the driver
to the crew.
To the crew. The crew and the crew chief. First, do you pit? How many tires do you take? And then if the crew chief calls for tires, that pit crew, those tire changers, this is the stop. This is the stop they've been training for all year to try to extend their championship hopes.
And this caution is why you could not have been riding around saving fuel. Had you been riding around saving fuel, giving up spots, caution comes out, you gained absolutely nothing. You only lost. That what's forced those guys to race.
People are wondering why he didn't go down to pit road. It's not open yet. And he felt, obviously, that he could still continue around the racetrack. So he stayed off of pit road there. They were running 19th and 20th, the 78 and the 31. Take a look at what happens.
The 31 was underneath the 78. Not sure from that view. I'm not sure if 78 came down or the 31 got into it. Very hard to see. Mike.
If he can stay in front of Kevin Harvick, he has a chance at the championship. The caution comes out. The 95 into the wall. There will be a restart, and it is going to go to overtime.
And what do you do? Who's going to pit? Who's going to stay out?
Michael McDowell in the 95, hard into the wall. The right rear tire is down. Right front tire down as well. 19 cars on the lead lap. Bowman trying to win his first ever Sprint Cup Series race. He'll start on the front row. Kenseth, race leader, more than likely chooses the outside line. Then they stack up behind him. Kyle Busch, Joey Logano will make up row 2. Take a look at what happened to McDowell.
Your tire just came apart.
A long, long wreck for Michael McDowell. First attempt at overtime. Bowman trying to block. He gets into the 20. The 20 slides. The 18 goes by. The caution hasn't come out yet. Now it does. The 20 of Kenseth into the wall. The 18 of Kyle Busch was trying to get beneath the 88 of Alex Bowman. Bowman was blocking. He went down low. When he came back up the racetrack, he got into the 20. And now Kenseth with a destroyed race car. Jason Ratcliffe can't believe it.
All right, guys, be ready.
Take a look at the restart.
We talked about having a difficult time, keep from spinning your rear tires. Looks like Bowman did not launch very well. Kyle Busch made a move. Bowman went to block. I don't know. From that view, it almost looked like the 20 came down.
I mean, the 88 had the wall to his left. This would be another good shot at. Exactly right, though, Jeff. The 88 spins the tires. He's blocking 18, being aggressive, has to protect that position. He successfully blocks here, but he's as low as he can be. The 20 definitely comes down the track. The question is, what kind of speed was the 88 carrying? Was it too much speed to make the corner? I can't tell from that angle.
And where are the spotters here? This is a great view right here. See the 88 wiggling on the bottom. This Matt Kenseth comes way down the racetrack. Listen, remember when we talked about the spotters are on this racetrack? The spotters are in turn 1. The view is not as good as it would be if on the front straightaway. So I just think Matt Kenseth thought, because of the launch that he got on the front straightaway, I think Matt Kenseth thought that he had him cleared. But right here, when Kyle Busch hits the back of the 88, it probably gets the 88 going a little quicker than the 88 wants to be. Matt Kenseth doesn't think he's going to be going that fast, thinks he's going to have a lane to the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, the 88 definitely didn't want to be there, but without a doubt, Matt Kenseth hit him in the right front tire and fender area. It wasn't bumper to bumper. So the 20 came down. It's like you said, he didn't judge the 88 speed into the corner because I don't think Alex Bowman wanted to be going into the corner that quick.
There he goes. There's the caution. That's what we talked about, waiting to go out.
And this is huge.
Now he can come in. This clock will stop. He can come in and cool his engine, try to get it cooled down. But when it goes back green, he's going to have to be ready to roll.
1 and 2. So we see here Landon Castle at the top of 3 and 4. Just spins out. We've seen this a couple times today. Big long slide for the 38. Luckily for him, he didn't hit anything. Tire goes flat right there at the end. But Jeff, you called it. 48 of Jimmy Johnson. This is going to be. I think he might have enough time to come around and get the green flag. But from what I saw in 1 and 2, still in the red. Now one more half a lap on his tires. As we have a caution on the racetrack.
What happened here with Jeffrey Earnhardt?
You see, he just got really loose.
Carl Edwards into the wall. He got tagged by the 22. Big hits by the 19.
Going to happen. Obviously, the wreck isn't what we thought. Martin Truex Jr. needs to get out of this race car. And listen, if you're a Carl Edwards fan, you're upset at Joey Logano. If you're a Joey Logano fan, you're upset at Carl Edwards. That right there is.
I mean, this is what's on the line. 4 drivers, an entire season, a champ.
The most from this because they were able to get through.
What a big impact. I to be honest.
Comes the 22, around goes the 17.
With an unbelievable restart, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with damage on the back straightaway, obviously. Joey, they're 3 wide, and he was on the very bottom of the racetrack in a really bad position. Less banking down there than on the top of the racetrack.
Coming back into the restart zone. Great restarts by both the 48 and the 22. Kyle Larson drops back to second, but he fights back on the outside. Here comes the 4. Kevin Harvick racing that 22 hard.
Come on, baby. Come on.
Jimmy Johnson out front. They've passed the overtime line.
You know, half a lane higher.
Larson looking to the high side. This time by.
Perfect lap.
White flag in the air. One more time around from Miami. Jimmy Johnson has never won at Homestead Miami Speedway, but he's never been in a position where he's had to win for a championship. Down the backstretch he goes. A half a lap away from the championship. Jimmy Johnson through 3 and 4. Make room. Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt. There's another 7-time champ. Jimmy Johnson wins his 7th NASCAR Sprint Cup championship.
You are looking at 7-time champion, Sprint NASCAR champion, Jimmy Johnson. I don't even know what to say. Jimmy Johnson, man, I am so proud of you. So proud of you. You're a good man. You're a great champion. Now you're a 7-time champion, brother.